got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, when you throwing that back, my gosh, let's face it.
Look, yeah, I've been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What'd you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, when you throwing that back, my gosh, let's face it.
I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. Started from the bottom, hard times, yeah, I got 'em, but I made it to the top. Yeah, I made it to the top. I made it to the top.
It's only you and me right now. When you're holding me close, I feel safe and sound. Not a care in this world, all my walls fall down. When you're on my mind, my heart beats loud. It's only you and me right now. When you're holding me close, I feel safe and sound. Not a care in this world, all my walls fall down. When you're on my mind, my heart beats loud. this weekend. I think it's the real thing. Can you tell me if it is? And if it's not, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Don't leave me here, I can't handle you leaving. I refuse to believe it. I hope it's the real thing. If not, you'll be leaving. It's only you and me right now, and you're holding me close. I feel safe and sound, not a care in this world. All my walls fall down when you're on my mind. My heart beats loud. Give me oxytocin every time we kiss. I can't wait to see you this weekend. I think it's the real thing. Can you tell me if it is? And if it's not, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Don't leave me here, I can't handle you leaving. I refuse to believe it. I hope it's the real thing. If not, you'll be leaving. It's only you and me right now, and you're holding me close. I feel safe and sound, not a care in this world. All my walls fall down when you're on my mind. My heart beats loud.
The June monthly final was a battle between proven champions and teams looking to make their breakthrough. ZOOS marched through the upper bracket, taking down Transcendence and VA Esports, while MG made a statement, sending Repotted Gaming and Vatic to the lower bracket. But ZOOS proved a step too far, securing ZOOS' spot in the grand final. In the lower bracket, Repotted Gaming battled their way through Saturn, VA, CB7, and finally MG to earn their spot next to ZOOS. Everyone backed ZOOS, but Repotted had other plans, handing them their first defeat and forcing a bracket reset. Repotted briefly found themselves in front, but perfect traps denied them a crucial 3-star, and Kazuma stepped up and delivered the triple to seal the victory. ZOOS are your June monthly final winners and the first team securing their golden tickets to the 2026 Clash of Clans World Championship.
Welcome back, Chiefs, to the pinnacle of Clash. 8 of the most elite teams on the planet. 2 days of pure intensity. But only one can claim a legendary golden ticket to the prestigious World Championship Final. They aren't just fighting for glory anymore. They're competing for their share of a massive $1 million prize pool. The lights are on, the community is roaring. Let's play some Clash!
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back to the Clash of Clans World Championship! In threes with clear caster analyses. My name's Woody, and I'm so pleased to be back again this month alongside 3 superb casters. Let's go ahead and introduce them now, starting off with Enosis the Indomitable.
What's up, everybody? Super excited to be here. We got 8 amazing teams playing for you this weekend, and I'm excited to see all the amazing attack strategies they have for us.
It's gonna be an action-packed weekend. I cannot wait to give out the second one of these. Who is gonna get the golden ticket to join ZOOS in the World Championships? Well, we're gonna find out tomorrow. I can't wait, Itsu.
That's right, but we're going to have a lot of teams started today to find out tomorrow then who's going to win that golden ticket. So I can't wait for every single match to start. So let's get things underway.
Every match matters, but this is a marathon, not a sprint, a whole year-long event. So let's take a look at the 2026 roadmap and learn about all the competitions that are taking place, Lexnos.
8 golden tickets this year. We are working with 4 monthly seasons that these teams are competing in June through September. These teams can win in their respective month to get one of the first 4 golden tickets. The Chinese qualifier will have a 5th one, and every month these teams are building up points based on their performance to have a chance to get one of the last 3 golden tickets in the last chance qualifier to make an appearance at our World Championship Finals.
Every month matters, but it is not going to be an easy run for the team that earns that golden ticket. Let's learn about the format overview for the matches taking place each month and hear more from Carbon about what these teams are going to do.
Absolutely. These teams competing this weekend are going to be competing in a double elimination bracket, meaning if you lose one match, you have a second life, but it's going to be a tough road down in that lower bracket. They're going to be competing in a 5 versus 5 clan war with only 1 attack each, where we'll be able to watch all of them one at a time. And last but not least, they will be playing in the hardest difficulty mode in Clash of Clans, which is esports mode, which it is really difficult to be getting those 3 stars.
Yeah, we expect nothing less from the best of the best. But with the format out of the way, let's learn what's up for grabs. That golden ticket at the top, but every team that competes this weekend is earning a prize. That pool is filled to the brim, Itsu. What are these teams fighting for?
That's right. They're fighting for a lot of cash prize. And as you said it right, even the last place teams are going to get some money. So the last 2 teams are getting $3,000. Number 5 and number 6 getting $4,000. If you make it to the top 4, you're guaranteed a $5,000 prize. Third seed, $6,000. Second seed, $10,000. And the first place is going to earn $20,000. And as well, that golden ticket, which means even more prize money than later this year during the main event.
Lot of loot to get those bases built up, and we hope to see new competitors each month. We've got a little bit of that this month, in fact, but we're not even talking about the whole lineup. Let's zoom in here. Lexos, tell us about the new teams competing and the old squads that are going to try to hold the line.
8 qualified teams this month. Many of them we've seen before. Half these teams were here last month. Many of these teams have competed in these monthly qualifiers over the years. We do have a few teams this month making it for the first time. Enosis Esports, God's Warriors. We have seen some of the players from Win or Die. Tribe Gaming notably weren't here last month, but they're here now and they're ready to take on some of these top teams.
Gearing up and with some new tech at their disposal. With the new teams introduced, we've also got some new arsenal added. We've got a new troop, a new spell. Why don't you break it down, Carbon?
Absolutely. The new troop that is in Clash of Clans, that is the Ruin Witch. One big thing with the Ruin Witch, it doesn't target any of the defenses or building. It targets downed and destroyed buildings and will spawn those ruins one at a time with a maximum spawn of 8 of them. So will we see them from these pros? I'm going to keep my eye out. That we haven't seen them too much in any of the competitions leading up to this stage, but maybe they sprinkle 1 or 2 throughout this weekend. But not only is the Ruin Witch new, we also have a new spell, which is the Angry Spell. And this will allow your heroes or your troops to target defenses. Yes, that is correct. You heard that right. It's not just like the Royal Champion that targets defenses anyways. This will turn anything for a temporary time to target defenses, and this can be used as a little bit of a funneling play, possibly with some queen charges. Who knows? Maybe sprinkled in throughout this weekend as well, and it could change some attacks for sure, but it's going to be fun. Can't wait.
All these teams have been fighting hard through stage 1, through stage 2 to get to this point now today. Let's take a look at the stats behind the story and give you a peek at how these teams have been performing so far. Itsu?
That's right. We have all of those 8 teams, and those are the stats from the second stage. Now you might wonder, why do some teams have more matches while other teams have overall a different match count? So it depends on how many wins or losses they have. For example, ZOOS Esports with a 70% 3-star rate have just dominated the upper bracket and have not lost a single match. With that, 4 matches and they were done. Repotted on the other side, for example, they have dropped to the lower bracket quite early, and because of that, they had to play overall 7 matches. But with the amount of matches out of the way, you can see on the right side the 3-star rate, and while ZOOS Esports is way ahead of the pack, we see that Repotted and then up to Vatic I would say somewhat around comparable 3-star rates, but the same as ZOOS Esports being in front, unfortunately God's Warrior are kind of far back because they have gotten 2 10-star matches back to back of actually somehow making it here. So now the question is, can they step it up? Because I'm not sure if 10 stars are going to win you any matches at this stage of the competition. So let's find out which of those teams can keep those hit rates or even improve it or make it worse.
Well, I see what you mean there, Itsu. Those teams ranked there by stars, but we're going to have a different setup here in the bracket. Lexnos, tell us about which matchups in this upper bracket are most exciting to you.
Right away, the first round matchup that sticks out to me is that Vatic versus Tribe Gaming, which will be the third war we see here today. Those teams are old school rivalries. They've been going at it for years, but also we can see a potential matchup in the semifinals, ZOOS Esports versus Repotted Gaming, which could be a rematch of last month's grand finals.
Well, we have been studying this bracket and doing our best to determine which teams we think are going to edge out ahead. Sometimes it's really close and sometimes it's straight across the board. And that story carries through today, Carbon Fin. The first 2 matches are unanimous, but it really breaks down from there.
Yeah, after the first 2 matches, which ZOOS has the highest hit rate by far in this competition, anyone picking against ZOOS, it's going to be tough to do. But as we get into the third match, with the split between Tribe Gaming and Vatic, and then Win or Die and Transcendence, Lexnos and I have picked Vatic, while Woody and Itsu, you both have picked Tribe. For me, I was taking a look at the percentages. They're super close, 35-36 between Vatic and Tribe, but Vatic has made it back to this monthly finals. They were in it last month. They made it here. Tribe didn't make it last month, but they are the defending world champs, so that has something to do. You never know when they go head-to-head. It could go either way. And then, of course, the last match, I picked Win or Die, and they had a really solid defensive showcase throughout the monthly qualifiers.
Well, these teams have all performed extraordinarily well, and we hope that you have been keeping track of the storylines so far, because we want you to go to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, where you can show the support for the teams and the players that you love the most and earn some rewards yourself. Itsu, I know you're going to be stepping away, but do you have any last moment thoughts before we get off and kick off this first match?
I'm just super looking forward to that first match, and for me the big question, as Carbon said, can ZOOS keep up this insane hit rate? I mean, we're talking about esports mode, 70%? That's crazy.
Huge hit rates, big stars, massive explosions. We expect nothing less from these top tier teams. Thank you for joining us for the pre-show here, but we are going to get started now. The match number 1 is right up next. It's going to be ZOOS Esports versus God's Warriors. You see the lineups on screen here now. So let's dig in a little bit deeper and learn more about these two teams. Kicking it off to you first there, Lexnos. What are your initial thoughts?
ZOOS Esports, what an all-star lineup. This is the only team in all of Clash of Clans that has been to every single World Championship finals. We have Gaku, Stars, Ryuta, Yada, and Kazuma here, ready to rock and roll. All 5 of those players have been in the World Championship numerous times, and I mean, you can see it with their hit rates for this stage 2, 70%. I mean, even in this newest meta with esports mode being as the most difficult it's ever been, these guys are just dominating.
Well, you see them getting ready here on camera, prepped and ready to perform. These players have really been going at it hard since the start of the year, earning that first golden ticket with only 1 single loss to RPG. That led to a bracket reset that ZOOS nonetheless won anyways. Fantastic showing so far from the top team in Clash of Clans, and certainly going to be expected to be the favorites in this first matchup.
Yeah, they are going to be the favorites indeed. Who can take them down? But we saw that there could be a possibility of that rematch in the second round if both ZOOS and RPG win their first match. But they can't be thinking that far ahead. They have to focus on this first round, and ZOOS is fighting for that prize of money. So they got a little less pressure on them than all the other teams, since they've already can kick their feet up and know that they are going to be in the world finals. But they're going to try to not only win that prize money, but also try to eliminate some of the competition who might make it there or make it more difficult for them.
Well, that competition is coming up next. It is the return of the Queen. Rocio marches back into the stadium, a player who competed in multiple monthly finals in previous years, but hasn't yet earned that golden ticket. Lexnos, do you think this could be her year?
It possibly could be. She's with a new team now, but last year with Team Electra, she made it to 3 monthly finals, also placed 3rd in the World's warm-up out of every team globally, and had an appearance in the Last Chance qualifier thanks to all the points that they were racking up every single month last year.
Plenty of opportunities, but gotta clinch that top spot to earn that golden ticket. Let's see the rest of the team that Rocio is fighting with now as God's Warriors march onto the field, Carbon.
Yeah, with Freddie Jr., Benja, Reyes, and Eric coming in looking to represent God's Warriors, but we're gonna now listen in to see what Freddie has to say as they're preparing against ZOOS.
Sí, contra ZOOS perdimos, me acuerdo. 13-10 fue la guerra. Y bueno, nos estamos preparando, mirando los ataques de ellos, viendo con qué atacan, obviamente. O sea, todo lo que están atacando ellos, pues vamos a tratar, obviamente, de ponerles base anti ese ejército para poder frenarlo. Porque es la única manera frenándolo, obviamente metiendo también pleno, que es lo más importante.
Bespoke defenses and hard-fought offenses. That's what it's going to take to overcome a 3-star deficit in their previous war against ZOOS Esports. I gotta say, God's Warriors have got a lot of work cut out for them, Lexnos.
They do indeed. Last time these teams faced off, 13-10, just like Freddie Jr. said. So I think most people are going to be expecting ZOOS Esports to just breeze through this matchup, but could that actually play into God's Warriors' favor? Could they maybe have some good bases that are going to trip ZOOS up? Could ZOOS be ill-prepared for this team in particular?
We'll have to find out what the community thinks about that. We've seen plenty of upsets in the past, and there's an opportunity now for God's Warriors to take that golden baton to the top. But only 20% of the community think that that's going to happen. 80% fully in, all in, for our current reigning champs and the leading golden ticket holders, ZOOS Esports, Carbon.
I mean, when you're a big underdog in this matchup like God's Warriors, maybe just throw anything and hopefully see if it sticks against them. Just give them the wildest bases, maybe something they're totally not expecting. So all you have to do is just trip up a few of the attacks, and if you're able to 3-star yourself, then you're in this match. It was a 3-star deficit in the last time that they faced each other, like you mentioned, 13-10. So that is a hard thing to do to come back from something like that. But, you know, it all starts fresh here in this match.
Well, fear of the underdog is what keeps ZOOS on top. Have they got it in this match? Can they keep that gravy train rolling? Let's find out in our first match of the July monthly qualifiers. ZOOS Esports versus God's Warriors.
Here we go. Benja is in for God's Warriors, going in with the Dragon Duke charge with the Electro Fang's ability that has become oh so popular amongst these pros ever since it was introduced. Very cool to see the new opener and how versatile it is. And look at this Dragon Duke. Oh, he's taking so much damage early though, Carbon, as the Spirit Fox is saving him by going invisible.
But he did remove that Clan Castle, so no more troops would come out of there. But the Duke goes down right in the core. Air Skellies did pop, so they're sitting there as he's going to then come in with Dragon Riders. One of the strongest, if not almost the strongest meta in the game at the moment, as we're going to see the regular Yeti off to the far right, sniping that Archer Tower. Maybe drop some Rockets back end to sneak in and try to grab that air defense, but either way, he is now moving in with the Dragon Riders to the far left with that Minion Prince as well.
Minion Prince, Grand Warden working together. It is a staple in the Town Hall 18 air meta. Royal Champion from the east side of the base, shaping up some of the pathing for these Dragon Riders, as well as eliminating a handful of key defenses with her Rocket Spear equipment. We do have the Revive spell that can be used for the Dragon Duke later. We have an Overgrowth spell to help shape the pathing, and of course the Dark Orb from the Minion Prince plays a big role in slowing down some of those defenses.
Oh, I really like the Rockets that came to the far left, which triggered the Rage, and then paired in the Overgrowth after the Rage was triggered. But will he be able to continue through the backside? He has to use this invis, but there is still a hero revive that his Minion Prince is doing work onto the back end there, but the air defense remains, and even a King is sitting there, which can tank a bunch of damage. But a lot of these troops, they're all disappeared, and finally now brings back that Minion Prince, not the Minion Prince, the Dragon Duke, but it finds a Seeking Air Mine right off the bat, and it's going down so quickly.
Just unfortunate. His main push with the Dragon Riders just fell short. They got eliminated so very quickly as they made their way into the core of the base. The Dragon Duke not able to do too much after revive unless you have extra totem spells or free spells to help assist him, but none were left. The one lonely archer here trying to help pick up the percent, but it looks like we're just going to start this war off with a low 70-something% Carbon.
Yeah, the 2-star here to start off this match. The archer will not be able to get this as the builder is going to slowly repair this dark spell factory. But 71%, this is in the lower side to start off a match, especially against a team like ZOOS, who's been putting up 70% 3-star hit rates. Not 70% in their attacks, 70% of the time they are tripling their attacks, and you have to be trying to keep pace with a team like ZOOS. But all it takes is one defense to help bring you back in the match. Even though we just started, anything can happen. So a nice try there from Benja. Only a 71% 2-star, but now ZOOS will be up next.
And like you mentioned, 70% 3-star rate for ZOOS. In that stage 2 monthly qualifiers in particular, they had 4 wars. That's 20 attacks in esports mode, tripling 14 out of 20 attacks. I mean, it sounds insane, and it is, because there's not a single other team in the world that had that 3-star percentage this month.
Yeah, it's such a difficult feat to do, and they did it. Pulled it off, went undefeated with 3 other teams that went undefeated in the upper bracket that are here, that will be competing. Remember, this is double elimination here this weekend. Tomorrow is when we give away the golden ticket, and today is when we send 2 teams home. They worked so hard to get here, but you can just be eliminated just like that, as now Yada is bringing out his super bowlers. And we're going to charge this queen, it looks like, right into the monolith, paired in with the monolith arrow. And that giant with that queen. Can she get the monolith? It should be, hopefully, as long as it keeps this queen protected, it should be able to secure that, which will also set up the funneling.
The monolith arrow is such a cool addition to the game. It makes it to where queen charge as an opener feels very realistic and somewhat common again amongst these pros. The queen able to just get in there with the help of the angry jelly. She's targeting defenses only, take out the monolith, make a tiny little funnel for pathing, and then just recall her out of there and get ready to start the super bowler smash. And this tends to be a quicker opener than previous openers we've seen for super bowler strategies in the past, such as the Warden Walk.
Yeah, absolutely, because of all that extra damage coming in with that queen. But now there goes the ice golem trying to get out in front, finding up a spring traps and a giant bomb. But the healers hopefully can heal these super bowlers back up. Move it into that logger. The town hall poisons up the clan council, but also as a king and duke working together. And that is a typical thing when you come in with super bowlers, as you pair in the duke and the king off to the edge to help continue the funnel for the super bowlers into the core.
Spirit Fox going invisible time and time again for the Dragon Duke, allowing all these defenses to retarget onto the Barbarian King. The Dragon Duke gets so much value. The Warden ability popped in the core. It looks like that Eternal Tome Heroic Torch combo that is becoming really, really popular amongst these pros allows the bowlers a few seconds of invincibility, gets them over some of these walls, although he's able to destroy some of these walls with the ranged up bowler bounces. They just completely decimated that core.
It was the perfect ice golem that froze that back-end revenge tower that allowed those super bowlers to get those bounces. So a brilliant use of the ice golem putting in the army as he continues around. Nice totem, and now he's just coasting his way around the edge with another freeze. He's got queen ability still to pop that giant, not popping it yet, but the time is going to be the question mark. With 50 seconds, he should be able to continue to move his way around into that air defense and be okay with a freeze spell and even a stun with that Dragon Duke.
He's more worried about putting the plushie onto his head. He did that with like 70 seconds left in this attack. That Dragon Duke still has his stun ability. The Expo, the Tesla can do nothing. Plenty of time to spare. A back-end baby dragon for safety, and Yada is going to get it done. And that's why ZOOS Esports are the favorites this month. They start off so strong, time and time again, almost always opening up with a 3-star.
Yeah, it's just what a start for ZOOS. They get in the 3-star. Yada kicks it off there, and they got a really good defense as well from them against God's Warriors. Remember, when you have not only the star advantage, but if you start to really pull away with the percent advantage, it almost makes it seem like you have that extra star cushion that you wouldn't really have, because if it comes down to a tie in the match, then percentage is the tiebreaker. And ZOOS, I mean, they're just continuing where they left off.
They are indeed such a phenomenal performance, and we've only seen one attack. For God's Warriors, they're really going to have to step up to the plate, get a couple of 3 stars, and they're going to need some really interesting bases to trip up ZOOS Esports. But first, right now, it starts with the offensive, and we have the next player here for God's Warrior coming in with some lightning spells. Let's see if he's going to combine that with a backpack ability, maybe even a giant arrow.
There it is. Like you mentioned, it called it right on the spot with the Duke flying across this space, dropping some lightnings. And we have 10 throwers to use as well. No Eternal Tome on that Warden, just the Life Gem and the Rage Gem. And this Duke will continue to move down south into the 6 o'clock compartment. But he wants to have this Duke not only come from that top side, but also now he's funneling for these throwers, taking out this left side as the log launcher will look to open up towards that town hall.
The Phoenix ability for the Dragon Duke allows him to get a little bit of extra damage, but he is stuck on the best air defense in the game, the Barbarian King, so gets stalled up there. But the throwers look like they have the pathing that he wants. The log launcher is going to open up walls directly to the core of the base. The Barbarian King, the Archer Queen, even with the assistance of a Druid for some extra healing on the right side, clearing all of that and keeping the throwers nice and tight moving into the middle section of the base. But without an Eternal Tome, is there any key defenses to worry about killing his throwers here?
I mean, it's a raised up double Infernos. You have to keep your eye on this. Hopefully they stay out of range, not taking too much damage, but the Monolith is still up, and he has an Overgrowth. Finally now pairs that in to the left side, which also grabs the Revenge Tower and the Spell Tower. As the King's Spiky Ball skips across to the top side, he's still got a handful of spells here, Lex.
He does. A revive, probably for the Dragon Duke, an invis, a totem, a freeze. I was mentioning in their other attack, usually when you're going to revive the Dragon Duke and he goes into a heavy defensive section, you want to pair that with some additional spells. And that's exactly what the freeze maybe could be, because he just invested the totem and the invis for those throwers, and they are hanging on, but the Warden goes down.
I mean, now it's all about waiting for the Queen to slowly make her way up. Still has her ability. It's all about timing here. You can't bring this Duke a lot back alive until this Queen gets closer, when that giant can even tank, and then maybe a super barb can be used on one of the oh, never mind. I was going to say one of the Teslas down south, but it decides to push it off to the far left side. Those throwers still go. There's a freeze now with the revive as the freeze has been deployed.
That is going to help him get through the Revenge Tower. The timing was probably as best as he could without waiting too long, because the throwers distracted and took out the Minion Prince. The Dragon Duke has the HP. The Air Skellies do distract for a couple of seconds, but I think he might have it. Time could be the only issue. Can he go back for the Tesla? Yes, the Dragon Duke goes there first, and he's going to get it with just a handful of seconds to spare. Carbon, this is what they needed.
This is exactly what they needed to do, and Reyes comes in with the 3-star for God's Warriors, and ZOOS is like, oh, hold on. They're delivering a 3-star because God's Warriors, I mean, they had the lowest percentage, the 3-star percent. The difference is crazy. ZOOS is at 70% 3-star hit rate in stage 2, while God's Warriors was the lowest, down to, I believe it was 24%. So that is a huge gap there. So pulling away with a 3-star in this match for God's Warriors ties the triple that came in from Yada. But God's Warriors do have that lower percentage as well, which was their first attack, which was a 71%. So let's see what Gaku, as long as he gets above that 71, it will have the lead.
Yes, he could. Maybe there is something here about God's Warriors that going up against potentially the #1 team in the world currently is just giving them this sort of competitive boost that they need. They really want to shine when it matters. But let's focus on Gaku right now, because he's going in again with this Queen, Monolith Arrow. ZOOS Esports are starting to do this in many of their attacks. They really love this opener. Gaku decides to pair it with a Rage spell right away. We've seen some pros just use Invis spells for this sort of opener, but Gaku thinks that the Rage can also help speed things up.
Yeah, with this queen charging into the bottom compartment, still into the one spitter, that is definitely nice value. You want to remove at least one spitter if you can, if it's there, because typically you use an overgrowth with a back end spitter, but he doesn't have an overgrowth, so he's just looking to grab this one down south right next to the Giga Bomb, and goes with another invis. Giga Bomb activates, but the queen stays alive, and even grabbing the multi-inferno just before as he recalls that queen.
For just a simple little queen walk, that was great value. Look at this preemptive totem spell to distract the lava launcher. We have seen other pros that will decide to overgrowth the lava launcher immediately right when you're starting the bowler smash, but Gaku doesn't even bring an overgrowth on this attack. Instead, one lava launcher will at least distract it for a few seconds. Hopefully we can get in there, pop a nice warden ability. Again, that Dragon Duke Barbarian King combo on the flank, just like you mentioned, this is a staple for this attack strategy currently.
Yeah, with that king continue up top, but unfortunately you're gonna get stuck on the wall. The snakes can jump over and grab that queen while he rages up right through the core here, and even still has the warden ability. Now pops it, gonna walk his way through, and what really is so nice when you have a warden ability like this, you don't have to deal with the defensive ice golems. You just walk your way and coast to the backside of this base. But now he's got the Duke, the Queen, the Warden, the Super Bowlers all working together into this back compartment with even a handful of abilities still. My goodness, Gaku, this is looking so good.
He still has 4 of his 5 healers alive. This is looking strong. Gaku has not fallen victim to any major traps in this base. The Dragon Duke soaking up most of those Seeking Air Mines. The healers will continue to stay alive. He still has a Dragon Duke ability. He still has an invisibility spell. Time potentially could be the only issue, but not really. It looks like he's going to be able to get this with plenty of time as the Queen's still moving around and doing damage. The back-end Baby Dragon, it's absolutely crushed.
What an attack from Gaku. We had a crushing Super Bowler attack from Yada and another crushing Super Bowler attack from Gaku. And you're going to have to come in with some base to try to stop Super Bowlers, which seems like ZOOS has perfected.
Wow, just amazing. Every single part of that attack, just picture perfect. No clear mess ups there. The Monolith Arrow Queen able to just get in there and take out an entire side compartment and eliminate the Giga Bomb from the remainder of the attack. Nothing went wrong there. The Super Bowlers pathed perfectly. The King, the Dragon Duke, so much value. I think the King did end up going down, but that Dragon Duke, he lived for the entire attack and he didn't even have a revive spell.
Yeah, insane that he was able to still move his way up through, but I really like that little trick of that totem to distract that lava launcher so you don't have that damage not only hitting the Super Bowlers, but also it tends to activate Warden abilities way earlier than you planned because that Warden starts to step through that fire of the lava launcher, and the healers might not go to him and he gets activated. But we're now moving to Root Riders here with a couple Valks, super Barbarians. But let's see if ZOOS has some bases to stop this attack, as a giant arrows also paired in for this charge, but then paired in with a rocket backpack of the Dragon Duke. Okay, I'm curious to see what is developing in this hit now.
Very interesting. Root Riders, of course, very popular troop from the last 2 years of the esports metas, but this year it hasn't been quite used as much with Town Hall 18, but we still have seen it a few times if you get a really good opener, and this Royal Champion charge so far is getting pretty good value, and he still manages to recall her and keep the Spirit Fox alive.
And there goes the Duke across the core. There's the arrow and removes the lava launcher. So no damage from the lava launcher, as these roots will charge straight into the Revenge Tower and all the way across this base, opposite of that Town Hall. But you got to take the risks. You got to go for the 3 stars when you're going up against a team like ZOOS. As now we are pairing in some of the, I think he's dropping some little baby dragons, some other troops down south as he continues through. I mean, it's looking good so far, but out comes the 2 defending ice golems and a furnace. So there goes that poison now on the furnace.
The pathing looks pretty decent as he's going to work his way down to the bottom and then cut back up toward the Town Hall section. I think the main thing is you want to be able to save that Warden ability until you get into this Rage Tower section, or maybe even a little bit past it. It is fun to see Skywagon being used on ground attacks, but it really is pumping out a lot of troops that can help distract to keep the healers alive, and there goes the Eternal Tome.
Yeah, that was a nice Eternal Tome as well as he pops in the Royal Champion ability. Look at this. She can not only grab the Super Wizard Tower, she can even grab the multi on the backside. And there is the... I would have thought he might have just overgrowth just a little bit later, because then the RC could have sniped that multi-target Inferno Tower. But he's got another totem. Tries to distract the Logger. It does work. Turns it around as he's continuing around. Rocket Lude's up top. I mean, he's still pushing. The Duke's alive. I'm liking this.
He's out of spells, but he has managed to keep his healers alive. He still has all 4 heroes are still alive, and their HP are all green. As soon as I say that, the Royal Champion taking a lot of damage, but it is looking strong as he gets through the Super Wizard Tower. The scatter shot, there's not much here that could slow him down.
What a brilliant attack, and took this base apart. And that is an answer. Another 3-star for God's Warriors, and they are starting to put some pressure onto ZOOS. ZOOS started with 2 triples, but who would have thought that those triples were needed just to be tied here in this match, as God's Warriors also are tripling 2 different times here. But that 171% from God's Warriors to start off this match, that just might be the difference maker.
And this is exactly what they needed. I figured they would have to come up with something unexpected in order to have a significant chance against ZOOS Esports. I don't think that many pros are building all their bases to defend Root Riders right now. They're thinking about the Dragon Duke. They're thinking about Monolith Arrow Charges. They've got Super Bowlers top of mind. And then here come Root Riders out of nowhere. And that Royal Champion value at the beginning just perfectly set it up.
And that's the thing, is if you're able to bring attacks that is against the meta that you don't see all too often, the bases aren't built for that. So those attacks can be crushing through certain bases. So that is something you have to be keeping your eye on in matches like this. Take those risks, and it paid off. But let's see what Kazuma could do with one of the strongest armies in the game. And that's where these bases are trying to defend a Dragon Rider hit, as this Duke is charging in towards this multi. Goes invisible. We do have a defending Queen over there as well. Let's see, yes, he does also pair in that Spirit Fox ability, timing that as well to get as much value as possible.
The bonus invis to try to direct the pathing, and it almost worked, but the Dragon Duke is just constantly getting distracted by either Skellies or the Archer Queen there. Where will he go next? Straight to the lava launcher. I mean, it's kind of cool that you don't have to deal with the core, at least the core defense, with the death damage here. But I'm not sure he got all of the funnel he wanted.
I don't think he was planning on getting the lava launcher, especially since that won't do any damage to the Dragon Riders. I think he really wanted that monolith, as that's why he invested in invis towards the right side to help funnel. But then the Dragon Duke had a mind of its own, as he is sending out Lava Hound and Dragon Riders into the side of the monolith. So that is something he definitely wanted down. Let's see how it's going to impact his push through towards this town hall.
Has to pop the Warden ability early to counter that monolith, like you suggested. He definitely wanted it down early. Could have invested a totem spell, decides to go with the Warden ability first. Dark Orb will slow down many key defenses, including that Revenge Tower off to the left, as the Sky Wagon and many other units are making their way over there. He does still have the Overgrowth spell that he can utilize, and the Royal Champion is now in from the northeast to help clear up some of the pathing up there, and maybe more importantly get the air defense.
Does pair in the Overgrowth, which is typically used for that back end spitter, which he does get. But we have the Minion Prince trying to continue towards that Town Hall, so the Town Hall will be secured, so that is not a worry. We have a Hero Revive. He can bring on the Duke. Maybe he's waiting for the Overgrowth to disappear, but a lot of these troops have disappeared here. But since the first attack that came in from God's Warriors was a 71, this is above that, so it means that no matter what, ZOOS will have the lead in terms of percentage. But it could be tied if this does not 3-star, and looks like there's nothing really too far left other than this Duke, but that's a lot to get through here.
Has a couple of rocket balloons to take out those smaller defenses in the back. The Duke does have a lot of HP.
No air
I think
defense,
power-wise, he's going to be good. Question is, could time be an issue? Let's see how fast this Duke can get through without any spell support, and he might lose his rage effect here as the Infernal Baby Dragon gets next to him.
Yeah, but he gets there 20 seconds left. He's getting the chains, which can clutch up. Hopefully, yeah, there shouldn't be anything else around the edge like a trolled Tesla here. And these are just the final 4 buildings. Come on, get to the chain. There's a Valkyrie, perfectly timed. Takes that down, and the mortar goes down to the clutch minion as well. A 3-star from Kazuma. It was looking fading in the end there, but he still pulls through with the triple.
So close, but the 3-star is what matters. Doesn't matter if you get it by a minute and 4 heroes still alive, or if you get it by 1 second and 1 HP on 1 troop. He gets that 3-star, keeps ZOOS perfect so far in this match, and it's got to be interesting. I wonder how God's Warriors are feeling, because they got to be feeling good about themselves for getting 2 triples already.
Yeah.
But at the same time, their bases are getting smashed.
Yeah, it's hard to defend against a team like ZOOS, but now Roshriel is up. Let's see what she can do with the throwers. Starting to the bottom side of the space. Does have 6 lightning spells, and there goes the Duke. Lightning into the core, taking out this value as these throwers need to continue to grab this air defense and move down south as the Duke try to move behind an ice cone, which does freeze that area over there.
The throwers, are we going to have the pathing good? I'm worried about that 1 elixir storage there on the left. Half his throwers might go the wrong way, and I'm afraid they will. Now the question is, which group did the healers stick with? Or maybe even which group did the warden stick with? Ah, they come back. All right, they have the right mind. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that Dragon Duke actually helped funnel the throwers back into the attack as he's moving his way into the Gigabomb compartment. The King, Queen also down. They're going to look to help funnel these throwers into the core, but need to keep that long shot preoccupied. He tries to drop some troops as he moves through. Drops a couple wall breakers, so the super wall breakers need to open up the wall to get to that town hall, but even has to invest in invis now on the Queen.
That was less than ideal. Normally want that invis for the throwers as needed through the middle of the base. The Queen able to get back up to full health though, thanks to that adjustment, and the throwers are still looking healthy for now, so this very well could still pan out. We're gonna get the town hall. The overgrowth hiding some of those key defenses in the back, including that fire spitter. Still have the revive on the Dragon Duke, and a Queen ability as well as 3 super barbarians for the back end, but is it going to be too much? The warden gets way out in front and goes down to the revenge tower.
That is one of the problems of a thrower army, is the throwers have such a long range. The warden actually steps up to get too far ahead, and then he can get targeted, and he typically will go down. And this one, unfortunately, looks like it's going to be just the 2-star. Couldn't push through that core, and Kazuma is gonna hold strong. ZOOS have those 3 triples, while God's Warriors now have 2 triples, and this one is gonna be just under, looks to be 80%, so about 78 here.
Barring any 1-star at the end, ZOOS Esports, 1 more triple could really seal the deal here. Nice try from Rocio, but Kazuma's base is going to hold strong. The thrower army can be tricky. It can be very strong when everything goes right, but it's one of those armies where if one thing goes wrong, it can quickly snowball. Like you said, the warden just stepping out in front, that sometimes that can be unpredictable, but it does happen quite often.
Yeah, it's unfortunate with that warden targeting the same defense, same buildings that he is trying to support of those throwers. It's just his range will indeed take him a little bit ahead of those throwers. So this is going to be just the 78% 2-star that comes in from God's Warriors, which means that can ZOOS get another triple and go 4 for 4? And that is going to be tough for God's Warriors. I mean, when you get matched up against a team like ZOOS in the very first round, you're just going to be like, all right, how can we slow them down? Because you know you can't stop them from 3-star because they just keep bringing those 3-stars. And even though if you get sent down in the lower bracket, your hopes are not lost. You still have another opportunity, but it's going to be a tough one down there.
Very tough indeed when you drop to the lower bracket right away, but it's not quite over yet. Let's see what Ryuta can do. Maybe God's Warriors are going to have a good trap to help counter Ryuta's attack. We are back to the air army here with the Dragon Duke kicking things off and the Dragon Riders for later. The Spirit Fox paired with the Invis spells. Very common opener now amongst these pros. Going to be able to grab some of these buildings here. Will he just walk along all this outer edge stuff, or is he going to try to funnel a little bit?
Let's see, Air Skellies pop. It looks like no, the Duke will stay to the edge. Continuing to pull these Air Skellies. Air defense is over here as well. But he does have 5 more invisibility spells to invest. Let's see. I would assume he wants to get that Monolith down.
That would be a good assumption. The Spirit Fox dies early, and the Archer Queen is there, as well as the Air Sweeper that could potentially change the pathing. That Dragon Duke hanging on to dear life. He still has his ability, which should give him a tiny bit more of HP, but now he's chasing the Queen again, and he's out of Invis spells after that.
Oh, he did make it to the Monolith there because of the Queen pulled him in. No! The death of the Duke does not finish off the Monolith, but watch out. The Builder is also repairing. So he's going to try to pair in the Royal Champion to one-shot it. Down it goes to set up the Dragon Riders down to the bottom side to move into the air defense, into the scatter, and in towards that Town Hall.
Overgrowth could be key here because the Dragon Duke maybe didn't get the best funnel, so the pathing here for the Dragon Riders is pretty wide set. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an early overgrowth, and there it is. Take off the damage of the Fire Spitter, help shape up the pathing, because the Dark Orb can also slow down many of these defenses.
It does indeed, as the Skywagon's in the course, spawning those baby dragons, those minions as well, with the balloon to pull the traps to protect the Dragon Riders. We do have a defensive Duke. When do we revive the Duke? It doesn't look like he has that to revive his Duke, so they're just going to continue through. I'm always assuming that you're bringing our hero revive because it's been so commonplace nowadays. But we have Rocket Loons that's trying to snipe the back end air defense, takes that down. But we have a back end air defense still up near that multi-gear arch tower with the 3 Rocket Loons. Sends in 3 of them straight into the other multi-arch tower. Oh my, with the Minion Prince, but that Minion Prince and the Dark Crown is getting a lot of value, but it looks like he's just getting picked off here.
Distracted by the best air defense in the game, that Barbarian King slowing down the Minion Prince for so long. The freeze wore off, the air defense picked him off, and this one is fizzling out. We are seeing ZOOS Esports first fail today, and even though it's high percent, there's at least hope in the back of God's Warrior's mind that they are still in this. They will need to triple their last attack.
They're going to have to triple their last attack, but then hope to get a 1-star from stars because the percent is heavily favored right now onto ZOOS. So that is the difference maker. ZOOS is looking really good with not only the triples, but also the percentage gain. So an 86% 2-star from Ryuta. We did have the 78% 2 and a 71% 2-star from God's Warriors. So this is still above both those percentages. So ZOOS still has the lead. Are only 2 attacks left in this war here.
We'll see what God's Warriors are able to do. Really, I was going to say it's out of their hands, but not yet. They still have to triple first. Then it'll be out of their hands and hope for just an amazing defense. But with Stars being the last attacker for ZOOS, man, Stars just has such a history of constantly through every single meta being one of the best players in the world.
And think about it. Every time you win a match, you move up the prize bracket in terms of the payout. So you earn more and more money every time you win a war. And that is what you have to do. If you have to just get the save 2, go for the save 2, because we've seen it happen before where you need a save 2 with a 1-star. So you don't want that, as we see Freddy coming in with the Dragon Riders and 8 regular dragons. So there goes the Dragon Duke across the core. There's an Earthquake to snipe an air defense to the far right side, and even pairs in that Queen Zero from the top.
3 air defenses already dead, and that air defense at 9 o'clock is on 1 HP as the Dragon backpack ability hit it as well. Lots of normal dragons in this setup, not just Dragon Riders, which is less common in esports mode because those dragons they just don't have quite as much HP, and they tend to die very fast if you're not perfect with your Warden ability, with your spell timings. But here we go. That Eternal Tome has definitely kept most of them alive so far.
But that Ice Hound that flew into the core pulled a bunch of traps, so now there shouldn't be any really traps in the core. So those dragons should be protected. It continues to the backside, but that Overgrowth clipping both of these spitters, and even pairs in a back-end Earthquake to help grab the air defense over there. But he needs to then revive the Duke, which he did. That thing to the edge has one more Overgrowth, probably for exactly the exact same spot to Overgrowth again.
Very nice. That Overgrowth taking out the Revenge Tower out of play for now, as well as the Inferno Tower that could be troublesome for this Queen who's hanging on for dear life with her healer puppet. An extra rocket balloon was actually key there to distract the Expo a little bit longer, and that Queen is still getting value, and he still has a Minion Prince ability.
Oh, that Queen getting very nice value, barely staying alive, grabbing the Air Expo, taking this down. Now he has to move through the defensive rage of the Revenge Tower. The rage activates. He's happy, he's celebrating, and it is a 3-star from Freddy of God's Warrior. So this puts them to, wow, 13 stars, where when we thought about, remember, the last time they played ZOOS, they lost 13-10. So putting up 13 in the very first match, what a performance here. 89.8% is where they are going to finish in this match, which means that ZOOS 2-star ties it, but yet still get a 2-star in a certain percentage here.
This is just incredible. Independent of whether they win or lose, if we didn't think about ZOOS Esports for a second, this is an incredible performance from God's Warrior, considering that their average going into this was 24% hit rate, and right here in this opening matchup against arguably the best team in the world, they get 60% hit rate. Stellar performance from God's Warriors, and now we just got to see if the last base they built can save them.
Well, Stars, all he needs is a 64% 2-star to win this match. If it's a 99% 1-star, it's not enough. You have to get at least the percent and that 2, as he sends a Duke in towards the Town Hall. That is definitely the safest option to secure at least the first star, as this Duke continues through the long shot, and not even trying to time that Spirit Fox timing here, just continuing to get these chains under the invis.
Spirit Fox did end up going down. I think she got hit by some initial traps, low on HP. He's so good with these invis spells because it can be really tricky when you send your Duke right toward a couple of enemy heroes and the Town Hall Guardian, because you try to invis your Duke but not invis the Guardian, but they're walking around at the same time, but somehow Stars seems to nail those invis perfectly. Look at this giant arrow from the right side of the base, taking out some of those back-end air defenses.
And with now the Warden ability going through, the Dragon Riders is being protected, trying to be healed back up as he needs him pushed through the one sweeper. Does have an Overgrowth with a backside spitter, but not deploying it just yet, as he did remove the furnace in the core of the space, but he's past it. He's trying to get up to that 64%. That is the mark that he needs to get. With a hero revive, maybe for the Duke, he's still waiting. There's the Overgrowth. Maybe revive the Duke now so it can fly through, and there it is. The Duke comes back as the Queen is staying on the edge. You can grab a bunch of buildings down there, and this will definitely be enough for Stars here.
That is going to be enough percent. It will be ZOOS Esports moving on to the upper bracket semifinals. God's Warriors are not out of this tournament yet. We will see them play again later today in the lower bracket, but can Stars get the triple? He has one more totem spell on standby. The Archer Queen still continuing to get all the value on the outer edge of the base, helping to keep the main air units inside, tightly funneled through the core. This looks good. Carbon, I think ZOOS are going to be able to get a 14-star performance.
Man, to think that your God's Warriors, you put up 13 stars again. ZOOS, you're thinking, oh, I would take that any day of the week. But unfortunately, ZOOS puts up a 14-star performance, and ZOOS even put up a perfect war last month in the monthly final, so you know they are capable of doing it. They came just so close. It was Ryuta's fail of the 86% 2-star that held them from the perfect war in this one, but ZOOS just continues to roll right on through.
Just such a stellar performance. Honestly, both teams performing better than expected. Zeus's average is 70%. They just go ahead and top it by hitting 80% in the opening war. God's Warriors, with an average of 24% hit rate, they come out swinging with 60%. And even though they lose against ZOOS Esports and they're going to drop to the lower bracket, I think this really gives them hope for having a strong lower bracket run later. If they can put up 13 stars against other teams in the lower bracket, they might be able to go through.
Yeah, 13 stars would be definitely something that could move you through these matches. If you were to say, hey, can we put up 13 stars in every single war that we compete this weekend? That could move you almost all the way to the grand finals potentially because of how good that is in this esports competition. But unfortunately, if you run into ZOOS at any point during that run, you're going to have to put up more than 13, it looks like, as ZOOS will advance to the second round. And God's Warriors getting sent down to the lower bracket. But the next match to come, Enosis versus Repotted Gaming. If Repotted wins that is then going to be a rematch of last month's monthly final. But you can't think too far ahead. You have to focus on the next match. You have to focus on what's going on, and you have to deliver those 3 stars.
Indeed. Such a good performance from ZOOS. You can see a snapshot there of the matches to come. Repotted versus Enosis will be next. But first, in this ZOOS Esports matchup, I mean, we can go ahead and think about who the MVP might be. And there are so many good options to choose from because 4 different 3 stars from this ZOOS team. Who ended up getting the MVP?
Well, it was stars in the end. When all he needed was a 64% 2-star, he still delivers the 3-star for ZOOS. Gets it done, but Ryuta's getting 12% of the vote, but he's the only one that did triple for ZOOS. I'm surprised he's there.
I think maybe God's Warriors were voting him for MVP because he was helping them out.
Well, ZOOS, what a performance. They are advancing to round 2 of this competition, but we have plenty of more matches to come. With the next match is going to be Enosis Esports taking on Repotted Gaming. You're not going to want to miss that.
It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back! An explosive start to the Clash of Clans World Championship July qualifier with our favorites, ZOOS Esports win. But I gotta say, God's Warriors outperformed my expectations, taking it to just a 1-star gap there. Itsu, I know you were in the background watching that match, waiting to get a chance to comment on it. What do you have to say?
I'm just super impressed by the performance of Gods because, I mean, I was not expecting much after their 2 back-to-back 10 stars during qualifying to this stage. But 13 stars against ZOOS, that was really impressive. They were really pushing them to the limit. So I think facing them in the lower bracket won't be any easy, easy job to do whatsoever. So it will be a challenge for whoever has to face them.
Carbon Fend, do you think this could be a team that could make it all the way through the lower bracket?
I mean, they could after putting up 13 stars, but we've seen teams put up high star counts, but then unfortunately in a second match or even a third, then that could drop back down. So they have to focus, pay attention, because one slip up down the lower bracket, you are eliminated.
Well, we are going to stay in the upper bracket for this next match. We have got another showstopper. Get ready for a former World Championship team, RPG, up against Enosis, another battle-hardened squad ready to fight for that golden ticket. We've got the rosters on screen. Let's kick it back to Itsu to introduce Enosis Esports.
Well, we have a lot of familiar names on here in players because players like Mr. C, for example, were at the last World Championship main event. So quite of them have a lot of experience. The question is, can they carry through? But let's hear a short statement from them and see what they think.
The biggest challenge that Repotted brings would probably be the amount of different attacks they can do, as they can do a ton of different strats, and the different strats make it very hard to predict what they're going to do. But with this, we are planning to test pretty much everything that we can think of against them to make sure that we can defend them as well as we can.
Big respect there for their opponents, and acknowledging the strengths of the teams that you're going up against is, I think, a really good, humble approach. It really helps you to get in the right mindset and that base building, knowing that there's nothing that you can really do to, completely throw a wrench in their plans. But still, I'm sure that Enosis is going to come up with a few surprises for Repotted. That being said, it seems to me that Repotted is going to be the favorite in this matchup, with the caster predictions unanimous, Carbon.
Yeah, I mean, going up against a team like Repotted Gaming, it's going to be so difficult. We're taking a look at the screen. Enosis, Philip, Darkstar, Max, and General X. What a lineup we have here. So let's listen in to see what Antonius has for us here as he is preparing for this match.
I think the biggest thing is dealing with pressure, because we were all on the big stage already, playing even in finals or grand finals, and just having the confidence that you know that you have the ability to make it to Worlds, that you know that you're good enough, that you know how to handle the pressure, just by being more in the scenario or more often helps you a lot with dealing as well against other opponents.
I'm just getting level-headed, cool preparation from them, not focused at all on exactly who they're going up against, but just knowing the confidence in their own performance. Is that the vibe that you're getting from Antonius there?
Yeah, I feel like if you're currently named as one of the top teams in the entire world, I feel like at the end of the time, it's just all about getting the performance out you're used to. And if you can do that, most of the other teams have no chance of somehow even competing against you. We have seen that from ZOOS, right? They just did their thing, and on the other side with Gods, who had one of their best performances ever, it was still not enough. So I feel like as long as those top teams, which I feel like Repotted and ZOOS are, as long as they're getting their performance in, it's really hard to stop them. So I feel like his approach there is quite smart.
8 teams in the monthly finals, but there are clearly some top tiers here, and that bears out in the community predictions as well. A unanimous prediction for RPG among the casters, and 75%, a clear and convincing majority for RPG in the community predictions. Carbon, is this playing out how you expected? Do we still think RPG is going to be on top, or did Enosis say anything in that quick interview that make you feel like they've got a shot?
I mean, I still think RPG is still going to be up at the top, no matter who they face. I guess only against ZOOS is the question, but here we go, getting ready for the first attack.
Our first attack from Max! Full steam ahead for Repotted Gaming. Put a triple on the board and start off strong!
Well, this is what they're trying to do. This is what Max is known for, those early 3 stars. And he's just so consistent with this. He's again going in with those air attacks. He really likes to bring as well the life damage of the turn. So I've seen that a lot. So let's quickly explain why he's doing that and why you maybe in Legends or anywhere should maybe not do it. The main reason why the pros are doing it, it is to counter the poison tower. Versus rage towers, you won't have a lot of fun without the Eternal Tome. But because those pros can obviously plan out on those bases, this is why we're seeing the life gem in combination with the healing tome. It is a specific counter versus the base meta we see in pro play, and this is as well why he's bringing this and having such great success with it.
And it works really well. We're seeing now him pair up the Rocket Spear under the Rage spell to get that extra damage to allow the World Champion to continue her way through and maybe even grab a Spitter possibly as she comes back to life with the Phoenix. But look at this. He ice blocks the Ice Hound, so that will actually freeze up once it dies as he pushes his way right over this town hall to at least secure that first star, and he continues across towards the backside of the space.
Yeah, the Guardian, the Logger is down. We now have to push in behind the town. The Giga Bomb is triggered. He has not used that healing tome just yet. And as I'm saying that, the healing has started. Remember now, we see the Poison Tower triggered nice and early. And with now not such a big damage area on the back end, he should be able to heal up his troops and power slowly through the back end of the space.
Still has that minion prince ability, hanging on to use it with another totem and a freeze. Once he can get this minion prince to line up probably with that monolith, then he'll try to use it, but that scaly spell actually doing some nice distraction onto the monolith there, and actually could work better than a freeze because it will be spawning those troops one at a time longer than when a freeze would actually last. But can he know? Oh, I'm trying to see if he can move those ice combs away from the core, and he does. There is actually a Valkyrie and Archer to the far right side, so luckily these ice combs will get away from distracting this minion prince and his warden. But the sweeper is going to push him back, possibly uses a totem, and the warden goes down. But unfortunately, that monolith is still standing.
Yes, it is. The minion prince ability was so late that he did not really get too much value out of it. His entire army was already down. The Dark Crown did help in a little bit on the back end to get some more buildings down, but in the end it's going to be a 90+%, which is quite solid overall, but not the 3 stars Repotted was hoping for here. But still, 93% is quite solid, especially if we're comparing it to the 2 stars we have seen so far otherwise.
Yeah, getting a 3-star is what you want to start off with, but if you can't get it, 2 stars in the 90s is the next best thing. Max always typically is one of the first attackers that comes in with an attack, and you know, when they're looking at bases, he immediately gets that base called and ready to go, and it is not easy to be ready to go really quickly because they don't have much time to plan. Well, let's see now if Mr. C, who did play in last year's World Championship with MMG, and he's looking now to triple to start off their match, and can they do it to try to get a lead against Repotted Gaming?
Yeah, this is now a strategy which I have seen more and more often in Legends, and I was told about. So what you're trying to do here is to try and get rid of all 4 air defenses with the giant arrow and the backpack of the Dragon Duke, and then just put in those dragons, spam in the air, take advantage of how strong the lava launcher is, and that pretty much no one's using the air bombs. And then just overgrowth whatever is annoying to you. Pretty much just get rid of everything which hurts you and just push through the rest of the base. That's kind of the concept of this army. But let's see if he can pull it off as a nice showcase here.
Well, with that poison in the core, can he overgrowth the 2 Fire Spitters? No, he doesn't even decide to do that. He's just going to power through. Overgrowth the backside Revenge Tower and the Monolith. and the Duke can come back to life. The hero revive, maybe you use it now. Why not? Because the dragons are up there. That can only benefit you, right? He's going to have to revive something. Queen staying to the edge. The Giga Bomb will trigger, and then he revives to make sure that Duke probably won't get hit by the Giga Bomb.
Yes, one more overgrowth, which I guess will be placed on the same exact location again. Or is he going to change things up? I would be surprised if not. And yes, indeed, he's placing it again onto the Monolith and onto the Revenge Tower, which means those are going to be the last two defenses left alive. And he's trying to just push through everything before, still with having the minion principality. This
Baby
looks
dragon,
quite solid.
Baby dragon. Yes, it snipes it. It was so low right there. Minion Prince still has his ability. Could actually use it now to snipe those air skellies pretty quickly, but might as well wait. More air skellies popping up. Wait, where is this Minion Prince? What is he going to angle onto? Oh, that Revenge Tower is going to be annoying. That Revenge Tower, luckily, no, the sneezy. Oh, he gets it. The Minion Prince turns around and slows both the Monolith and the Revenge Tower down.
Yeah, that Minion Prince ability, waiting for it, did really great for him. Minion Prince with the Dark Crown is super strong on that back end. And this means Enosis is actually going to start with those 3 stars first and taking an early lead as the underdog here.
A lead to start off this match. Mr. C is happy about that. And it should be Mr. 3 stars here because he delivers the first triple of this match. And now pressure starts to mount against Repotted Gaming. But, I mean, it's you. I guess, is it a monthly finals without Repotted Gaming going down to the lower bracket in the first round? I mean, that happens so often, and then they just make it a lower bracket run. I mean, that's just part of the storyline for them, right?
I mean, I guess their approach is like it would be too easy to win from the upper bracket, right? Like this is their concept here. They need to challenge themselves and really need to put the okay, enough kidding, but like at this stage, I feel like if they want to beat ZOOS, the upper bracket would help quite a bit. So having that second life there in the finals, they were able to last month force that bracket reset. The question is, what is their journey looking like this weekend? They're starting in with those throwers. We know they're super strong. Their only weakness, the only weakness of throwers there is the Warden. Because the Warden sometimes really goes crazy. And if he does not do that, which I feel like on this setup, because there shouldn't be any walls hindering him, things are looking great. And this strategy right now is just so strong. So let's see if he's going to find any spring traps, which will be then the second weakness of this strategy.
Let's see, as the Queen and Duke are working together to the left. Duke came flying from the top side of this base with that rocket backpack, but he is continuing to push these throwers through. Needs to take out the defensive Duke, make his way around to the right side. Does have another super wall break. Will he end up using it off to the right to sneak in to open the wall, or will he try to open up the wall for his Queen? We're gonna have to wait, and he does use it for the throwers off to the right now.
Yeah, this is now where he's going to add those troop launcher shots in there as well, making sure that those throwers can now keep moving forward. We have as well the Royal Champion to snap everything in behind the Town Hall. And this is now where the Warden is always kind of tricky, and that's with splash damage. Because if he's not getting healed back up and you're losing those auras, this is really where the problems are starting for you then. But with having the splash, which means the Inferno Towers and as well the Super Wizard Towers gone, things are looking great for Philip so far. And, well, the Royal Champ might even get that logger out.
Oh my, what a brilliant totem that was used to distract the logger and the Air Expo. The Royal Champion got so much value to the top side. He freezes the back side. The Monolith is there, but the throwers are continuing with the benefit of the Warden. He's got a revive now for the Queen. That's what he decides to bring back, not his Duke. But he's continuing around, and this is looking good with another invis there. He can totem up as well, and a 3-star for Philip and Repotted Game. You can't hold them back for long. You held them back for the first attack, but they deliver that 3-star in their second hit here.
Yeah, really, really clean attack. And it is, if you're playing throwers for quite some time, you will early on spot the locations where the Warden might jump ahead. Yes, it might still happen sometimes, but those cases are actually kind of rare if you really know how you have to path them. And Philip that was a flawless showcase on how you really should place throwers and why they're usually always getting played with the rocket backpack of the Dragon Duke. Oh, we have not seen them in the last qualifier because the backpack was not allowed there, right? So this is now why this qualifier I would expect a lot of thrower attacks as long as you're getting either nice value and lineups with that rocket backpack.
I mean, that is opening up a lot of different metas. So we can see different armies coming through in this monthly finals. And we know whatever comes in last month and this month, when we get to the World Finals, things could be completely different. Things that works now may not even have a chance working then. So these teams have to be able to adapt and be able to adapt their bases. So let's see what Dragons can do as an arrow is flying through from the right side. Dragon Duke as well coming across with that rocket backpack. Earthquakes across the board as we are going to now set up the Ice Hound. Dragons coming to the far right side, paired in with the Warden, Mini Prince, and the Skywagon.
Yeah, I feel like the rocket backpack is such an incredible equipment for the pros because you can plan out what you actually want to snipe out, and then depending on that, really create the pathing for your troops, which is such an important thing to have for them. Now with the troops pushing into the core, we have the Minion Prince ability earlier as usual, which means that he does not rely on the back end for him to have to turn to a certain direction. And he still has that one overgrowth for the back end, the same as Scylla Rage, which he's now using on the Archer Queen.
Oh, tries to keep this queen alive, but will she step into that revenge tower? I don't know. She's going up to the Teslas, which can stop her from walking in. Finding Spring Trap, she's going down. Unfortunately, can't keep the queen alive, even under a raged up healers. That's how much damage that revenge tower does. But we do have one revive, maybe saving it for the Duke. You can't use it yet because of the Phoenix. You got to let that Phoenix, well, I was going to say maybe let the Phoenix die so the Duke can kind of get that extra bit of damage. But unfortunately, everything has faded off into the core, and this one is just going to be a defense here for Darkstar. Unfortunately, Mess not going to be able to deliver a 3 for Enosis.
Yeah, it just felt like those troops in the core were melted. Nothing was really staying alive, and that is not the greatest thing to have. He's trying to get some more percentage points. We talked about it. If you do not get those 3 stars, above 90% would be quite amazing, but this one is falling short by quite a bit as the Dragon Duke is getting some more buildings, but this won't get to the 80%.
Yeah, it's going to fall a bit short there. 77, well, he's got just under a minute left. The Duke is trying to get a little bit more. Every percentage matters here in a match like this. Will be able to grab the Rage Spell Tower, pushes him to a 78%. Even at Builder Hut for the 79, but the one fail that we had from Max of RPG was a 93%. So that is definitely a good bit higher than what we see here of the 79% 2-star.
Yep, a really, really good defense for Repotted, and this now means that could capitalize on that. Obviously, the small percentage lead is there, but otherwise, those two teams are pretty close, and this is what we have seen quite a bit in those esports matches. We can have huge swings even on the last attack because 3 stars are not a given whatsoever, and this means anything can change. If we're talking about change, let's see what Darkstar brings in here, because he's usually changing the meta by himself with bringing really crazy attacks in there. For this one, for example, he's going with Lalo, not one of his fireball attacks, but still bringing the Lalo with no Eternal Tone. That's going to be a crazy one.
Let's see what he can do with 30 balloons, 3 Ice Hounds. I myself have been practicing the Lalo. It is a lot of fun when you can use the Queen and the Monolith Arrow, but he's not even doing that. Has no Queen in his army. You know, maybe his Queen's upgrading. Maybe that's why he just decided not to bring her, as the Duke is moving through into the enemy Queen, into the multi, and gonna eventually pull up the CC possibly.
So much value already. Clan Castle is up next. Oh, there we go. Chasing the... Wait, but he's triggering all of the traps. Is that good? I think that's quite good for him, right? NATO, red mines, everything gone?
That's actually really good. I'm not gonna lie. That could be really good there. Protect the balloons when they move their way through the core. But also something that is key is his minion prince. You want that minion prince to be able to get charged up from the Dark Crown. It has so much HP as he now pops the Warden ability, moving through the bottom side multi. Double Ice Hounds are now continuing into this far left side air defense, which was already frozen from the first Ice Hound. But there is the Overgrowth, and even pairs in the Royal Champion Rocket Spear up top into the 2 Super Wizard Towers.
Yeah, getting that out nice and early. We have already seen that approach from Phil a little bit earlier with the throwers, that they like to have that Royal Champion there. The question is, does he have enough power for the back end? The Minion Prince, unfortunately, is splitting off and going down. So reviving him, he would be revived right into a lot of damage on that back end. So he instead goes for the Dragon Duke. The Dragon Duke, though, really close to a sneezy booger. And that is now the question. Does he have enough power to push through?
I would have thought maybe the Furnace down to try to target the Monolith, and then could have possibly tried to have those little Furnace Mines be distraction points for the Monolith and Air Expo. Either way, it's going to work from the top side through. Nothing else he could do but watch. No spells, no more troops to deploy. We have a Giga Bomb also waiting in this back side here. I'm just not sure with the Monolith still remaining, and the Giga Bomb damage is about to hit his Duke.
Ooh, it's all about how well those small troops can tank for the Dragon Duke, but I feel like the Dragon Duke is healing, but... Oh, wait, the Inferno Dragon...
Wow. No way. The Inferno Dragon clutches the Monolith, takes it down, charges its beam up, and Darkstar delivers the 3. And you know, that Duke flying through that core, pulling those traps, that was definitely very helpful for Darkstar. And that is another 3-star for Repotted Gaming.
What just happened? That Inferno Dragon coming in clutch to snipe that Monolith. I was already about to say this is falling short just because of that Monolith, but then the Inferno Dragon really getting that defense out and getting him the next 3-star. Repotted in this position now, looking super strong, because right now, even if we see now the next 3-star from the other side, it's still going to be the percentage lead for them. So that's immense pressure put on the other team.
Yeah, a lot of pressure now here for Audi. Can he deliver a 3-star? Gonna try to take down Enosis' base here with the Dragon Riders, paired in with some regular dragons. So he's got what? Dragons, Inferno Dragons, Dragon Riders. It's a really kind of a mix of a dragon army as the air skellies are popping up top. Let's see the value he could use with these invises and trying to time the Spirit Fox ability.
Yes, you get those timings right. Remember, we have seen the reduction or the nerf overall for the passive of the Dragon Duke. So Black Mites are hitting harder now. And we can see that currently with the Dragon Duke going low. Ooh, the Giga Bomb going off, which means the ability is activated and the Dragon Duke getting a couple of hit points back. But he has to be careful here, turning the defending Dragon Duke invisible. But still, he has only gotten this one compartment, which is not the most insane value, but not bad either. It really depends on the follow-up now.
I mean, he did get some nice chains, which took out... Oh, he took out the back-end raid spell tower. He took out the back-end sweeper and the defense there, the multi-archer tower. That's not only good for value in terms of defenses going down, but also it's good for funneling value to continue to push these dragons in towards the core behind 2 of these spitters.
Yeah, let's see. We have the Minion Prince again, kind of splitting to the core. Yes, be careful here. Minion Prince ability might be used early. I guess he could take down the arch. Yep, there we go. And freeze up the entire core, which is quite a nice ability. But the dragons have to keep going. And we have that ward ability delayed for quite some time, healing him back up now.
With an Overgrowth now coming in the backside multi. The air defense over there sends in an Inferno Dragon to snipe the Archer Tower. And remember, more things you drop around that multi-Archer Tower, the less damage it will do to any individual troop, because it will then, instead of sending 3 shots to the 1 troop, it will send only 1 shot if you have 3 troops that it is now has to target. So that definitely was helpful, as he does have another totem to use. Uses on the air defense perfectly to distract it, to allow the Dragon Duke to continue to push through this air defense. The Warden's alive. The topside multi barely takes them down there. But is it enough here with the Warden? I think so, with a Super Dragon as well to push through the final defense up top.
With the final defense, and now it's coming down to the traps. Do we see anything popping up here? Is the Inferno Dragon the MVP again? But he's celebrating, so I guess there are no traps anymore, at least nothing which could somehow defend this, and this means we see them tying things up again. Red lines are popping, but this is too late. 8-8. The percentage is still in favor of Repotted, but we're seeing another match where the favorite is really getting pushed to the limits.
Man, that was close there at the end. Getting those, when you find those traps, and luckily had the Super Dragon to tank a lot of that damage, but it is an answer. Getting that 3-star. That is now 2 triples for them. We have 2 triples from Repotted, but what a way to start off today. The first match with ZOOS versus God's Warriors, that was a 14-13 war. This one now is already delivering 3 stars. You know these players are ready, and even though the Dragon Duke has essentially gotten weaker, these attacks are getting stronger and delivering 3 stars.
Yeah, it's quite crazy when it comes down to the quality of the qualifier, because based on the results we have seen so far, those teams are going crazy. Can Generex get the next 3-star on the board? Last month, he has used a lot the Super Bowlers with the Flame Flinger. Is he going to do that again? Or is he going for the more classic Siege, which would mean the Skywagon or, for example, the Troop Launcher? For now, he has that Skywagon selected. Let's see. Oh, the Queen. She has to go inside. Come back, Queen, please.
He does have a wall break, but doesn't use it for that Air Expo. Poison gets launched, which is unfortunately hitting his healers. But the Queen removes the... Oh, she is coming back. The Duke brings her back in. What a Duke. Oh, man, it's like General X perfectly planned that. How did he get the Queen to come back like that? What a perfectly... planned Queen, as she is going to continue in towards that multi and getting some beautiful value now.
Yeah, setting up the pathing to enter into the tunnel, I would assume. Or is he going from the far side, which would involve way more risk? But nope, instead he's coming from this bottom side. He's having the Rage Gem as well within his army, which means we do not see the classic approach here with the Torch and Eternal Tome. This time around, the Rage Gem instead. Freezing up that Lava Launcher to make sure that the Warden is not getting popped early. Okay, he's still using that ability early on. I'm not sure if this is now going to work for the back end, but I'm looking forward to see if he can somehow power through.
Oh, there's a Giga Bomb. He popped the Warden, which protected through a Giant Bomb. Also protecting some of the traps, which mainly will pull traps to protect the healers. But he continues through to the core. 2 Spitters are hitting him from 2 different angles here as he is pushing his way through. Has to invest in the Invis, while his King and Duke are moving to the far right. Still has a Rage, Freeze, and Totem to use.
Yeah, quite some spells, but he has to get now through this core wall. But as soon as he's getting access, those Super Bowlers should now melt the backend, especially with their bounces out of the backend defenses should deal. But it gets taken down quite low. We have the King ability still left. There is the Freeze, which he can utilize still.
Oh.
When is he going to pop that? The healers are going down.
Ooh, okay, he hasn't popped it yet. With the Freeze, he still has a King. I think it was probably the Spiky Ball that could skip through. The Duke still flying across. There was the Freeze, but now with 2 Super Wizard Towers left in the backside, the minions actually getting nice value on the Ricochet can to the far left.
Ooh, King ability, now there we go, doing quite some damage, but those 2 Wizard Towers, that's everything what's coming down to. Oh, can the Dragon Duke heal back up? I'm not sure.
Oh, the King's low, Mortar goes down, the Super Wizard Tower stays up and explodes.
What?
It goes down, the Duke explosion clutches it there for General X, and he is just taking a sigh of relief, as that is now 3 stars for Repotted Gaming.
What is going on today? We have seen quite some close attacks, and every single one feels like it is 3-starring. Every close attack we have seen so far, it is 3-star after 3-star. Huge props to the players, obviously, as they're somehow making the right decisions on the back end. But this match and the first match already are... I don't even know what is going on, but those teams are going insane. Let's watch the next one. We have 2 Earthquakes, so what I would assume we have the Dragon Duke exactly. What is he going to try and snipe? Okay, that's it. Now we have the Giant Arrow getting some more value.
Didn't you mention you want to take out 2 air defenses with the Queen's Arrow? I see 2 air defenses still remaining.
Well, if he placed the... I mean, maybe he thought the Scatter Shot and the X-Bow would be the air defense. Happens to all of us, but yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just not the Robin Hood day. Sometimes it's more something like, I don't know, on the training field, I guess. But let's see if he can still recover.
Let's see. The Queen at least can take off the top air defense very easily. But that back air defense will remain. No rock loons to try to snipe it. Pulling out the CC of archers. And there's the Furnace, so he pairs in the poison. Drops a delayed minion prince. He forgot about the minion prince there. So finally now comes in. The Duke died off to the far left. Queen is taking some damage from the air expo up top. But we need to still deploy the overgrowth. Finally now uses it onto the back end. Revenge Tower and Monolith over there.
Yeah, using the first overgrowth, but still, he does not have as many troops left alive in this one here. Using the minion principality now, but he's splitting to the other side, trying to use the Dragon Duke as a tank in front. But I'm not sure if that's going to have enough power. Remember, he has to overgrowth right away to make sure that Monolith is not getting a shot off. Is he doing it? Yes, nice timing there. But the minion prince went down either way, and that is a huge loss in DPS.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage that he won't be able to have. As the Duke still making his way through, does have 1 freeze. Did have the Greedy Raven going down. Queen's trying to stay alive to the top side. She beats through the wall, but not the proper... I mean, it will get to the edge, but luckily the Sneezy did help take down the multi-gear tower there. Freezes that back in air defense, but unfortunately the Duke does go down.
Yeah, I'm wondering what would have happened if he could have sniped the air defenses and would have not missed the Giant Arrow, but either way, it's high percentages. But I'm not sure if Repotted is going to let this opportunity slide, because if they are going to get those 3 stars, this match would be over and they would get the rematch in that upper bracket versus ZOOS. But if they don't 3-star, there are still chances.
There's always a chance, and that is what you want. So that is now just a 2-star there, which for Ethan, a 90%. Unfortunately, they're going to be down in this match, 10-11. So Repotted can lock this one up, not only if they get a 3, because then it's over, but they can get percentage as well to do it. But that would mean that that would put them to 13. Estonius would have to triple at that point to also tie at 13. So it's still a chance, but Estonius has a shot to try to lock it up. And are we going to see a fireball, which I don't think we haven't seen yet today?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have changed the strategy because it felt quite risky. But hey, so they're going in with the throwers, but they're bringing the rocket backpack. Do we have the fireball on top of that? I'm wondering. Let's find out, because this is quite strong. With the lightning, I would expect that. No. We have just 5 earthquakes.
Earthquakes. Wow. That is a lot of earthquakes going right on through. The CC remains, but the arrow comes across and takes down the whole core line and up right there. What an arrow flying through there. It's just like he could direct the arrow to go exactly where he wants. But what he actually needs is just a 77% 2-star to lock up this war. So he doesn't even have to triple. 77% 2 would win this war no matter what, even if Estonius, if Enosis were to get a 3-star in the end. But we are continuing to push through. The tower should go down relatively soon if these throwers walk in, but the logger is causing a little bit of annoyance, but luckily just goes down.
I feel like he has lost most of the throws already. I think I see only 3 throwers left or something. So this is looking kind of tough, to be honest. The Queen and the Dragon Duke did not enter really early on in the right compartment. Because of that, they took a lot of damage. So this won't be an easy job to get those percentages out. The opening looked great, but the follow-up looked kind of tough with the throwers going down early on. The wall break to lead them into the next compartment looks amazing. The queen staying alive is really good for him as well. And with having spells left, this looks like at least a solid 2-star. Maybe, if the miracle is going to happen, maybe even higher.
Let's see, the King's got his ability. We got a revive, and that can clutch. So they can revive that Duke, maybe wait for the thrower to take out the sweeper. And hold on, that revive Duke is going to get so much value. The throwers are just slowly picking things off. The multi in the core is going down. Hold on. He doesn't have to worry. This is looking like a 3 as well because of the Duke that he still has to revive here.
I feel like if the queen is somehow getting the air defense, this is going to be a triple. If not, things will be close. He's trying to somehow push through. Ooh, the mortar, he has to really get that air defense, otherwise the Dragon Duke is going to go down. The mortar, no shot! Oh.
The throwers on the backside wall there, the air defense, he needs the fangs to chain right on through, but the air defense is remaining. And like you mentioned, the queen needed to grab that, but unfortunately she does not. And this one is going to fall short, but it doesn't matter if it falls short because all he needed was the 77% 2-star. He gets well above that, which means that RPG, Repotted Gaming, will be advancing to the second round, and we are going to see a rematch of ZOOS Esports versus Repotted Gaming in the upper bracket round 2, because they played each other in the grand finals in last month's monthly final. Repotted Gaming came from the lower bracket. They forced the bracket reset, and that match is going to be an incredible one, but that will be later, as we still have one more attack to come in from Enosis.
Yeah, we have plenty of more matches today, but as you said, the Repotted versus ZOOS one, that one is going to be insane, especially because I feel like one thing which I'm not trying to downgrade the performance of gods, but you have to consider ZOOS has already the golden ticket, so they're not putting the 100% effort in their defense. They're just all about offense, right? Like, they just have fun on offense. Obviously they do not have the worst spaces, but still the defense is not going to be their priority. So let's see if Repotted can then get that. But for now, let's take a look at the last attack here. Joachim is in, and we see again the Dragon Duke charge with the air follow-up. We have again the Dark Orb. I feel like by now it's completely split. Some pros like the Meteor Staff better, some like the Dark Crown better. So yeah, both are played a lot, but that
I think that's good that people like one or the other. That means that it's variety, right? It's not like one clear-cut hero ability is better than the other. The fact that pros are trying to pick and choose between them, I love that when you have variety to be able to bring a bunch of different abilities and they are all viable. As we are seeing the Dragon's going to be deployed after he sets up this Royal Champion ability, trying to snipe the Monolith. He will take it down and then move in with the Dragon Riders.
Yeah, I fully agree. For me, it's just like having the Dark Crown. It just looks so cool when that Dragon Duke, when the Minion Prince is just getting stronger and stronger, and you're like soaking up the souls and such. It looks really cool, to be honest. So I just love seeing that equipment. But for now, we have the push going. We have the freeze on that Logger. Do we see any other spell support or just the Warden ability? Yep, with the early revive as well.
Yeah, with that Warden ability going off, trying to continue to push through this core, does overgrowth the backside, which includes that sweeper, so he's no longer going to get pushed back. But the defensive queen, she's hanging on just barely, finally going down. I think it was actually the fangs that sniped her and chained right on through. But we have one Inferno Dragon, a couple totems, a freeze, still left, pops the Minion Prince ability, flying, which goes to the top side, tries to distract to the left to protect his Duke, but things have disappeared in the core here.
Yeah, this has now happened multiple times with this type of core. I feel like both bases, or actually, is it the exact same base? Do you remember the Queen charge on the top right, where the Revenge Tower was, and the Queen not going in, and you said he raged up because he had the healer puppet on her, and he raged that up, and she still went down?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty much the same base, right? Overall, the same layout. I'm not sure if the top left and bottom right compartments are the same, but the overall structure is pretty much the exact same base. And I tried the same approach on both of those bases, and both times air just disappeared. So, yeah, questionable, but in the end, it does not matter.
Itsu, if I was playing a war solo and I had my account and I was playing with 5 attacks and you threw the same base rotated 4 different times to me, I would consider those all different bases because I would not be able to replicate any attack at any different angle. Like, I would be failing that so much. So, yeah, those bases all look different to me.
Yeah, well, I can't remember bases way too well, I guess. But in the end, we have a solid 13-star victory. But still, getting the 12 stars, again, a high score. And this is just something we see this qualifier, the first 2 matches, quite often. 13 to 14, and now 12 to 13. So overall, really high scores compared to last month. And I'm just looking forward to whatever is up next, because it feels like with the rocket backpack now allowed this month, this is allowing way more strategies. The throwers are now back on the menu because the throwers are depending so much on the rocket backpack as an opening. And the pros are utilizing those options really, really great.
Yeah, they are using it now to their best ability. And the fact that the 2 fails for Repotted was a 93 and a 94, whew. The matchup that they're going to have in the upper bracket round 2 against ZOOS, that is going to be a match you do not want to miss. As there it is, that would be the first semifinals up there, but Enosis gets sent down to the lower bracket. They will be taking on Gods Warriors later today. Well, if you lose that match, you are eliminated. But my friends, the next match to come, Vatic taking on Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming, the defending world champions. They are going to look to try to punch their way through to try to get a golden ticket, try to defend that crown. But before we get to that match, we have to look back at who's the MVP of this last match, which was Mr. General X coming in, being voted the MVP. I mean, who else? He is Mr. MVP, right?
Yeah, but I feel like with Max and General X on the same team, it's always the decision between those two. But since Max unfortunately did fall short, we have General X getting that MVP vote. But overall, you have to say, as a team performance from both teams, they both did amazing. And I cannot wait for their next matches to happen, because there are so many great matches still left to be played. And our next match, you just said, is going to be completely insane. Tribe versus Vatic, 2 of the, I don't know, like, oldest teams within Clash Esports when it comes down to the players and such. I cannot wait for that. So let's go into a super quick break, and then we're back with this super nice match.
Welcome back to the Clash of Clans World Championship, where another match is done and dusted on the books. and we are getting ready for our round 3. It's been a march of giants so far, with our 2 favorites taking the top spots and emerging victorious in the upper bracket. But this next one is a completely different story. We do have a World Championship team defending their title here, Tribe Gaming, but they weren't here last month, while Vatic was. So that leads to a bit of a 50-50 split among the casters about the predictions for this next match. I know we've got a great one ahead of us, Itsu. Let me toss it off to you first. What do you think about that last one and what we've got coming ahead?
I mean, the next match is just going to be insane. We have Tribe on one side, who, you said it, are defending champions. And at the same time, though, they're right now kind of up and down. They're really coin flip when it comes down to their performance. One match, 14 stars. Next match, 10 stars. So I'm not really sure what to expect, but I feel like they're hungry enough. On the other side, though, with the Vatic, they have a really, really strong team as well there.
Right you are. And Lexnos, tell us a little bit about this Vatic squad.
This Vatic squad is super amazing. This French lineup has been up and down throughout the years, but very much world championship caliber players. They are here ready to just absolutely destroy teams. And they're one of the teams that are very consistent with monthly qualifiers. We have a short statement from them too. Let's see what they had to say.
I think for now we are doing a good season so far because we qualified for both stage 3, but the expectation of the French community will be to be outwards. So I hope soon we will achieve this.
High hopes, and I think that those are justified. Lots of teams expected to do well this month, but going to boot camp, Vatic has got to have really high expectations that getting together, all being in the same room. I think you saw Kingsman poking over into one of his teammates' viewing cameras there. They're all working together. They're all cooperating. They're all in the same room strategizing. I think that synergy can really bring out the best in these teams, Lexnos.
I absolutely agree. It makes this so much more fun when you actually get to be in the same room as some of your teammates. You know, these guys luckily live close enough to each other that they can do that every once in a while. I remember when I was playing and I got to do that with some of my teammates, or even just traveling to some of the in-person tournaments. It makes a big difference. It motivates you so much more as well. Wouldn't you agree, Itsu?
I would agree 100%. And I really hope Vatic can do it, by the way, with seeing the photo, because I want to have a pedal match against them, playing with Chapter quite a bit of pedals. So that would be kind of cool.
I think it would. Well, we're going to get a chance to take a look at their opponents now. You know them, you love them. The reigning world champions here for their first monthly finals in 2026. It's Tribe Gaming, Lexnos.
An absolute stellar team as well. This team has had their ups and downs throughout the years, but they are technically coming off of a high. I mean, they are literally the defending world champions. Slight tweak to the roster, but they are here now in the second monthly finals, ready to rock and roll, and they have a statement for us as well.
I would say winning Worlds last year neither adds pressure nor removes it in any way. I think it gives you experience in a positive way, but it also shows you that you need to keep working, because we didn't qualify for the first qualifier this year, and there are things that need to be done, time that needs to be put in to improve and to just make sure that you're at the best possible performance.
Look, whatever happened last month, whatever happens this month, Tribe will still be the reigning world champions. That's a great position to defend, but as you heard there, they know that this is something that they have to fight for, that it's not going to come easy. They've struggled in years past and have done an amazing job in 2025, but 2026 is wide open yet again, Itsu.
That's right. There are so many good teams out there that it's really hard to get that golden ticket. We are seeing quite some teams returning each month to this stage of the competition, and Tribe, unfortunately, so far was not one of them. So the question is, can they take this chance where they have made it this far now?
Big open prediction for us on the caster booth, and let's see how it turned out in the community. We put it to you to go to event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans, and you have voted decisively for Tribe. 2/3 of the community prediction coming in for the reigning world champions. I think that really speaks to the expectations that we have for past performance to show up yet again. And still, Exynos, all being together, I'm sure Vatic know what is up against them in this first match. I think it's going to be a very, very close one. What do you think?
I think it'll be very close as well. A lot of expectations with this team.
Well, we are going to get ready for the war to end all wars. Only one will emerge on top in the upper bracket. Go!
Let's go indeed, because Hawk is in with that Duke charge, following up with the air, which we have seen quite a bit. Right now, his Dragon Duke is going completely to the side and catching quite some traps here.
That Spirit Fox hitting so many giant bombs, dying before he even gets to the Giga Bomb. That Dragon Duke needs to be able to get some nice value here to shape up the pathing for the Dragon Riders. He still has a chance, and he's even going to invest a double invis to redirect the pathing to try to go toward this lava launcher and the CC troops.
But this means there are no other spells left. The explosion does not even take down the lava launcher, and I feel like this opening did not go as what he was hoping for. Well predicted from Vatic when it comes down to the traps, but let's find out if he can still somehow manage the back end. Troops might split quite a bit because the top side was not cleared whatsoever, and that monolith is going to hit hard because, well, the first Dragon Rider is already gone. The second might follow soon.
He is popping this Warden ability early to get that Healing Tome in action, but it looks like there was no Eternal Tome. I think this is another one of those Life Gem Healing Tome combos. So that Monolith is still taking out several units there while the Warden ability is active. The Dark Orb certainly makes a difference, slowing down many of these defenses, but he's going to need a really well-placed and well-timed Overgrowth to help out these units.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how well he can push with the core. The fact that we have the long shot over there and not the logger is quite interesting. We know the long shot usually does quite well versus air, but I'm not sure if this power is enough because most of his troops completely disappeared. He has a small group of troops still left at the bottom side, but there's so much base left.
At least that Minion Prince looks so cool. That Dark Crown, just like you mentioned earlier, how you like it. It's really cool when he's so big and that skin combined with it. I love it. Does revive the Dragon Duke, who's going to the upper side, but just instantly distracted by the defensive Barbarian King. His Dragon Duke, after the revive, is not even going to take out another building.
Yeah, that is not a lot of value from that revive whatsoever. No chains, and the King tanked everything. And this is a solid defense for Vatic. I think they can be quite happy about this one. The archers are picking off maybe one, maybe two buildings, but that's pretty much it for the first attacker of Tribe Gaming. Overall, the opening, the Duke charge completely baited, well predicted by the base building team from Vatic, which gives them a good start into this match. But as always, the question is, can they take advantage of this? Because we have seen plenty of times where teams are getting solid defenses, but they cannot really convert that into a solid lead with tripling on their own. So that's the big question here.
I'm excited to see if Vatic are really going to step up early here, especially with the whole team being there in person. Maybe they're going to have a really good plan just to lead right out the gate with their first attack. Both these teams are, amongst these 8, the closest to each other in terms of their most recent 3-star rate averages. I think it was like 35 and 36%, really close. So we are expecting, you know, somewhere in that 2 triples each range. If they stick to their average, maybe they get more, but overall just very quick defense here for Vatic to start the war.
Yeah, and especially if that might be the case, if those two teams are indeed that close and the triple are going to be somewhat even, a defense like this with a 70-ish% is really, really quite important. But let's take a look at the next attack as we have again the backpack here. We have the Dragon Duke flying across, and it's again going to be the approach with sniping 2 air defenses and then having the double overgrowth of just taking and shutting down anything which annoys you for your dragons. So let's see how this is going to work out.
So awesome to see the Giant Arrow take out 2 air defenses. The Dragon Duke with a couple of Earthquake spells can also get the other 2 air defenses. There goes that 4th air defense with the back-end Earthquake spell. So no air defenses will be damaging his dragons in this attack. That Dark Orb going off early, the Totem spell right away, using many spells to delay that Warden ability, but still ends up having to push it in this first Town Hall compartment.
Yeah, and it was such a smart way of letting the Ice Hound fly first into the base and then use the Earthquake on the back-end air defense just to make sure that the Ice Hound got this pathing in there. But it seems like it looks kind of similar like one of the earlier attacks with the strategy. The troops just disappear inside that core. He did invest the spell so late that the double sweeper and double fire spitter setup has dealt so much damage here. I'm not sure if he can still overpower the back end, investing the second and the last overgrowth.
He tried to freeze the monolith on the left side of the base to save his Archer Queen, but he dropped it just a half second too late. That Archer Queen could have been getting more value over on the left side of the base as we speak. Instead, those healers are just sitting there doing nothing. All the Dragon Riders seem to be gone, or the Dragons rather seem to be gone, but the Dragon Duke does still have some HP. The Warden behind, but with that Rage Tower and the Revenge Tower and no spells and even a defensive Dragon Duke, I think it's about to fall short very quickly.
Yep, that's what it looks like. That raged up compartment on the back end is going to be the final boss here. And this means it's going to be a 2-star, but a way higher percentage, which means Vatic takes the early lead. Even though it's not going to be a game-changing one, it is a lead indeed, especially playing maybe a role with how close we're expecting this match to be. But this means it's back to Tribe, and in the end, what is most important is getting those 3 stars in, and both teams did not get the job done early on.
Unless one of these teams breaks away with multiple 3 stars in a row, I do expect this to go back and forth, and percent could very much be the deciding factor. So a good start there for Kingsman. If he's not going to triple, at least get north of 90%. I think that at least gives him a little bit of confidence moving forward and puts some early pressure onto Tribe that they need to try to triple in order to get some of that confidence swinging back the other way.
That's right, and we see another long shot here from Vatic. It seems like that they're expecting a lot of air attacks from Tribe Gaming, and the long shot is quite solid against this type of attack. We see the recall here with the Queen Charge, which is quite interesting because we usually do not see those Queen Charges with the air attacks. But Nebrox is deciding that it's time to get the Queen, get her some value here with the Monolith Arrow, and just charge the entire compartment in front of the Monolith.
Very cool to see not only the Queen Charge opener with the Monolith Arrow, but he combines it with the Giant Arrow strategy in order to clear that air defense on the 3 o'clock angle. So kind of doing 2 different openers in one almost. Does he have any wall breakers? No wall breakers, so probably going to be a quick recall as soon as she gets in danger, and there it is. He very smartly waits for her to activate the Giga Bomb, so we won't have to worry about that later. But here we go with the air attack.
I think it's quite interesting that all of the pros are deciding to go in between the 2 fire spitters. I feel like we have seen this now plenty of times. I think so far it has not worked a single time. So let's see if this Queen Charge opening is any different, because going in between those 2 fire spitters is super dangerous, especially having the long shot on those troops non-stop. We still have the Dragon Duke for the backhand, which means this is a different approach where he has this hero on the backhand. We know how much value he can get. And there's still a lot of spells left which he can utilize. So the question is, does he have enough power and troops left to actually get those spells to use?
Maybe the thought process with the going between the fire spitters is that if you plan on using the Warden ability there, you can kind of negate the damage of both, but it does still feel risky, like you're kind of insinuating. The Queen's still alive on the outside, is looking great. The Dragon Duke still alive, is looking great. The Minion Prince Meteor Staff meteors are still doing damage. We're waiting for this overgrowth to expire, and look how many spells he has left for just this one last section.
That's just crazy, especially now, whenever the Queen is in danger, he can just rage her up and get her even more value, so that looks amazing. The revive, this might be the first 3-star, this should be the first 3-star of this match, and yes indeed, he's raging up the Archer Queen to keep her alive. We have that freeze on the Revenge Tower, he even has the revive, could use it anytime, or he's just swagging. Nah, you're not swagging that spell here, buddy. And that's the first 3-star of this match.
Wow, just really amazing. Nebrox showing what he's made of, able to get that done. And honestly, he didn't even need those last like 1 or 2 or 3 spells. Just absolutely crushed it. Nothing really went wrong in any sort of major way. Plenty of time left on the clock too. Just a really commanding 3-star in 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and puts Tribe in a favorable position.
That's right, with both teams not having the highest or craziest 3-star rate, each 3-star for those two teams can have a really significant role on the outcome of this match. Now it's back to Vatic. They are back now with whatever attack they might throw in here. We have the attack of Anat. Last month he did play a lot of Lalo, I believe. So let's see if he's sticking around with that. And yes, indeed, he has the eye sounds in there. He's starting things off with that Royal Champion, Rage Spill in. And there we go with the Rocket Spear and the shield opening.
Investing that Rage Spell to get some extra damage here from the Royal Champion Spears, and it's paying off to at least make the corner funnel. Which way will she go? Not toward the Spell Tower. She goes up toward the Bomb Tower, and she might still activate that Poison Tower. I think she will. But the Dragon Duke is in, and the Lalo has started from the top. I'm really excited to see this Lalo. I saw the last one in the last war from Darkstar, and it just barely tripled thanks to the back-in Inferno Baby Dragon.
That was so close. I hope for the nerves of Arnold and his team that this is not going to be an as close one, but we are going to find out because that Minion Prince is stacking up those souls. He's getting stronger and stronger with every troop going down. This might cost the push in the end if too many troops are going down. A nice freeze of the ice on the back end is quite solid, and the Logger is going down in the core with the Inferno Dragon.
It is fun to see how Lalo not only has become kinda a part of the meta again after so many years, but how it's evolved and changed. Lalo really used to be such a kind of fast attack strategy once you get the air units going with constant haste spells all over the place, but now it's a very slow and methodical attack strategy. You're hardly ever seeing rage spells or haste spells, and you're usually just using lots of freezes, lots of overgrowths, because you have to just hide all those splash defenses. There's so many.
Ooh, but the Warden went down, and this meant that the Giga Bomb actually was able to one-shot every single loon out there. And it feels like even the Inferno Dragons cannot carry this one with no spells left, no hero alive, and no troops to save him. This is going to be another defense for Tribe Gaming, and Vatic seems to struggle to get the first 3-star on the board. And even though the percentages might be still in favor of Vatic if they were 3-star, well, Tribe Gaming is having the lead because 3 stars and stars in general are the most important and crucial thing here.
Very unfortunate. Those balloons just slowly wither away. The Monolith, the Scatter Shot, they all live to tell the tale. This one is not gonna get it done. He's trying to think if there's anything else he can do with that Archer, but I don't think that there is. So it might just end right here at 82. Indeed, and Tribe have got to be feeling good about getting a second defense in a row.
That's right, especially with the momentum of getting that last 3-star in on their side. They have to feel quite solid. We're going to have then the next attacker up next with the, let's see, maybe it's going to be Kronos or somewhat different. We're going to find out in just a couple of seconds. But the question is as well, what strategy are they going to bring? So far we have seen a lot of air. It has worked once. Are they going to try it again?
They might. It's been working for a lot of teams. We'll see if they do decide to bring the air, or maybe come back to a Queen Monolith Arrow Charge, or they just do their own sort of unique opener. I feel like Tribe do tend to use slightly modified openers. They don't just do the basic openers that everybody else does. But this one, well, we're seeing a thrower army. Are we going to combine it with that backpack ability?
We have the giant arrow, we have the backpack, yes indeed, even the clan castle has been taken care of. And I'm not too surprised to see throwers specifically from Tribe, because Dima has been playing this strategy for quite some time in Legends, really high in Legends, has gotten as well multiple top 10 finishes with that approach. So he knows how to get those plans ready, and as well how to like shave the base as good as possible for this approach.
Some really nice funneling from that Dragon Duke. The King Queen easily going to be able to walk to the left and continue to get value. The Dragon Duke clearing that section in between the thrower army and the other heroes, but also making his way inside, triggering the Poison Tower, and even eliminating that Inferno Tower with the death damage, setting up some really nice pathing for these throwers. They are just really healthy and really safe for now as they begin to make their way into the core of the base.
Yeah, getting those throwers slowly but surely in there. We have the distraction for that long shot. And now the most crucial thing for the thrower attack is usually to try and keep splash damage away from your throwers, like multi-inferno towers or especially fire spitters, because those are the things which can damage your warden at the same time as your throwers. And if the warden is not staying right on top of them, he might go down. This is then where the attacks are falling short, because you're relying on this double jam warden equipment, and this is such a crucial part of the success for the strategy. So let's see if the warden is doing anything crazy, or if this attack is going to crush the base, as the Duke is just triggering the poison tower. Otherwise, he might go down super fast.
Very unfortunate if he doesn't get that Inferno Tower, and he doesn't, but at least he activated the Poison Tower. The last Invis was used really well onto the throwers, so they were able to take out most of the key stuff in the northeast. It gets a little tricky now. I wonder if they're going to want to beat on a wall, or if they're going to walk all the way up to 12 o'clock to go around. The power looks great. Question is there any chance they go a weird way that uses too much time?
Ooh, that's the question. I feel like, they could walk around the wall twice, right? And he would be still fine, I believe, with 30 seconds. The only thing here is with the Giga Bomb, but I feel like even that should be fine. And Kronos picking off this second 3-star here for Tribe Gaming. With that, they're pulling ahead quite a bit. And Vatic, they have to answer. They have to get that next 3-star, or otherwise, this might get out of hand.
Such a fun meta to see. So many viable options right now. The throwers, when you keep them alive, when you also keep the healers alive, those throwers can just take out anything. It does rely on a few small details going perfect, but when they go perfect, this attack is strong. Very nice to see the versatility of Tribe Gaming. They are good at several different attack strategies.
Yeah, and I guess Cynthia as well going to be up next for Vatic or any of that attackers. I'm just checking the hit rates here, and Cynthia being one of the highest hit rate players, not just in the overall qualifier, but for sure for those teams. And yes, indeed, he is up next. 75% 3-star rate, which is super, super impressive, and will be such an important thing at this moment. Alex, he is bringing in one of the coolest strategies to watch with the Warden Charge Fireball and Super Minions. Let's go.
Watch out for these headhunters, though. He drops the poison spell nice and early. Should be okay. Yeah, the Warden's already sniping him. We don't see the Fireball too much anymore at Town Hall 18 in the esports matches currently, but when we do see them, they are fun. That Warden gonna snipe the mortar. He still has 3 Earthquakes lined up. He's got 4 Invis spells. There goes the Ice Block. Here come the Invis spells and the Fireball. No!
No!
It went the wrong way, Itsu.
No. And it's so tough to recover if the Fireball flies to somewhere completely different. He wanted to take down the Rage Tower compartment. Let's hope that he can somehow recover. The value was not the worst. It could have been worse if it's going for an outside mortar or something. But let's see if he can get the value somehow, because those defenses are hitting hard, especially inside that Rage Tower. The Fire Spitter should be taken care of without too much damage on him. But the plan now, he has to adjust this on the fly and completely change the plan.
The Siege Machine on the bottom side of the base was able to take out several defenses. The plan was for that Fireball to take out the entire left side of the core and make the Town Hall dive easy. Now it is questionable. It could be tough. He has a recall spell for the Grand Warden, redeploys him even further to the outside to continue getting value so he doesn't die to those raged up defenses. The question now is, are the King and Queen going to be able to easily clear the core? It looks like the Town Hall should be safe, but how much value can they actually get?
Ooh, the Lava Launcher is just super, super dangerous up there. As well as he deployed the Warden at the bottom side, which made it super safe for the 2nd star. I'm just not sure about the back end. Having the Monolith and the Revenge Tower on the back end, oh boy, this is going to be a lot of damage there, and he doesn't have as many troops left alive. Somehow the Dragon Duke now needs to carry this by quite a bit. He has an Invis and a Dream.
It is kind of tough that the Dragon Duke has to get distracted by the Barbarian King so much, but the Invis spell certainly helps with that. He can pop the stun ability right there, drop another Invis. Did he already take out the Revenge Tower? I think it's still alive.
It's still alive, and he popped the stun like 1 second too early. Otherwise, he could have wiped all of those skeletons. But because it was 1 second too early, this might fall short. It's 18 seconds. The defending Archer Queen is going to be the deciding factor in combination with that Monolith. But the plan was so good. The Fireball, I would just love to see the attack again with the Fireball hitting its main target. But overall, such a great save. 96% 2-star. But for the match, Vatic, they're just not getting the 3-star in. And Tribe is just pulling ahead.
They are indeed. Tribe already have 2 3-stars under their belt. That one was so close. Like you said, I would love to see it again. But the Fireball took out the left side of the core. The Warden might have just kept walking up and to the left and been able to just slowly solo that whole compartment where the Fireball actually did go. And this could have just been so crushed, as the heroes would have easily gotten the core and moved up toward that, I think, the Monolith section in the northeast, and the Dragon Duke would have had an easy time clearing the rest.
Yeah, a lot of unfortunate things. I feel like even with the Fireball, though, he could have maybe had it. Obviously, he does not know that there's like 2 or even like more skeleton traps popping up. But in the end, some unfortunate things have resulted in non-3-star. But we see the next attack here. We see now Dima with air. I would have expected him to see with like throwers or something as well. But he is going in with this air attack, having mostly dragons and some boulders for some cheeky bounces here.
We'll see where he can get a cool looking bounce. And Ice Golem to help assist the Royal Champion right away, which means we're delaying her ability until that first defense is dead. The Ice Golem freezes the multi-archer tower. The Rocket Spears take it out. She's going for the Monolith and the next air defense. And with the Phoenix behind her, she'll be able to get even just a tiny bit more value after she dies as well. Likely just getting her maybe the Minion Prince. Is she able to actually take him out?
That would be crazy value, but just taking down the spell tower, or triggering the spell tower on its own is quite nice. And I feel like by now it is a quite consistent thing to do. It's just sniping air defenses with that rocket backpack, because bases right now are not placing their air defenses anti-Dragon Duke pathing. So yeah, but let's find out. Again, the opening in between the 2 fire spitters. The ward ability has been used already, so let's hope that the damage is not too crazy.
There go those cheeky bowlers from the northeast. They do bounce that last air defense off of the bomb tower. That's fun to see. A free spell and a totem into the core, followed up by the Dark Orb, helping to slow down so many of these defenses. There goes the delayed overgrowth spell, hiding the Revenge Tower, hiding the Expo, helping the pathing maybe a little bit, but mostly just hiding that Revenge Tower. He still has 2 totem spells and a revive, but is he losing too many units?
That's the big question. I feel like with not having too many spells left, this is going to be a close finish for sure, but the revive might help him quite a bit. We have that Minion Prince going crazy, but there goes that totem spell. The Dragon Duke going down, so he can revive it later on, but does he have enough power? That's the question, as you said it.
That Revenge Tower is going to be the final boss here. The Warden's still alive, doing a little bit of damage. 2 dragons on the right, but the multi-archer tower can hit all 3. Both dragons and the Warden fall. The Inferno Baby Dragon can clear those 3 buildings on the bottom side. The multi-archer tower dropped. We have the revive. Question is, with the Ricochet Cannon having to be targeted first by the Dragon Duke, does he still revive? He does revive the Dragon Duke. Can he get it?
Oh, Black Mine, no shot. We have the... Ooh, that's going to be so close. Is there another Black Mine?
Is there any more
no
secret
Black Mine? No Black Mine. He's celebrating. That's another 3-star for Tribe Gaming. They're crushing these bases. This one was close, but hey, a triple is a triple. That's all what counts. And this means after 4 attacks, they're getting those 11 stars in. And this match is getting completely out of hands for Vatic.
Wow, so close, but it doesn't matter if you triple by a lot or a little. 3 stars is 3 stars. Dima gets it done. That Revenge Tower was so close to trying to save the base, but the Dragon Duke had just too much health. It was nice that the Ricochet Cannon was already low HP. If that Ricochet Cannon was full health and the Dragon Duke had to sit on it for like 5 seconds, it could have been so different.
Could have been different indeed. Or if there was the Black Man on the other side of the Revenge Tower as well. Like, a lot of options there for sure. But in the end, it is that so important 3-star. We have now Vatic with the Super Bowler, something which we have not seen at all after the match. of ZOOS earlier. I feel like all of the other teams are opting for other ground armies, mostly throwers for them. But hey, let's see if Vatic can claim the first 3-star with these Super Bowlers.
Fun to see the Archer Queen going in with the little queen charge thanks to that monolith arrow. How much value can she get? The Revenge Tower wakes up, but it's only doing a little bit of damage at first. Take out the air defense, take out the Revenge Tower, trigger the Tornado Trap. And with the raged up healers, he's still looking okay. That's a lot of red air bombs.
Wow, this was quite lucky actually that the Angry Jelly just ran out, because that was a super baited Queen Charge entry with those red bombs, and this could have turned out completely different. He somehow managed to get the value through all of those traps, which is super impressive, but now he needs to convert this into a 3-star somehow.
He is investing a lot of spells to help that queen get the value. I mean, I think 2 different rages, several different invis spells, but he does clear the section and triggers the poison tower. And so here come the Super Bowlers from the northwest with, of course, the Barbarian King and the Dragon Duke on the flank to get the left side of the base. He's got an overgrowth and only 1 rage for these Super Bowlers.
1 rage and a dream, because the Clan Castle is coming out, and that's a double Ice Golem Clan Castle. He's trying to use the totem to distract things and keep those Ice Golems away from his main troops. He's trying to delay the rage as well, because for now he needs that for the back end. We have the Logger still looking dangerous, but with delaying that Warden ability, he might run out of Super Bowlers pretty soon.
It looks like he manually popped that Dragon Duke ability early to stun several buildings over there on the left, so that way he could delay the rage and the ward ability even further. And it's looking pretty decent as these bowlers and healers are still alive, making his way into the back section of the base. Everybody's starting to split up a little bit, but he still has several units, several heroes alive and doing damage. Really, the only thing to worry about is that back end monolith section.
With actually the small rage of the Super Valkyrie out of the Clan Castle helping him there a little bit. We have the Queen now walking her way towards the far right side. King ability still left to be used. We have the archers helping as well. 25 seconds and 1 compartment. This is going to be a super close one. He's trying to get to 92% to pop that King ability, because then he's going to hit every single building. Now he could pop that King ability. That's what he does. And is it enough? Is the monolith going down?
It's low, 10, 9, 8. He's going in. The ricochet cannon locks onto the queen, but he's got enough time. It's already at half HP. 1 second to spare. And Vatic finally getting a 3-star on the board.
Wow, I mean, we have just seen a super close attack from Tribe when it comes down to power, and now seeing a super close attack here with the time. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. That was close, but hey, a 3-star is what counts. At this point, they still need that miracle to happen, because Tribe is really far ahead with their 3-star, so they need like a 1-star or something, and Vatic is a 3-star, so a lot has to go in their favor. On the other side though, Tribe can close up this match without getting, I think, even a 2-star.
11-9 is the current score. So yes, a 2-star from Mr. Ramirez would seal the deal for this matchup. It's fun to see. Ramirez is liking the Lalo. I've been watching him in a lot of the community tournaments lately, and he has been trying the Lalo very often. And let's see if he can make it work here today. The Town Hall needs to be a priority for him, though.
Ooh, it does indeed, with using now that Spirit Fox. And he's keeping that fox, I was about to say, keeping the fox for quite some time alive, considering how many traps there were. But it's now down. Is he going to invest any more spells? No, he was fine with just clearing out that compartment. We have again the long shot. I feel like the community right now thinks that the logger is just the biggest, most important thing. But the pros are mostly opting for the long shot here, which is quite interesting.
He did send that first Lava Hound to the right side air defense, and it just died right away. Then he sends the Ice Hound as well. Dragon Duke on the top side. It looks like he's relying on the Dragon Duke. I guess Inferno Baby's minion print. Somebody should be able to pick up the Town Hall since he's starting on this side. So that is looking good. The balloons are moving in from this east side of the base. A freeze spell onto the revenge tower and the long shot. That long shot could still continue to do more damage here.
It's just crazy how annoying that Guardian can be, because it's tough to take it out. The Inferno Dragon finally is on there. He has been using now I feel like at this point the Overgrowth were only used to force something towards the Town Hall to get that second star. Was not like, oh, I need to create the pathing or something to get a 3-star. This was all about just get the second star and be safe, because pathing wise the second Overgrowth was questionable for possible 3 stars, I feel like. But in the end, a smart play getting the safe takedown of the Town Hall.
This is going to guarantee the victory for Tribe Gaming. They are going to move through to the upper bracket semifinals. But can Rakirez? No, he can't get it done. These balloons fizzle out so fast. Once you run out of spells and there's still splash defenses, the balloons stand no chance against these Town Hall 18 defenses. This one is going to fall short at the 74% mark. But overall, still just a really good performance from Tribe here today.
Yeah, 13 stars is for sure something which we have seen should win most of the matches. Yes, maybe not if you're against ZOOS, but otherwise it should win you most of the matches. And versus Vatic, it was enough, that's for sure. Still, we're going to see one more attack from Vatic, because they're going to play then later today in the lower bracket. So let's see if they can get a small momentum or booster when it comes down to the overall morale moving in that lower bracket. And Nes4X is still a clutch attacker here, getting maybe their second 3-star.
Another giant arrow backpack ability combo. It looks like the preemptive earthquake spells on those air defenses. And look at that, all 4 air defenses gone in just the first few seconds of the attack. Here we go with the dragons from the southwest side of the base. They're going to move through, try to get their way into the core with a nice warden ability, and hopefully he can keep the Archer Queen alive since he invested the healer puppet so she could do a queen walk around the edge of the base.
Yeah, we have the troops going in there again. They will go in between the fire spitters, which seems to be always the case here. We have the clan caster coming out. I feel like he has lost already so many troops. Do I see not too many troops left alive in the middle, right? And especially now with the logger start hitting, this might be a trick. Okay, this is now all or nothing with overgrowthing that Town Hall.
Very interesting approach. I mean, he really wanted to hide those fire spitters, but it is so dangerous as all the dragons have gone down. The Dragon Duke also went down. He does have a revive spell. The Queen went inside. Instead of staying outside, she spent so much time just attacking a wall there. We can take out the stuff on the left side of the base. He already revived the Dragon Duke. There's the second overgrowth. He does maybe have pathing to the Town Hall here. Depends on which way the Dragon Duke actually goes. Oh, the Queen can reach it.
Ooh, yeah, I'm okay. I feel like no one really cares anymore about the reach of the Queen on the inside of the base, because it doesn't happen too often that she's actually there. Feels like she always has the job of funneling on the outside. But yeah, in the end, it's going to be that second star. 3 stars are out of reach. And this leaves the final result of 11-13 for Tribe Gaming versus Vatic. And Vatic is going to drop to the lower bracket. Tribe is going to move on in that upper bracket. But they still have to wait for their opponent then, because we are going to have plenty more matches to play. Because, yeah, that's going to be a lot of clash action.
Lots of matches still to go indeed. Very unfortunate ending here for Vatic. It is still fun to see them all actually gather in the same place to play these wars together. But it just didn't work out for them in this first matchup. The Tribe bases were just set up very well to handle these Vatic attacks. This one does get a bit higher percent than some of their other fails have been today, but overall just that 87% 2-star, and it is going to be that victory for Tribe Gaming, and there they are taking this win by 2 stars, which I think is the biggest deficit we've seen so far today, a 2-star victory.
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, the other matches are they were always quite close with 14-13 and then 13-12. So this with 13-11 is the most one-sided match, even though on the other side you can see the percentage is in favor of Vatic. They had a lot of close attacks here, especially with the attack of Cynthia with the 96%. So this could have went as well the other way around, even though it looks so one-sided. So overall, 11-13 the final score, with the percentage still in favor of Vatic, which is overall quite interesting.
Yep, fun to see. Vatic are still a really strong team, and they have been for quite some time. So even when they get 11 stars, like you mentioned, some of those attacks so close. The fireball going the wrong way for Synthé. Kingsman getting really close with a 92%. Just a couple things here and there, and they could have had a much better performance. But we will still see more of them later today. We can take a look at probably how the bracket is shaping up in order to see our next match, but also some of the semifinal matches and even the lower bracket.
That's right, because we have then our next match with Win or Die versus Transcendence, and the winner of that match is going to face Tribe Gaming. The loser is going to face Vatic in that lower bracket. Either way, it's going to be tough opponents, that's for sure. And then we have already the first semifinal match set after the first two matches with ZOOS versus Repotted.
Awesome stuff right there. We have all those matches happening today. The semifinals in the upper bracket happening today, and the first round lower bracket matches are happening. But before we wrap up this match we just watched, check out who won the MVP of that war.
I mean, with that Queen Charge air attack, it was really cool. So Nibrax for sure is that MVP vote by the community. Completely understandable there. Really cool approach, really unique approach, which was built around that base design of Vatic. And he was rewarded with one of the most crushing 3-stars, which we have seen overall. So that was a nice one.
Awesome stuff right there. Tribe getting it done. I mean, I think they exceeded our expectations. You know, we had mentioned before, they're kind of been an up and down team lately. Sometimes they do really well. Sometimes they just fall apart, but they're opening up today with 13 stars. Really fun to see them perform so well early in this monthly finals. Don't go anywhere though, because we got Win or Die taking on Transcendence right after this short break.
We just got a supercharged performance from our world champions. Howdy y'all, and welcome back to the Clash of Clans World Championship, where Tribe take a close win over Vatic. Well, I mean, I call it close. They both performed really well. Vatic actually did a little bit better on percentage, but Tribe with a 2-star lead show that they can put those triples up and secure that victory, Carbon.
That is indeed right. And Tribe advancing to try to get one step closer, getting a golden ticket and repeat a world championship performance. But Vatic in the lower bracket, they have another life, but it is tough down there to win through the lower bracket. Then, you know, they have to force that bracket reset.
Lex, we've seen Vatic come back from lower bracket many times. They are a team with so much strength and fortitude. And as you mentioned before, they've done better some weeks, a little bit worse some weeks. They're kind of up and down. Do you think that this low performance is just going to energize them more, or could this be the beginning of a short month for them?
I think it's more likely to energize them more. Vatic is the sort of team that they are just real grinders. There's a reason they show up to the monthly finals almost every single month. Last year and this year, they've been to both monthly finals. I mean, they just constantly are doing everything they need to do to get themselves through the tough situations. Obviously, the one thing they're missing is just being able to take out those top tier teams consistently.
Well, getting that golden ticket from a victory is great, but hey, they're scoring points either way. We're going to kick off the last unbroken match of the day. This is the final upper bracket match where we haven't seen either team face off yet, and it's going to be an interesting one. Win or Die and Transcendence. Neither of these teams have broken past the early stages yet. They haven't had their opportunity to get that golden ticket. We did see Transcendence last month, but they didn't make it all the way through. So we need to see now which of these two teams is going to have the guts to go up against Tribe next. Is it going to be win or die, Carbon?
I mean, it definitely could be. I picked them to win this match, but Transcendence did make it to last monthly finals while Win or Die did not. So let's hear from Win or Die to see how they are preparing.
Take Transcendence down because we have great builders, great analysts that can help us read opponents really well, and I feel like we should be able to go through this one with all the work we've did.
Citing work, brains, and preparation, Lexnos. Is there anything more that you can ask for in a war speech?
3 stars. That's what I would be asking for in a war speech. Obviously, the dedication, the work, the grinding, it makes the biggest difference. But at the end of the day, you need 3 stars to win these wars.
Carbon, do you feel like this matchup is going to come down more to that preparation, or just more of the like heart-pounding excitement, that energy that they get when they actually launch into the attack?
I think it's the preparation that makes the difference, because if you are prepared, then that nervousness that you may experience could go away, or it could be controlled. So let's see what Transcendence has learned from last month going to this one, try to get that golden ticket.
ウィン・オア・ダイは今非常に勢いのあるチームだと思うので、すごく対戦するのは怖いんですけれども、我々の方が実力で上だと思うので、しっかり勝利していきたいです。
Better off in terms of overall strength. And we have a third commentator joining us. Now, does the kitty have a prediction one way or the other, Lexnos, about Win or Die versus Transcendence?
He told me he actually thinks this one might end in a perfect draw.
Oh, perfect. Wow, that would be an incredible result. Really looking forward to a 15-star war. Carbon, you got any takes on that?
Well, we're going to have our first catchings coming in a match here. But I mean, hey, if they are able to pull off a perfect, that'd be incredible. We've only had, ZOOS pull off a perfect in last month's monthly final. It is a tough thing to do. They came close earlier today, but they are definitely, they're capable of doing it. But esports mode is going to make that difficult, Woody.
Meow is the time to take a look at the community predictions. Let's pull those up and see how they shape against the casters. Oh. It's going to be a fairly tight one, but Transcendence does take the lead, 62% against Win or Die's 38%. You know, the players out there have seen Transcendence perform last month. They are a known factor, whereas Win or Die, even though they might be a little bit scary to some opponents, they don't yet have that gravity, I think, that is attracting the interest of the viewership base, Lexnos.
I agree. I think both these teams have rosters that have seen monthly finals multiple times throughout the past years, but Transcendence is one of those teams that have consistently been to several monthly finals almost every single year. They've played under different names, but that core group of players we have seen time and time again as being some of the best in the world.
The fourth match starting soon. Remember, if your predictions in for the next match and earn some reward, you can go to event.supercell.com/Clash of Clans. But with that out of the way, we are going to get kicked off for this next match. It is going in Win or Die versus Transcendence. Have at it.
And
right.
Chihuahua is starting this one with Dragon Riders and has 2 Ice Hounds here. And Lexi wants to start off with that Dragon Duke charge, moving in towards that monolith.
Dragon Duke getting all this value on the right side of the base. Spirit Fox still there, going invisible time and time again, combining it with the Invis spells. You go Invis spell, wait for Spirit Fox, Invis spell again, and it is working out perfectly. Here comes the Royal Champion with the Earthquake spell. That Yeti skin really throws me off sometimes. It is fun to see, though, the Super Yeti skin for the Royal Champion. But take a look. The Dragon Duke made it all the way to the core, but then, of course, he gets distracted by an Ice Golem.
I mean, to me, that's the Yeti Champion coming in to get some skips. Moving in with the Dragon Riders to the top side. Ice Hound does freeze up the air defense and even defensive Minion Prince. Finally pairing in the Poison Spell into the core onto the Furnace. And the Furnace mites as his defensive Duke for Spiz is trying to slow things down, but he's pushing right on through. Nice job from Chihuahua as another bag and Ice Hound's freezing up the Spitter and that air defense.
Nice usage of the Ice Hound freeze. The Minion Prince got distracted by some trash buildings, but now he's making his way to the core. Most of the air units off to the left of that Minion Prince, but it might be a good split here as the Dark Orb helps out. The Totem Spell distracts the Revive onto the Dragon Duke. He still has a bit of firepower, but he's running out of spells, and when this Overgrowth expires, there's a Rage Tower, there's an Expo, the Fire Spitter's still up, the Inferno Tower. This could actually be a tight finish.
With the freeze on the backside on to stop that defensive rage from activating, but he's only got 1 freeze left, pushing in, and he freezes again. Relax, there's 1 air defense on the backside with an Archers into the multi-mortar. The rage activates, the Mini Prince goes down, but luckily the rage won't work anymore because there's nothing to rage up that is air targeting. But with an Archer Tower, Air Expo, and an air defense still remaining, it looks like he's going to get picked off here. Probably won't even have the time nonetheless, with only about just under 25 seconds remaining.
That 1 Inferno Baby Dragon constantly having to reset his heating up ability every time that Barbarian King walks around the Builder HUD, doing more damage than you think. Little by little over time, he's going to grab another building or 2, but the time's running out. The Inferno Baby Dragon, the Warden, both on just tiny bit of HP. It's going to end right here as time ticks down. 93% to open up the match here. That air defense on the back end really made a huge difference. I think it took out his Dragon Duke and his Minion Prince.
Unfortunately, falls a bit short there for Chihuahua, but 93, it's not a bad percentage to fall short at. You want to pull in those 3 stars, but still a good percentage to start off this match. And now it's time for win or die. They weren't in the last monthly finals while Transcendence was. Transcendence is looking to bounce back from what happened the last month where they got eliminated very quickly. And today we will indeed be eliminating 2 teams. This is not an elimination match. This is still in the upper brackets. Winner of this will take on Tribe Gaming, who are the defending world champs. So that is some added pressure there, but you can't worry about that. You have to focus on what's going on here as Palma is moving this Dragon Duke in through this top compartment to set up the funnel for the Dragon Riders.
The Electro Fang's ability, so fun to see it get those chain values through several buildings. It is just awesome to see that. Sometimes it's so satisfying like that when he takes out like 4 or 5 buildings at once. The next Invis spell does hide the Archer Queen. He's able to easily take out the Air Skellies. And as the Spirit Fox goes invisible, he'll then easily take out the Archer Queen.
Down goes the Spirit Fox, unfortunately, from the Giga Bomb. Now it's just timing the one last Invis. Pulls that poison spell up to the Dragon Duke. Another toss of pops over here. The chain's looking to take it out. Goodness, these chains are so good as we are now sending in the Dragon Rider to the far right side with the Skywagon. We got the Inferno Dragons behind. This Lava Hound will pop here as he continues to push through. Does pull out the Furnace in the CC. He's waiting to use that poison.
That little dead zone in the core of the base, just to the northwest of the core of the base, could actually be really good for his pathing, unless the Minion Prince gets distracted by the Barbarian King. He's popping the Warden ability there, has yet to use the Overgrowth. It looks like the Giant Arrow just missed both air defenses.
Wow, it barely somehow missed. And it looked like it went right through him, but must have missed both of them by a single tile. As he tries to continue through, grabs C, so he finished off the Town Hall, he finished off the multi near it, still has a revive. He's not going to revive the Duke until he gets close to distracting the Monolith. Maybe 4 rocket loons to come in, maybe to the bomb tower to go into the multi-arch tower, or maybe save for at least 1 rocket loon to try to pull the poison spell away as he approaches the top side.
I think that's the best thing he could have done with the Ice Golem. It will at least freeze the multi-arch tower. The rocket balloon's in first for the Monolith. The Dragon Duke is revived because he's starting to run out of time and can't wait any longer. The poison tower slowing him down. The freeze spell certainly helps. The Warden's still doing damage. He might have this. It just depends on how much time it takes to get through the Barbarian King and how much damage this Super Wizard Tower can do.
He can make the King invisible so he doesn't target him. Yeah, there you go. Ignore him. Go off to the Super Wizard Tower, and he gets the 3-star for win or die to start off this match with just a little bit of time. Okay, I mean, I guess he has to go to the King nonetheless, and then to go finish off that Super Wizard Tower.
Luckily, plenty of time to spare. He had about 9 seconds left over. Nicely done there, even with the missed giant arrow. If that giant arrow had hit both defenses, both air defenses, it probably would have been a little bit cleaner, but it doesn't matter if your attack is clean or not. If it gets 3 stars, it gets 3 stars.
That is what you're after. The 3 stars is the key to try to win these matches, and we've seen that in order to be advancing in the upper bracket at this competition, you have to be putting up 13-star performances. Zeus put up 14. We saw Tribe putting up 13 and advancing, and it's just gonna be tough to keep pace if you don't deliver. As we got a little bit of a bowler bounce off to the Wizard Tower. That can help with funneling as the Duke is working through this bottom side, and that bowler bounce is trying to help funnel the Duke from the air to... Oh, okay. Well, I guess he got pulled into the logger there. Yeah, probably wasn't expecting that.
And then the logger went invisible as well, so a little bit interesting here. The invis spell's not going as perfect as he wanted them to, but still getting some amazing bounce value off the Town Hall. Then the Spirit Fox goes invisible, able to attack the logger, and then again, it gets a little bit crazy there as the logger jumps inside the invis spell.
As he continues trying to get this value, getting spun around, and the Duke does die, explodes, triggers the Giga Bomb, which is very nice to trigger the Giga Bomb during your explosion to get that extra value as a poison is placed onto the furnace, slowly clearing off the headhunters to the far right to set up the Dragon Riders. But he does have one little Hog Rider. Typically, you might see a Hog Rider used when you drop a Flame Flinger to get out and try to test for traps, but in this instance, I don't see... No, he's going Skywagon, so what is that Hog going to be used for?
Very interesting, because the rest of the army, with the exception of a wizard, is just all air. Did he already drop the Hog Rider? No, he didn't. We'll see where he uses that Hog Rider. Maybe he's got something interesting for us. But the air units are in from the north. They have some decent pathing to work their way kind of counterclockwise around the core of the base here. The overgrowth is going to help a bit with the pathing, as well as hiding that fire spitter. The back end, rocket balloons for the air defense. There's the Hog Rider Wizard combo. Maybe just a very cheap way to get rid of the outside Wizard Tower and then still set up some cleanup with the Wizard afterwards.
Yeah, that was a nice value there to cause a little bit of distraction on the Wizard Tower, and then the DPS from the Wizard to finish it off. But he's still moving through this core. Dragon Duke pulls a Seeking Air Mine. Nothing else he can do. He's just sitting back and watching at this point all the spells that have been deployed. Monolith is now unfrozen, slowly taking that out, but he doesn't have the cleanup up to the top side. The minion has a backtrack to go up there.
With only 32 seconds left, it does, well, he's also losing a lot of HP as Grand Warden goes down. The Dragon Riders are low on HP. He needs to take out that Expo. The Meteor Staff is adding a little bit of extra damage. There's one more Dragon Rider and the Sneezy. But those buildings at 9 o'clock,
yeah.
Carbon, we might be looking at our first time fail
Oh, that's where you need a wizard up there or something. The meteor staff is clutching. It's full health. Oh, hero hall, which means that, oh no, the meteor staff helped finish off the army camp. And it is just barely by a few seconds, a 99% time fail.
Wow, the first time fail I think we've seen today. So close, but yet so far. One cleanup troop over there on that 9 o'clock section, 30 seconds, 60 seconds before the attack was over, could have made such a big difference.
Yeah, that's all it needed. Just a little wizard. Like, he did drop the wizard hog to the bottom side, but he needed that wizard or one more just to the 9 o'clock section to help grab those buildings. But that's how close this match can be. We do have the 3-star from Win or Die, which is great. They have the advantage, but percent is still close because of the 90s and high 99% from Transcendence. But here we go with the Duke rocket backpack, earthquakes, lightnings, taking out the lava launcher, taking out the multi. And then he's going to set up the pathing for the throwers, and then he even has the stick horse for that king.
Throwers on the east side of the base. The Dragon Duke making his way inside with the Phoenix ability. He's going to be able to take out the defending minion prince, and then we'll just end up getting stuck on the Barbarian King. But at least he activates the Tornado Trap, and he is in a maybe decent spot for the revive spell later. The throwers making their way slowly toward the Town Hall section. Let's see if they can get in there without actually losing too many throwers.
Ice Golem's going to walk to the bottom. Does trigger the defensive rate spell tower there. Hopefully he can continue to move into the Town Hall. Sends in the king. Goes with a free. So the king's going to be targeting that compartment to help clear. Pops the king's giant gauntlet to really do deal a splash to take this out. He does pull out the clan castle. We got archers and more archers. My gosh, he's got to drop a poison. He finally does. And he needs to clear the CC as he continues to walk these throwers around to the bottom.
The king got pretty good value there, and it's nice that the healers never tried to switch over. As soon as I say that, I think the healers just found like 6 Seeking Air Mines. Luckily, I think 2 of them at least. Make that one of them are still alive. Oh, no.
Oh, okay, no. I think once you say that, they keep getting picked off. Lex, just stop talking about the healers, because they can survive as the throwers continue. There's a revive on the Duke. Sends in a couple headhunters as well to try to help. But this Duke needs to continue through while that overgrowth is active. The monolith is not targeting him. Saving this one invis probably for the monolith. And yes, the Duke can now target the monolith and try to secure this.
Looked like he dropped the troop launcher really delayed in this attack, so it is still throwing barrels as we speak, as the units are all the way into the backside of the base, which actually could be nice to open up some of these walls. The Dragon Duke goes down. There's still several defenses here on the 9 o'clock side of the base. The Super Yeti is doing a decent job of at least taking out that Fire Spitter. He might be able to clear a little bit more there, but the main push is going up north. No healers, but we still got that Grand Warden with the Rage Gem with several throwers. Do they have a chance with enough time to go all the way around 9 o'clock?
30 seconds here. The issue is there is the storage, 2 storages actually, I think are probably more or less full health. So with only 20 seconds left here, he's got to make his way around, then take him out. But unfortunately, he won't be able to have any skips or things like that. So it looks to be a time fail here. So a second time fail of this match, back to back actually. And now we're also in the 90s as well. So we had a 93 from Chihuahua. We had a 99 from Nairobi. But this one is a 93. But their other attack from Palma did deliver the 3. So Win or Die has the advantage right now.
That Warden was stepping over 2 giant bombs right when the attack timer ended. I think the Warden was actually going to die to those giant bombs. So I'm not sure that it actually would have been a time fail, but either way, very close. 93%. Very nice try there. 2 back-to-back time fails, but man, this is just getting really close as we get into this. One team already showing the 3-star, the other team struggling to get it just yet.
Let's see what Hiroya can do to answer with throwers of his own. And we are going to have the Rocket Backpack, which is making a showcase here in this monthly finals as the Warden has been deployed. We're going to have an arrow with that queen. There's earthquakes across the board. We're going to have the Duke fly through. Removes the clan castle. Removes the revenge tower. Very nice value to start.
That was awesome to see. The healer puppet in this particular case doesn't look like it's doing too well. 2 healers died instantly. Then the the recall on the queen will save that last healer. She's redeployed down south with the Barbarian King. There's also a chance that multi-arch tower kills the queen early. He's going to use a totem.
Oh, he's trying to push through, but the throwers are going to remove the town hall, so at least they step in through there. And the queen can follow right behind those wall breaks into the monolith, but luckily we have a couple archers that can get out in front and distract to absorb any shots from that monolith.
Throwers making their way in toward the middle section of the base. There's not too much in the core thanks to that backpack giant arrow combo at the beginning. Took out so much of the core right away. King moving around the outside still with an ability. A revive spell still ready to rock and roll whenever he wants to use that. He still has the Grand Warden healthy for now with the Rage Gem, allowing these throwers to do extra damage. Couple healers doing extra healing in the Rage Gem as we speak. Some healers stayed up with that one thrower up in the north side of the base, but he's actually getting some value. He might go down after I say that.
Hold on, we got a Duke being revived. Rockaloo's to snipe the top side air defense. That was actually clutch. But he still has 1 invis and a couple wall breaks. The wall breaks can maybe be provided from distraction. Use that invis on the Duke up top. That would be clutch. Wait for the scatter to go down. Now invis perfectly to target that multi-archer tower. With just over a minute left in this attack, this Duke, though, won't be able to survive now as he goes down for a second time.
He's gonna have to wait for his throwers to get through another wall. At least the Rage Gem does help them get through it a tiny bit faster. But it's burning time off the clock, precious seconds that he is going to need. Many of these attacks in this war are really coming down to time. He does get through that wall, takes out a Tesla. He's got 3 or 4 throwers still alive. The healer there making a big difference. The multi-archer tower could actually be a big threat as the last healer goes down.
Oh, but yeah, the multi-arch tower and that archer tower still remain nonetheless. The Warden will help these throwers through here. But unfortunately, another time issue is the case. Drop some wall breakers to try to open some of the walls, but the multi-archer lock onto all 3 of them at once, and the Warden barely stays alive there. But unfortunately, he will not have the time. Even if the Warden dies, the Sneezy could finish off this archer tower.
Oh, man, we're really looking at a 3rd time fail potentially in a row here. 98%. Poor Transcendence. They are getting so close with every attack, but they just can't cross the finish line.
98, 99, and a 93, all in the 90s, but 2 of them happen to be basically time fails for Transcendence. And hey, if you're not delivering the 3 stars and you're just getting, even though 2-star 99s, that would put you to a 10-star war, a 10-star finish. And having no triples is not enough, especially since win or die have already tripled at the start of this match.
Oh man, you're already jinxing them. Imagine a 10-star finish with a 98% overall destruction. You can't be saying that. But they're still very much in it. Win or die only have 1 triple so far. So if Transcendence get another defense here, this is still very much up in the air.
It can switch just like that because percentage is on Transcendence's side. All it takes is 1 attack to change this war as he has the backpack flying through with a double earthquake to the top and bottom. Here goes the dragons behind an ice hound, moving into the super wizard towers. And the queen's even still alive. She's working her way back actually up to the dragons. She's not walking down south. But let's see if he can continue this push through the core and does parry an overgrowth to clip that monolith and the spitter.
Kind of a widespread here for his air army, but the overgrowth helps to shape up the pathing a little bit. The Warden ability helping to keep all those units alive in the middle section of the base as he powers through the town hall and in toward this clan castle section. The Revenge Tower at full force is shooting his units, but the Dark Orb certainly helps to slow things down. The Archer Queen with the Healer Puppet did just take out the defending Dragon Duke, but will the Monolith take her out? No, he has a second overgrowth.
He does invest that second overgrowth and revives the Dragon Duke to move through the top side with 3 rocket loons left. I would think maybe, okay, he sends him into the Air Expo. I would think to save those Reclams for once the Overgrowth wears off to try to go for that Monolith, but things have been picked off pretty quick. That Monolith on the backside is going to be a problem.
The healers will surely fall here. The multi-archer tower, or even just the monolith. Wow, it can reach the queen. It has such great range. The warden goes down. It's really going to come down to this Dragon Duke. And with no other spells, I fear there's way too many defenses for him to handle without too much support.
Yeah, multi-arch tower, air expo, a second multi-arch tower. There's so much left here, and who knows if there's any traps remaining in this final portion of the base, which means that the Duke will not be able to push through, and especially he doesn't have the Electro Fang, so he can't chain through these buildings and get them down even quicker. This is going to be a defense here for Chihuahua and Transcendence, so this puts Win or Die at 7 stars, so they are still up 1 star over Transcendence, but a 3-star from Transcendence and another defense, they will then take the lead on percentage.
And as we speak right now, Transcendence have the better overall percent. They've taken down more buildings total, but they are still behind by that star. So like you mentioned, 1 3-star here completely turns the tables, flips everything on its head, and Transcendence could take the lead.
And you win the smash, you stay in the upper bracket. You have the momentum. Once you get sent to the lower bracket, and especially if you lose your first match, it is a tough road down there. But here we go. Watto, it is time to deliver a 3-star, and he's bringing the Super Bowlers. Starting it off with that Queen charge, the Monolith Arrow on this Queen, so she can step in and possibly grab one of those spitters would be fantastic. Looks like she'll grab the defensive King as well. Take a little bit of time, but that Monolith Arrow really helps do all that extra damage.
Monolith Arrow combined with the Headhunter, able to make easy work of that defensive Barbarian King. Also made a big difference that no defenses were hitting the Queen during that time, so he didn't even have to use a spell. But here we go again. Healers are dropping like flies. One by one, he's already lost 2 healers to Seeking Air Mines. Will he find any more? Oh my goodness, Queen's going for that wall.
The defensive Queen just walked too far out of range. It would have been so nice to finish that Queen off. But here we go with the Super Bowlers now coming down south. They try to wall break this wall open a little bit more, but it's fine. It looks like the Super Bowlers will step into here nonetheless. Sends in another super wall break back. Used an overgrowth on the backside, mainly for that lava launcher. As he goes in, triggers the Giga Bomb. Uh-oh. We have the Queen going to the left, and the Super Bowlers have also walked to the far left side as well.
We have 1 or 2 Super Bowlers in the rage, still trying to clear that section with the Town Hall and the Logger, and wow, they're actually getting it. So he did manage to take out the Town Hall. The rest of the group is kind of pushing left here because of that Overgrowth. But as that Overgrowth expires, the Heroic Torch makes it to where everybody can just hop over walls. Do we start getting some weird splits? It looks like we might.
But he goes with the Totem to distract that Revenge Tower turnaround. Invests the Invis. Revenge Tower has been taken care of. Queen still has her ability. Duke's up top. King is still going on the top side. It's looking pretty solid here. Just the Queen needs to continue to walk. Oh, the Warden goes down, so he can't walk through the walls anymore. And the Queen takes out. No, she does not finish off that Tesla. 1 ability left for the King with the Spiky Ball. We do have the Duke. Okay, yeah, so no, not really an ability you can activate for the Duke. Pops the Spiky Ball so he can remove the air defense, protect the Duke.
The Duke is getting passive healing, though, from one of his equipments, so he is slowly getting more and more health. It is actually ideal for him to tank the Expo, but that multi-archer tower, once it locks on, is doing so much damage. The air skellies are going to distract the Duke for a couple extra seconds, allowing the multi-archer tower to continue to fire upon him. The Dragon Duke gets a little bit of HP back. The King's still alive with the help of the 2 healers. Can he get that last Super Wizard Tower? He's going. The King's dead. The Duke death damage finishes it off. Carbon Transcendence finally get their 3-star.
That was clutch. Needed to get a 3-star. He delivers here, so puts pressure back onto Win or Die. If they get anything but a 3-star, it will be the lead for Transcendence. And then Kazuma of Transcendence will hold all the cards no matter what. But if Win or Die triple, it could still be win or die that closes it out with a 3-star of their own. So it could go either way in these final 3 attacks.
Wow, I was gonna say it felt like a slow start to this match, but not really. I mean, it's just time fail after time fail, such close attacks, but now we are kicking into high gear. Both teams with a 3-star, anything can happen, and immense pressure on Crispy. He likes to be the spokesperson for his team, and let's see if he can show up when his team needs him the most, starting with this Archer Queen Monolith Arrow.
I mean, Crispy was confident when he was talking about this match, and let's see if he can pull through for his team. Win or Die did go 4-0 in Stage 2 and advanced. They didn't even have to play in Day 2 of the previous, it wasn't last week, but 2 weeks ago. So it's been some time since the monthly qualifiers. They've been preparing. They've been putting in that extra time as this queen is trying to charge her way through. Goes invisible and is going to get locked on to the king while the Angry Jelly's working on the Archer Tower. And now, okay, does not finish that king off, but he's basically going to go down in just about 1 shot.
Definitely good enough. As the Super Bowlers walk around, they will be able to one-shot him. Nicely done. That Invis spell was not easy to hit because the king was basically just almost on the same tile as his Archer Queen. He's sending his Barbarian King Dragnuke combo for the flank on the north side of the base. Got Cocoa Balloon searching for traps here. This totem spell distracting the lava launcher and the logger, maybe placed too early, but better safe than sorry as the Super Bowlers start to make their way inside.
Yeah, I would say it would place way too early because unfortunately the lava launcher now is hitting him, which that totem should have been placed to distract both the logger then. But the Warden ability has gone off. Can he continue to just push through the walk through these walls? Triggers that Giga Bomb, but notice he still has another Rage. This Rage, as he deploys it now, can get some boulder bounces through this Town Hall. Maybe he can bounce to the backside as he continues. These healers hopefully can keep healing his core troops up as the King's got ability. It's looking solid as long as he can stay through and alive through these Super Wizard Towers.
King on the outside of the base, Dragon Dew still flying through. The Spirit Fox has managed to stay alive through all of this. Every time I say that, as soon as I mention the Spirit Fox, she then goes down. The Spiky Ball does some nice damage. The Super Wizard Towers can do a lot of damage, but the Queen and the Warden are at full health with 2 healers. I think he's got it.
He does have it, which is going to put Win or Die in a winning position here. They will control their fate no matter what Transcendence does in their next attack. So if Transcendence triple, Win or Die will have to triple to win the war. But if they don't, then things are different. You don't have to go all out. Spiz will be the closer for Win or Die to try to advance. Remember, whoever wins this match advances in the upper bracket as he's going to take on the defending world champs, Tribe Gaming. That is going to be a very difficult match, but we're about 2 attacks away from finding out who's advancing.
These teams, both teams, really showing up here toward the end of the war, and it's all going to come down to this final set of attacks. Both teams sending their final attacker in now. Of course, Win or Die up by a star, but down on percent. Transcendence desperately need a 3-star here to give themselves the best chance, and if they do hit that, it'll put Win or Die in a triple or lose situation.
Yeah, because at this point, with a 2-star, Transcendence is only at 11, and Win or Die only have to get a 2-star of their own to win the war. As we have that Duke working through the top side as it flew across the base. It removed the Clan Castle. It removed so much value in the middle of the space as the throwers don't have to worry about that. While the Revenge Tower is hitting his Duke, he does have 1 wall breaker. Will he try to wall break the Queen up there? Actually, those walls are open. Oh no! He recalled too late and the Queen died.
He only recalled healers from the healer puppet. The Queen is gone. He does have the revive spell, but you probably want to see that on the Dragon Duke. All of his healers in the main push are low on HP. Still has the King moving around the outside of the base. Transcendence desperately need this attack to go well, and he's going all or nothing now, overgrowthing the Town Hall for pathing, Carvin.
Oh my, he's going all out for it. There's a redeployment of, well, the healers. It was supposed to be the Queen, as we have the troop launcher launching troops to the bottom side. Giant bombs giant bombs. King is going to be forced to ability, but there is not many throwers alive in the core of this base because the monolith is looking to finish them off. And then they need to turn around and go get that town hall, which they do. But unfortunately, if this does not 3-star, then win or die just have the 2-star to win.
There's still a chance. He has a revive spell and then 3 supporting spells afterward. Where is the Dragon Duke? There he is, gonna work his way down toward this triple Inferno Tower section, and he's able to do it before the Rage Tower recovers with the help of the spells. Carbon, depending on traps, he might be able to push through.
Don't say there's traps. Oh, no. There's the air skellies. Oh, no, there's the right air bombs. There's thinking of mines. There's gonna be more. There's gonna be more! No! Oh.
Oh, I had to say something about traps.
Yep.
Oh, these throwers, they're not even going for the same wall. Finally, they switch, and they are. He has the totem spell, distracting the ricochet cannon to keep the warden alive. I think the throwers with the 2 or 3 healers could actually get everything, but it might come down again to time.
Don't tell me.
He's got the wall breaker that could shave another second or 2 off. He might have it still.
Wait. Warden's stepping in. Warden's Rage Gem is clutch. He's moving through the Builder Hut. The Builder Hut's going down. The Warden's stepping into the multi with only about 10 seconds left. The multi needs to go down. The Thrower's assistance. He's moving through. 5, 4, and Transcendence gets the 3 stars, which means win or die must. Triple to win the war. Good luck to Spiz because they will not win on percentage.
Wow, that was so amazing and is setting us up for the best possible finish here. Some people might be wondering why it looked like he still had a warden ability to pop there at the end. It's because with these thrower armies, usually the pros are bringing the Rage Gem and the Life Gem combination. So there's no active ability. Pushing that warden ability wouldn't have done anything. He did everything he could, and it barely worked. A 3-star is in for them.
Well, he clutched it up. Think of the Duke getting hit by all those traps. I mean, Lex, you did your best to try to stop that Duke, but he wasn't having any of it, and Transcendence delivered a 3-star. So win or die. This is exactly it. You win or you die. You get sent to that lower bracket. You got a triple. Let's live up to the name and see if Spiz can come through with a rocket backpack to start. 9 dragons and the arrow flying through from the far right side.
Percent doesn't matter on this attack. 3 stars are mandatory. Triple or lose. The queen on the right side with the healer puppet. She's meant to go all the way up toward 12 o'clock. Dragon Dude, after moving through the middle of the base, is meant to clear the left side of the base. And all these dragons, they find the tornado trap early. He uses a free spell early. He's holding on to the warden ability as long as he can. But he finally has to pop it there as there is so much damage in the middle of the base.
He is trying to power his way through this core. Totem to try to cause some distractions for both spitters to hit right into each other with the Minion Prince ability. Skipping right through this core, which hits the back end Air Expo. Overgrowths that Revenge Tower. But hold on, we got another Overgrowth. That Queen is still alive. He's got his Dragon Riders moving. He's not wasting any time here. Revives that Duke to bring him back alive. One more Overgrowth out to the Revenge Tower as it will then wear off to go through these Teslas, but it's looking good here for Spiz.
Wow, such a fast attack too.
Yeah.
Where's he gonna place that last overgrowth? It might not matter, but use it to help out a little bit. Yes, he does. After the Rage Tower pops off, which is bonus points, because once it expires, you don't have to worry about the Rage Tower, and even then, he has a freeze spell as well. Win or die, Carbon. They're gonna pull it off.
My gosh, was that a quick attack? And at this point, he's just waiting for the overgrowth to wear off. And this had to be a 3 or nothing, and he delivers. What a strong attack, and that is getting it done for win or die. And they will send Transcendence down to the lower bracket, and win or die advances to take on Tribe Gaming in round 2 in the upper bracket. You know, whenever it comes down to that final attack, it's always leading up. You're so nervous, like, oh gosh, is it going to be able to pull through here? Is it going to get a 3? I don't know. Some things are going wrong, but we didn't even have time to kind of like analyze what was happening. It was happening so quick that Spiz just drops that 3-star, and it was the fastest one yet.
so fast. His troops went through the whole base that he even had to sit there and wait for the overgrowth to expire. I mean, that was amazing. What an awesome finish to that war. It felt a little defense heavy starting off, but the second half of that war was just all offense, triple after triple, putting us into a triple or lose situation, and Spiz gets it done. Look at these attacks too. Every single fail in this match was above 90%.
To think that there was 3 buildings away from Transcendence putting up a 14-star war. Literally one little cleanup wizard for Nairobi. It's a 3-star. Heroic coming so close, 98%. That's all it takes. That's why every building matters. And in this case, wasn't able to pull through to get those triples. And we've been seeing it time and time again this weekend, or at least today. 13 stars has been the mark to hit to be winning these wars, because if you put up anything lower than that, you're going to struggle to advance.
Indeed, but advance, win or die does, because we can finally take a look at the bracket after the final quarterfinal has completed, and we have our upper bracket semifinal matches determined, as well as our first round of lower bracket matches.
Wow, 14, 13, 13, 13 are all the scores for today to start. We still have more matches to come, my friends, so don't go anywhere, as we're gonna now crown the MVP. Who could it possibly be? It is Spiz, of course. The man triples in the end, and triples it in style with plenty of time remaining.
Plenty of time, all the pressure on him as well to be forced into a triple or lose situation. I mean, that does not occur too often anymore, and it's fun that we actually got to see that happen in the first round of wars today.
Yeah, it was an incredible job from Win or Die getting it done, but hey, we still have more matches, and we will be sending 2 teams home later today. So we're going to take a short little break and be right back.
From memory, I would like you to draw a balloon.
Okay.
I show you? Or I send?
紙がちっちゃくて
The balloon, or any version of the balloon, rocket balloon, whatever it may be.
Howdy, Chiefs, and welcome back. Some excellent drawing on those last little break elements there. Love to see the artistic skills brought to bear by our champions. But hey, we are now done with the Clash of Clans element. We are going full art mode. Does anyone else have any golems to share? I started working on one here. I realize it gets really blocky, so it's hard to get the full effect. But
I tried my balloon. I tried a balloon.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah, I was from memory. Okay, I didn't look at anything. That's my drawing. I tried.
I forgot my drawing. I mean, let's put it. My dog ate my drawing, right? Like that's how we do it. I think we might have.
We lost Woody. Woody froze. Again. It's okay. It's all right.
So let's get into the match then, right? Because we have our first elimination match here. And I mean, this one is all about which team is making and starting possibly the lower bracket run, and which other team is dropping out of this competition first.
Yeah, the extra pressure now being a lower bracket match, but God's Warriors really impressed me in their last match against ZOOS, putting up 13 stars, and it was ZOOS that had to put up 14 just to beat them. So now I'm going to be very curious to see what they could do in the lower brackets. Does a team like that have an incredible start, but then can they keep it up? Can they keep pace with what they did? Now that their opponents have seen that what they have done earlier, they could pick bases to try to stop certain attacks. So things start to get very interesting down in the lower bracket now.
Yeah, I'm just checking what we have predicted, but I feel like during, like at least in the caster section, we had 3 going for Enosis, and then Woody went with the God's Warriors. So overall, we are leaning towards Enosis. We feel like they are more consistent maybe because God's Warriors have done an incredible job, but regarding their hit rate so far in this competition, I'm just not sold yet that is a result which they're able to put out consistently. So that's to me the big question mark, really. And I feel like that's why most of us casters have went with Enosis.
Yeah, I mean, with them being at about 24% hit rate, which was God's Warriors, it doesn't matter what your hit rate was in stage 2. You're in stage 3 now, and it's what matters now. What can you pull off? Can you bring your 3 stars? And at this point, you're in the lower bracket. You can't hold back. If you were trying to save some bases for later in the competition, no, you have to bring it out, and you have to bring it right now. So let's listen in to hear from Ethan as they are preparing.
I'd probably say we want everyone to remember us as a very fun, energetic team and very diverse team, as we are pretty much from all across, North America and Europe as well. So just having teams from just one continent compared to having, people everywhere, it definitely shows that everyone can be good teammates with each other.
Well, I was shocked into stunned silence there from the amazing performance of that last war, but we are back and ready to get cracking in this lower bracket. And hey, Enosis know the stakes. They know that their reputation is on the line. They know that this could be their very last war of the month. Itsu, what is the feeling when you're down in the first match and you're having to fight all the way from the lower bracket?
I mean, it's not great, that's for sure, but I feel like this is then where they have to keep their good vibes. He said they want to be remembered as a team which is energetic with having good vibes and good energy in general. So I feel like if they can keep that, that would be a huge part to then making sure that they're surviving another round in that lower bracket, because it's really easy to fall into this trap of we just lost, everything is over, it's not really, there's not any reason anyways, not any chance and whatever. So keeping that momentum high is for sure something which a team is hopefully capable of doing that in that lower bracket.
You've really got to remind yourself of what got you here in the first place, that you are a team that's the top 8 in the world for this month. And if you want to be able to continue soldiering on, you have to put a big smile on your face and fight hard. Carbon, they're going up against a tough opponent that seemed to almost crack through in the upper bracket, losing by just 1 star against an extremely tough foe. God's Warriors are back in action, and having just taken a 13 star loss to ZOOS Esports, they scored just as high as Repotted Gaming, as Tribe Gaming, or as Win or Die, yet they aren't in the upper bracket. Do you think that they feel like they deserve this win, like they're gonna take it anyways?
Well, I think every team believes they deserve to win in this case, but it's just the defenses. God's Warriors defenses unfortunately weren't able to stop a incredibly hot team like ZOOS. I mean, you put any team against ZOOS and everyone's going to be picking ZOOS over them pretty much is what it seems like. But ZOOS already have a golden ticket, so that could change things going forward if God's Warriors make a lower bracket run. And if ZOOS keeps winning, they could match up in the grand finals. But remember, since ZOOS already does have that golden ticket, things could start to be interesting as if they continue to advance. Then it would be the team that is in second that could get a golden ticket. But we'll cross that bridge if we get there, because they have to focus on this one as their pressure is mounting now in the lower bracket.
It's something I've noticed through the past wars is that none of them have come down to percentage. It seems very often that we talk a lot about percentage, you know, about the tug of war between these two teams and who's edging more on defenses and bases and trying to get every single building destroyed. But so far this month, it's come down to stars. Do you think that teams are focusing more on kind of all-out 3 stars or nothing attacks?
I just feel like base building has become way harder because now with the rocket backpack allowed, you see a lot of throwers in general now as an attacking strategy. Last month, it was pretty much super bowlers being the only viable ground strategy. Now we have throwers in there, and with the rocket backpack, if it's now the snipe all 4 air defense approaches with dragons, or if it's now all about sniping maybe spell towers in combination with the lava launcher, you have now way more possibilities as an attacker, and this obviously makes base building way harder, and this is why I would assume that we see more explosive wars when it comes down to the results overall.
Well, when you're in the lower bracket of a double elimination match, there's all the more reason to come out explosive, swinging for the fences, as we'd say in American baseball. But let's take a look now at the caster predictions, because we've been studying this match in our ivory tower and have our own thoughts on who's going to take the lead. The caster predictions are in right now, and it's 3-1 for Enosis. I was the lone holdout for God's Warriors, so I guess I'll defend that first. Having picked up 13 stars in their first war against ZOOS Esports of all opponents, it seems like they did extraordinarily well given the circumstances, and they might not have had the best percentage, but 3 triples against a team like ZOOS speaks volumes to me. And although Enosis is strong, and I think they've got a level, you know, set chance at taking the win here, I'm kind of surprised to see that it's so decisive in Enosis's favor. So, Carbon, do you want to tell me a little bit about why you think Enosis is going to get the win?
I mean, I went with Enosis because of their hit rate throughout Stage 2 leading into here. Obviously, we've seen 3 stars coming in from both sides, but I am questioning if God's Warriors can continue that pace. It is very difficult to try to continue a performance like that, especially when against ZOOS, but now even more pressure is on the line. When you attack first, you're kind of thinking, okay, well, we have the backup having a lower bracket run if we do lose, but now you have no backup. Now, if you mess up, do you take that risk? Because it could cost you a run through the lower bracket, which is not only going to cost you a golden ticket if you can't make it there, but also every single time you win, that's more prize money. And if you can't win anymore, you don't have access to that.
Well, we're going to kick the predictions back to the community as well and see who you at home think is going to take the win. Let's go ahead and load them up on screen, and it's a 51% for God's Warriors to 49% for Enosis. So I'm taking the majority here. It's a slim majority, but I will be with them. Why don't you go ahead and let us know your thoughts on this community prediction, Itsu?
Yeah, I feel like for them, because they do not have all of the stats maybe to like compare those two teams, and they're just looking at the results which they have seen so far from them today, I can understand that prediction. I can totally see where they're coming from. But really keep in mind, ZOOS, they have that golden ticket. They do not have put maybe the most work into their defense. So let's see how God's Warriors can perform now versus a team which is giving it their all on defense as well. So I think this will be an interesting test. And if they can perform again, 13 stars or something, I'm all in on the hype train. But for now, for me, it was just a one lucky punch. Let's see if that's right.
Well, it sounds like the stats say Enosis. So the brain says Enosis, but the vibe, the heart says God's Warriors. So Which way is this going to go? It could really be a coin flip, or it might just be an absolute shutout. It's all up to the 10 players who are on the field to give us that decisive finish. Carbon, do you want to take a stab at this community prediction as well and let me know what your thoughts are on that?
I mean, I definitely think it was the recent performance that is influencing this prediction here with their performance of 13 stars up against ZOOS. And again, it's going to be the question, can God's Warriors defense hold up against Enosis? They gave up 14 stars. Were they holding back on some defenses? Do they now try to bring out their best defenses now that elimination is on the line? Well, we're going to have to find out. But the pressure is now on. You lose, you're going to be sent home.
Let me take it back to you, Itsu, and ask you, do you think that Enosis, maybe with only 12 stars, faced off against more difficult bases from Repotted Gaming against a team, you know, instead of like ZOOS, which kind of took it in stride and seemed to think that this was going to be their war to win anyways. Maybe Enosis had to struggle and Repotted really gave them a bigger obstacle to go up against. I'll let you answer that in the match itself, though, because we are going to be kicking off the attack. We are ready to go. God's Warriors and Enosis Esports with elimination on the line. Fight your hearts out!
And
well, we have got Warriors hitting first, and they're starting things off with the Dragon Duke charge. So, is that going to get the value needed? Because it seems like that they're going for the logger right away.
Yeah, pushing this Duke into the Town Hall. Slowly but surely trying to time the Spear Fox, which is pretty low, less than half health remaining, but does turn back to go for the logger now. Be able to chain through, goes invisible yet again, hasn't pulled out the full clan castle just yet. But this logger should go down to the chains, and he does. So secures that, but getting pulled into the archers. Oh, no, it still does not want to go for this Town Hall here.
I mean, that Duke charge as an opening looks insane. He even's getting that clan castle out. With the explosion, he should be able to get the core out as well, which creates even better pathing than later on for his Dragon Riders. That opening is out of this world. Let's see if he can convert this. The Hound already is flying to the complete opposite side, so he's not doing as much. He's trying to now use that still with sniping the air defense. But still, is that pathing now good enough? That's the main question.
Oh, pairs in a Royal Champion Rocket Spear under the rage to snipe the Spitter and the Monolith on the backside. So these Dragon Riders can continue their way up and around. The pathing is looking clean for them to continue through, but now the RC is going to go down to the defensive King over there. Won't be able to get past him as well, but we got red airbows popping in the core, trying to push through this multi, and then the Revenge Tower is awaiting him.
Yeah, and with no Rage Tower in this base, he has decided to not go for any Eternal Tome. Instead, the Healing Tome is right now active, reviving that Dragon Duke in the core, tanking the Revenge Tower. But this means a lot of damage is getting dealt. The Dragon Duke is maybe not getting the most value here, especially now with the Poison Tower reloading.
Yeah, the Poison Tower is coming back. It actually gets launched to where the Dragon Duke was. Minion Prince is trying to clutch up this Revenge Tower. The defensive Duke is lower health, but the Revenge Tower is not going down. Come on, Revenge Tower.
Oh, no.
The Greedy Raven helps finish it off. But we have a multi-scatter air defense and even an air expo still remaining.
The Warden going down, but the back end is a little bit too much, which I'm quite surprised about, to be honest, because that Duke charge looked incredible. This could have not went any better for him. He kept the Fox alive, he kept the pathing right there, and he even took down the entire core and created the best possible pathing. But in the end, it is still going to be a 91% 2-star, and God Warriors are starting things off with 2. The question now is, Enosis, can they answer? Because they were one of the teams which have taken advantage of the air spam with the arrow and backpack combination to just snipe as many air defenses as possible, and then utilizing 2 overgrowth to just make the biggest part of the base useless and just go with the flow type of thing. They have utilized that strategy a lot with mixed results. Let's see how well this will work versus the bases now of God's Warriors.
I mean, this is how it started last time for God's Warriors. It was Benja that actually didn't get in the 90s in the first war against ZOOS. He got in the 70s, so it was better than last time. And it was the other players that did come in with 3 stars. But now, let's see what MES can do with 9 Dragons does have an ice block to possibly use on the Ice Hound, but needs to set up the pathing to push these dragons through. They have a minion up top, Archer as well, to clear some of the skellies, so he's taking his time, sends in that Royal Champion, pairs in that Earthquake to remove this Revenge Tower.
Really smart play early on, getting that multi-arch tower out nice and early so he can delay that ability of her. Nicely done. And now it's all about taking care of those top side defenses and pushing those dragons into the bottom side. He has to be careful that he's not taking away the pathing too early for the dragon to the top side. Hopefully they're turning around and joining the main army. 2 dragons going for the top compartment. Not the worst, not the best. Let's see how the troops are now getting that core, because there are 2 sweepers waiting for them.
Yeah, the sweepers are there. Headhunters coming out of the defensive. CC does activate that Warden ability. Poison getting launched, but he's trying to continue this funnel into the core. And then he dropped that poison in the middle, which, there you go, finally drops it. A defending Witch and the Furnace come out. By the overgrowth on the backside spitter, so hopefully he can path his way into the town hall. Does use that minion prince ability to slow things down, with a Duke now being deployed up top. Totem to strike that air defense, but 1 more overgrowth remains as he's making the push now right to the core.
Yeah, this overall looks pretty solid. He can overgrowth the topside compartment again. Is he going to do that? Or, yep, a little bit late, but it was fine, just like that. Love Dragon still alive, making sure the Super Wizard Towers are distracted. At this point, he still has that Minion Prince ability to stun the back end wherever it's needed. But the troops are slowly disappearing. This will be a super close finish with no heart equipment, so no HP regeneration on that Dragon Duke.
Yeah, he's got that back end spitter, but it looks like it might not even angle towards him, so it could be safe. Pushing through the scatter shot, Minion Prince needs to take it down. That Meteor Staff is helping. Sends the Rocket Loon to the far right side. It's going to go into that sweeper. Now the Duke is getting those chains, and this looks to be a 3-star for Enosis, and a great way to start off the match. And unfortunately, it was the same thing that ZOOS Esports did to God's Warriors. They delivered the 3-star, so the defenses of God's Warriors has only defended once out of 6 attacks, and that is not going to be good enough to try to compete at a stage like this. To have, what, 5 out of 6 of your bases being tripled so far, that is going to hurt.
That's gonna hurt indeed. But overall, the approach was similar to what we have seen earlier from Enosis. They really seem to like this double overgrowth approach with their air attacks, and so far they had great success with it. The question is, can they keep that up? Well, on the other side now, is history going to repeat? Can God's Warriors now 3-star 3 times in a row? That's the main question here, because it's back to throwers here for them. Can the Warden stay to those, or stay close to the throwers, or is he going to push ahead again? That's for me the major question. We see the Dragon Duke, he's going to hit the target, and yes, nice opening here.
Yeah, grabs that value to start. A couple super barbs on the Archer Tower, trying to push the Duke into their defense. He does. Then move into the spitter, grab this value down south to set up a thrower attack. He's got to be a little bit patient to make sure he gets this value, but you can't wait too long because time will be an issue as the Duke does die, comes back to life with that Phoenix, but they set up the pathing for the throwers, and hopefully now they can follow that log launcher, which is going to hopefully open up the walls leading towards that town hall.
There goes the wall break, getting those throwers into the first layer. The Queen is trying her best to push everything inside. We have now a strong funnel with King and Queen on that far right side. The King, though, is going to run into 2 air heroes. I feel like the King was used really early because there's nothing behind him which could actually give him coverage. So that King is not getting any value here. That might be tricky. The throwers are slowly getting towards the town hall, but they're getting distracted to the side as well.
Yeah, they're getting pulled to the bottom side. We need them to continue through towards the core to back to the town hall, but the town hall remains, and like you said, the air heroes of the defensive Minion Prince and that Duke up there. Finally, the Duke is going down to the Queen, but throwers have completely ignored the town hall. They are going to the bottom side. Only just the Super Yeti now is there. The Queen hopefully helps finish the town hall off, so he at least secures that 2nd star. But he's got 1 revive to use in 1 invis, and there's a lot left.
And he even missed the overgrowth on the fire spitter, which means that thing can now fire away on his troops from such a long distance. I'm not sure if he did not want to take the risk of going in from the far side, but I feel like after that, the Dragon Duke opening was phenomenal. What was out of this world, perfect redirection into the fire spitter. But why the throwers from there instead of just into the into the revenge tower and then use king and queen on the top left side? There are no heroes. They're going in behind the back of the fire spitter, and things look amazing actually. So yeah, big question mark for me, but in the end it is falling short because of the entry chosen and the troops splitting completely because he had no control over them. And this is an insane defense here now for Enosis.
Yeah, very low percent. Struggling to get to the 70% here. And unfortunately, that is going to hurt because Enosis with the 3-star already. God's Warriors had a 91% too. And this one looks to be a 69% 2-star there for Raze, but not going to be able to get higher than that. And Enosis is going to be able to try to take advantage of that with their next hit. Remember, if you lose this, you are eliminated from the competition, as this is now a lower bracket match.
Yes, everything depends on this match. This is something where Repotted are the masters of keeping the nerves under control. But this is a really stressful situation because if you fail and if you lose at this stage, you're out of the competition. So much pressure on those two teams and on the players in general. Let's see if they can somehow handle the nerves. Mr. C already has been at the big stages, so can he and as well his teammates somehow work together and get those attacks in? Because we have a queen charge super bowler attack, something which we have not seen a lot out of the attacks from ZOOS, because it's just so hard to keep that queen alive, keep her under control, and let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, with this queen walking around the walls, targeting those defenses because of the angry jelly. Air expel goes down. Air defense. Spitter, multi, even maybe a poison spell tower, and or the minion prince as well can all go down from this charge here. Hopefully the poison does not get launched to the queen. Nice. Okay, leaves that minion prince and does not lure out the clan castle. So that is something you have to think about. Typically, if you can pull that CC out early, take care of it at the edge, then that warden ability can be even stronger when you push through the core. But now, if there's ice golems in there, which most likely there probably will be, then your super bowlers will get slowed down, and you gotta try to time this warden ability perfectly.
Ooh, a lot of damage already on those super bowlers. Look at that, so much damage. He has to pop that turn tome now early. But remember, as you said, we see those ice golems in there, and those are going to slow down the troops a lot, which means this torch ability is going to run out quite soon. We have the stun getting triggered from the Dragon Duke as well. Can he push into this backhand somehow? I mean, the torch for now is active. I think it's running out right now. Did he get far enough?
Oh, he's gonna get some nice bowler bounces. Oh, nice! Took out the super wizard terror on the backside of the space. Took out the hero wall as well. That ranged up super bowler bounce is clutch, getting some fantastic value. Even a Tesla back there. Now the queen has ability. King has his. Hold on, it's looking good here as those bowler bounces under the rage delivered. Such a strong attack there at the backside of the base as the giant is still trying to power through, protecting this queen, and that king ability can skip through with about 60 seconds now left in this hit.
Yeah, as soon as he reaches the 92% mark, he can use that king ability because it's going to hit all of the remaining defenses and buildings. So right now he can pop it. I said. Nice, there we go. It is going to deal already a lot of damage, even coming back to the storage at the bottom side. But I'm not sure if he has enough power, right? Or is the giant tanky enough?
Oh, the multi goes down. Yes, look at it, doing damage over the walls, wow. And he gets it. Well done, Mr. C.
Wow, I mean, what a start for Enosis. Great back-to-back 3 stars while having 2 defenses already. I mean, this match is quickly getting out of hand. We had only one match earlier, which was somewhat one-sided with Tribe versus Vatic. This, after the first 2 attacks at least, is on the same level.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for God's Warriors that you took on ZOOS in the beginning, and then you lose, put up 14 stars against you, and now you give up another 2 stars to start off this war. And unfortunately, the base building for God's Warriors just has not been stopping anybody. That is now out of 7 attacks against their bases. 6 of them have been triples. They've only held 1 attack from 3-starring, and that is not going to try to be big enough to try to win in a monthly finals. But we are now seeing the throwers coming down with the Warden to start. Okay, this is a little bit of a Warden walk, which we haven't seen all too often lately, because when you pair in the Queen's Wildlife Arrow, that just seems to be so much more efficient and so much faster.
We have the Angry Spell in here, which is kind of cool. But the one thing which I was concerned about is just the placement of the Furnace, because the Scalar Shot took like half the hit points already. But, well, let's see how well he can take down those defenses so far. I mean, the opening looks quite nice.
Okay, hold on. The Warden, he used that Anger Spell to target this Monolith to help take that down, so that he doesn't have to worry about moving with throwers to the left side now into the Revenge Tower.
Well, I really, really like this. He has to get the backpack, though, in. I guess he still uses that. Or no. Where is he? Okay, there we go. Making sure that he takes that out before the Lava Launcher can get in any of those shots. Having now King, Queen, and the Dragon Duke as funnel. I mean, there's not much more you could add there to make an even stronger funnel. So now let's see if his throwers are actually pushing into the right direction, because he is not opening any walls right now. Where should they go next? I'm wondering, where are they going next?
Well, we have a Poison Spell Tower to the right. No, they're not going there. Oh, wait, actually one is. One's like, nah, I want to go for the wall. And it's targeting the Spell Tower. But we now have our push still to the top side. Duke comes back to life with that Phoenix, but are we going to overgrowth the back end Spitter? Not yet. He's hanging on to it, because that's usually where we see that overgrowth, but he's not deploying it just yet.
He's still waiting for it. He has 1 minute 10 seconds left, so he should place it somewhat soon. We have the one thrower still going against the wall at the bottom side. You see the spears coming in from time to time. There we go now with the overgrowth. But is it going to be enough power on the back end? He has to revive the Warden, unfortunately, though, jumping into the damage a little bit. Now we have the Dragon Duke recover. Oh, I'm not sure if that is a bit too early, because there is still the Elephants on the back side. I feel like that revive was a little bit early.
Well, Air Skellies are here. Slowing down the Duke. Has to go with another totem. Does not distract the Duke with that totem there. But the Spitter is now active again. Luckily, that thrower actually pulled that Poison Spell down south, which is nice, so it won't get pushed to his troops up top. But unfortunately, these throwers are stuck up top. They're trying to continue their way around. I mean, at this point, it's just a time issue.
Yeah, that is the issue with, like, throwers obviously always are really, really time dependent, but that is the issue if you have the funnel option, or like the funnel heroes joining up forces with your throwers. Time will be always a big issue, and this is why I was so confused that what exactly the plan was for the attack pathing wise, because he sent his throwers, funneled them into the compartment, and then there was nothing behind. Nothing which the throwers could like rely on to get pulled into the base. So, yeah, question mark when it comes down to the plan. Overall, execution-wise, was quite solid. I like the overall concept here with the Angry Spell. That was really cool to watch. But after that, the plan was just missing, it feels like. And the overall hero deployment could have been maybe better to really get the time out of the window for this attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, falling just a bit short. Time was the issue. And it's been the issue all day for so many teams and players. But, you know, that's the name of the game. You have to get that 3-star in the 3 minutes allotted time. But here we go. Enosis are ready with 2 triples. 1 attack less, and they are tied on stars. So with this one, if this is a 3-star, they are looking to be walking away with this and take way less pressure off their remaining attackers, as the Queen is charging into the Spitter from behind to take this down and then recall her, send her back in with the Super Bowlers.
I mean, the opening just looks insane. Even is bringing that test loon, making sure the healers are staying safe. Awesome opening here. I guess he's going to try and trigger that Giga Bomb as well. The question is he going to risk it and go even further? seems like he wants to get that fire spitter.
Oh.
No! Okay, come on, healers. Okay. I was getting afraid there, but the healers are joining up the main push here.
Oh, that could have been devastating, but he's okay. They come back across into the town. That town goes down so quickly. But luckily, these balloons are going to hopefully get out in front of these healers to pull traps and keep them protected. While the overgrowth right now in the core, which is overgrowthing 2 Infernos, a lava launcher, and he does put a little bit of the CC, but now it looks like he needs to continue this push right through the clan castle and then through the bottom side. But there's a back and rage spell tower in the core. That is going to be nasty once he tries to get through into the middle.
Yeah, and he's still waiting for the Eternal Tome Torch ability, and as I'm saying that, he's popping it. He has the 1 rage to push through the back end here because there's a lot of core key defenses. Rage is there. Can he have enough power? That's the main question here. Does he even get nice boulder bounces? He takes down some of those core defenses. Actually, all of them are gone. And now it's all about the back end. He has that king ability still left. There are not too many key defenses left. Only a few of them on the left side. With that king ability, this might be possible.
The healers are healing the Super Bowler, which is actually brilliant because it's making that the Ricochet cannon is distracted, so it won't lock onto this king. Hopefully the healers can continue to keep the Super Bowler healed up, and maybe not. Actually, if it were to go down, it could move to the king, which would be helpful, but we do have a king spiky ball with about 40 seconds remaining here.
This will be so close. This will be so close. He has to get those bounces right. He could use it as soon as he's getting on that wizard tower. He's trying to delay it. There we go now. Dealing a lot of damage, but it's not going as far. Wait. Ooh, nice wall break combination, but the 20 seconds, it's not enough, but it's a high percentage either way.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to fall just a bit short here. And the king probably wouldn't even survive this air expo anyways, as the king would have to get through another set of wall. Okay, yep, just change targets. Yep, that works. But unfortunately, the king won't be able to do much after that. So it is a 2-star at 95%. But they have a 2-star lead, and they have a very healthy percentage lead as well.
Yeah, that's like the next issue, because even if God's Warriors is now going to non-stop 3-star, the percentages they need on defense to turn this around are quite low, to say the least. So the question is that even possible? But hey, all they can do at this point is get their first and as well then second 3-star in. Hope for the best on defense, because so far this was now their second defense of this entire tournament which they have played so far, or at least like today. Well, we have the next attacker getting ready. Let's see.
Can Rocio get it done against Ethan? Fell short before, but it's looking to deliver here with earthquakes, lightning in the middle, rocket back across. Oof, we have the rage is getting activated, and they get taken, both get taken down, so no more rage spells to defend this base.
I did not see the entire amount of earthquakes and lightnings, but usually you always have to take down the lava launcher. I'm not sure what exactly went wrong there, but that lava launcher on the back end, I am scared for her throwers, because that might end up being horrible. But I guess time will tell. I did not see the opening with the amount of earthquakes. Maybe that was her plan. I don't know, but we will find out in just a second if that back end lava launcher will be any problem for her, because the throwers so far are getting nicely funneled into the base. The revenge tower though is waking up, or like standing there being annoying. The question now is, can he get towards the town hall? The warden already died.
Through. Oh no, that is not good. This warden can't die through a thrower attack, because you need to have the rage gem and the life gem, as she does bring back the Duke. The Duke is going to go down so quickly, unfortunately, not going to be able to make a push through. And these throwers are dying, and I don't know. I think this town hall is staying up, which if this, she wall broke right through for the queen to step in, but the logger is going to be very annoying for the queen, and I don't think she's going to survive the spitter, and the town hall is going to stay. It's going to be a 1-star.
I have seen a lot of people being confused while we have not seen a lot of throwers last month. If you do not snipe this lava launcher, it is just going to rip your troops apart with slow-moving ground attacks. And this is exactly what throwers are all about. She did not take down the lava launcher, and at this point already, it is so tough. It is so tough with throwers to get any value whatsoever. And the backpack is usually always the instance which has to take down that defense with earthquakes, lightnings. We jumped into the attack quite late, so we didn't really see what happened there with maybe misplaced lightning or something. But in the end, lava launcher staying alive is such a crucial thing, and that means it's our first 1-star of the day, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be able to deliver there. And that means God's Warriors is going to be down a star with one more attack used, which means that this is all on Enosis' side. All they will be looking to do is they can just 2-star out, and they will be coasting their way into the next round in the lower bracket. Remember, as this is a lower bracket match, if you lose, you're eliminated, which means that God's Warriors, if somehow they hang out to win, then that's going to be insane. But they still will have next month and the month after that to still try to get a golden ticket. But it's hard when all these teams still have the ability to qualify again, just like how ZOOS did. You're going to not only have to fight through them, but you have to fight through all the other teams that are super hungry trying to get that golden ticket. But it's going to be difficult. Once you make it here, you can't expect to make it back, and you have to take full advantage of it.
That's right. But now for Enosis, it means all about building up momentum, because this team is already in the lower bracket, but they need to make sure that they are starting this lower bracket run. We have seen some teams making those runs through the lower bracket and getting all the way to the finals. We have seen that some of those veteran players in this team can really step in. And can Adi now do the same? Queen Charge Super Bonus again seems to be the name of the game for them, for this base. And so far, it's looking good. He's investing now the rage. The healers are somehow close inside that rage radius. What is he trying to get?
Well, Multi took out the defensive mini prince. The logger's going to hit these healers, which push them out of the invis. Oh no, they barely stay in there. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And pulls the queen and the healers back. But he did remove the logger, which is very nice.
Yeah, getting the logger with any attack is always a nice thing to have. We have the super bonus now pushing in. The pathing which he was able to build up so far is looking quite nice. The king as well doing a good job of funneling. Getting distracted a little bit, but now this is where the minion prince is coming in, making that pathing even better. The first rage is there. You see some super bonus getting onto the ice golems, which is always nice, but that lava launcher is really dangerous.
Yeah, pops that warden, finds a tornado trap, but can he continue this score? Giant bombs popping left and right. Duke's moving up to the top side, but they are splitting. Super Bowl is going left, Super Bowl is going to the right, and no overgrowth for a backside revenge tower, so this is going to be trying to push through. Unfortunately, he has lost quite a bit of his army now.
Yeah, and most of the healers as well. 2 healers are usually not enough to keep all of those troops alive. He's trying his best with additional spells to protect them. With not any revive spell whatsoever. The monolith on the back end as well. The totem used a little bit too late. And this means that his main push is going down. His only hope right now for more percentages is this action figure or giant. But that's going down as well. The monolith is just a little bit too strong.
Monolith remains up. The Dragon Duke will continue through the top side up there, but unfortunately it won't have enough to continue to push through. But hey, 2 stars is all they need. A 2-star here puts them at 10. Another 2-star puts them to 12. Because they, well, actually, you just need to get to 11, because the best God's Warriors can get is 10 stars if they triple. So 2-star here, 1-star in the next one, and they are coasting their way to the next round.
That's right. At this point, 2 stars win wars for them. This is what is for sure needed. Just the safest attacks possible. Get your armies into the town hall. No risk is needed, because they are now having a 3-star lead. Our biggest 3-star lead, which we have seen, or overall star lead we have seen so far within those matches. And this means that, well, God's Warriors, can they get their first 3-star for this match?
I mean, they're going to look to pull it off at this point. They are just going to try to get a 3-star, to get momentum to go into next month. Because we know with only a 1-star needed, if this is a 3-star, right? If this is not a 3-star, then Enosis technically don't even have to attack. They would be up by a star. So this has to 3 just to make Enosis have to get an attack in. But now let's see what Freddy can do with the Dragon Riders, and starting off with that Dragon Duke up top, just like we've seen many times. And that Tesla goes down through the chains. Siggy Air Mine pops. And continue through into this air defense and the scatter up there.
Yeah, really nice chains so far, and as well, he's getting chains off every building. That's quite crazy. So that's amazing for him, getting the next defense out. Really nice redirection there to get this Dragon Duke further into the core and closer to the Revenge Tower. Where's the Dragon Duke going next? Another Invis. Really nice Invis placement so far.
Yeah, with this push through into the core. Ooh, Revenge Tower goes down. Super Wizard Tower also goes down, and that Builder Hut. So a nice wedge of this base has been secured. But now we're going to move our way with the Dragon Rush to the left, into the Air Expo, into the air defense. Ooh, does find a Tornado Trap with the Lava Hound. That will pop as he continues to just path his way down and through towards that Town Hall as a Raw Champion. He's trying to assist with the funneling down south to make it a little bit more of an easier path to go towards that core.
Oh no! Okay, never mind. The Dragon Duke turned around and all of the troops are back on track now. I was a bit scared there as the Duke was chasing the attacking Ice Hound there. Nice overgrowth, keeping everything safe. He still has that Warden ability, which he could use anytime soon. There we go. We have the Healing Tome activated. The Minion Prince can be still used. He has that defense on him. Can he do something? Maybe. Okay, he's letting it go down. Not sure if that was the right choice, because especially with that equipment, it is so important, yep, to get that damage, and he's actually decided to revive it.
The Minion Prince comes back to life. Will finish up. No. No. Oh my. Oh no. The Town Hall doesn't go down. What? Wow. That is unfortunate, and not another. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, going to be 8 stars in this match. That is the lowest one that I've seen in quite a while. Unfortunately, not going to God Warriors side. And they put up 13 stars against ZOOS in the very first match. And now this is a complete reversal of what happened. And that is just so unfortunate.
I was hoping so much that we would be wrong with our prediction, and that it was not just a lucky punch in the first match, and that they somehow found, I don't know, the way of 3-starring. But apparently the 13 stars was really, unfortunately, just a lucky punch versus ZOOS. In the end, 8 stars. It is heartbreaking to see that, being unlucky in this attack as well, with his troops chasing that defending Dragon Duke across the map. And this is leading to an unfortunate 1-star indeed. 8 stars. And this means, even with 1 attack left, Enosis having a 2-star lead at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think that they have 1 more attack to use and they have already won the war by 2 stars. Not God's Warriors day today, but doesn't mean that next month they don't have another opportunity. They do. Just like every one of you watching, you're like, hey, put me in. I've got a chance. I can do it. Well, prove it. Make it here. They made it here. They did better than you. So prove that you could do better than them. And that is next month when your opportunity opens back up. So good luck is all I have to say to you. But let's see what Ethan can do to close this one out. If I see 17 rock balloons, I'm thinking there's going to be a fireball. Yes, there is a fireball. Let's go.
Let's go. They're having some fun. I love it. Queen Charge Fireball. Ah, okay. That's not going to be a fun one. Let's just hope that this is going to be the most exciting attack, because this strategy is just... it's nerve-wracking on a whole different level. If you are about to get gray hairs, this is the strategy for you, because this is so stressful. And, well, for now, he's doing a great job of just charging that Town Hall, keep getting those ice bombs in there, but he has to be careful because the Inferno Tower already locked onto his healers. He's now using those rocket loons to not just snap the Inferno Tower, but as well trigger some traps. The Inferno Tower stays alive, and he has to be careful with those healers.
Wait, luckily the air skellies are perfectly in the invis there. The Queen continues her charge. Gonna rage her up, not gonna stop this charge here. Still investing more. Town Hall is gonna go down. First star achieved. Queen will stay moving to the left, it looks like, into the other Super Wizard Tower. But he still has 7 rocket loons to deploy.
I'm just thinking about it. Does he try to set up the fireball on, like, the spell tower or something? Or maybe even the lava launcher? I guess he's trying to do something like that, right? He has now 3 more invis spells and quite some rocket loons to set that fireball up.
Yeah, well, let's see. The Queen is still charging up top. Air Expo. Rocket Loon goes to finish off. That's... Nope, does not finish off. Oh, hello. Fireball! Let's go. Taking out that clan castle.
Wow.
Ooh, that was some nice value right there, Ethan.
That fireball was way better than the one I have seen. That was amazing. Really, really cool. The question, though, is does he have enough power? Because he has now 2 heroes left to be deployed, which means the Roy Champ and the Dragon Duke. Can he get this done? The Queen has to survive, though. He has that ability still left. Oh, well, let's see if they can somehow push through.
All right, we have the Queen ability being forced with a Giant Giant, but that Monolith was right next to the Revenge Tower. There's the Duke is trying to make his way right into the core, utilizing that Angry Jelly to target the core, stuns it up. RC triggers the Giga Bomb up top, but look at this. Everything's converging to the backside. The defensive Minion Prince is there. Road Champ is working onto that multi. Super Minions taking out this air defense. Hoggy comes in to the left Tesla over there as well. Oh, the wall break for the Queen. She can follow into the core.
Go, Ethan, go. This attack was so cool. Come on, but it's only 15 seconds left, and there are some key defense on the back end. He has used the Dragon on the Wizard Tower, but I feel like time is the biggest factor here.
Yep.
Oh, that attack was so nice, but in the end, he is time failing. Pulling off an attack like this in esports modifiers, it's just insane. And he got so close. The 95% 2-star. But I'm so happy that he tried it. That was a beautiful attack.
Very nice job to Enosis, Ethan. What a great effort, but it is a victory nonetheless. 12-8, and Enosis will be advancing in the lower bracket, and we have now officially sent our first team home, which was God's Warriors. They put an effort in the very first match. They came so close to defeating the golden ticket winner of last month, ZOOS, 14-13, 1 star off that one, but unfortunately their luck ran out. I think they used up all their luck in that first match, and now unfortunately the 2 1-stars really hurt here, and they have fallen short. But they will have another opportunity next month, my friends.
That's for sure, because everyone can sign up for those qualifiers and can show that they're not just good in YouTube or Twitch or whatever you're watching comments, but instead you can actually follow up on those and show how good you are yourself. But with that match done, we have our first team unfortunately dropping out. But our next match then, Vatic versus Transcendence. I mean, that match is as well another crazy one, considering that it's in the lower bracket and one of those 2 teams, well, dropping out as well.
Yeah, you do not want to lose down there. Vatic is playing in person in a boot camp, but that did not pay off in their first match against Tribe Gaming. We look at the matches so far. Up top, 14, 13, 13, 13. That's what you're going to have to be putting up, and Vatic did not do that. Transcendence did put up 11, but it's going to come down to the TaxSec and 3-star. So let's take a look at the MVP now of that last match for Enosis, and it is Mr. C. And I think maybe Ethan would have won MVP if he pulled off that triple in the end, you know?
I hope so. I mean, the attempt already was crazy to consider. So he had my MVP, even though he did not 3-star. But that's maybe because I just love the strategy. But overall, really, really nice attacks from them all across the board. And in the end, they for sure deserve victor in this matchup. But hey, We have plenty of more matches to come, that's for sure, so more Clash action. But for now, we're taking a super quick break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of seconds.
Who is most likely to misclick a hero ability?
That's probably me, because whenever I do Legends, I always use Fireball, and I tend to misclick it a lot on stream, so it's pretty funny.
It's probably Philip. Whenever we do friendly challenges that he just goes into the friendly challenge he isn't supposed to go, he's always that kind of guy.
私です。勝負事の時によく緊張してしまうのでミスクリックをする可能性が高いです。
Who is most likely to claim the first base?
The absolute fastest player on our team has to be Hawk. Skips through the bases. I call this one. You haven't even looked through all the bases and you already knows which ones he's hitting. Absolute speed machine.
It's Palma because he's the first attacker in our lineup.
Definitely me, because I used to go in first.
Obviously Max. Like, he's our first hitter, so he can call the first base.
I love questions like those from Coco because they give you a sense of the variety and approaches that these different teams have. Some teams go a little bit quicker, make those decisions fast, and then run with the plan. Others like to be a bit more thoughtful. You know, some different teams have different strengths and weaknesses, and that's what all plays out on the battlefield. We've now got Vatic versus Transcendence in the lower bracket for what's going to be a terrifyingly close match for a team that thought that they were going to be making their way back to the top again this month. And another squad, Transcendence, that was also here previously and yet has been sent down to the lower bracket. One of these teams is going to get eliminated, Lexnos, and it's just a matter of time to figure out which one it is.
Yep, these two teams going head to head now. Both these teams have been consistently making it to monthly finals, not only last month, but in the previous years as well. But they both struggled to get into those top 3, top 2 spots. And one of them is unfortunately going to have to go down right away here on day 1. But let's see which one's going to come out on top. We have Vatic with their lineup here consisting of the all French roster, and it's still fun to see that they are actually having their boot camps, playing together. They meet up in real places. I think they're all in the same house today. You can see them there. They are staring at bases. They are coming up with their plans because we are just minutes away from this match.
Well, Itsu, I know your predictions have been solid and on point throughout the entire day, and for this match, I know it was a tough one, but you sided with Vatic. What is your take on why they're going to take the win?
I feel like we have now, especially from Transcendence scene, that Transcendence scene, that Chihawa said as well, that they're kind of struggling with nerfs. So I feel like sitting together in a boot camp where you can like emotionally support each other is a quite big advantage in such a situation. So this is why I would pick Vatic, but oh boy, this match could go either way. I think it's a super, super close one.
It's going to be a photo finish between these two squads, and with plenty of excitement on both sides. The only question is it going to be too exciting? They are trying to stay level-headed. With this lower bracket setup, you are not built for confidence. You're not set up for a clear and convincing move forward, Lexnos. This is all about that consistency, and actually both teams are pretty well consistent. They've made it to this part of the monthly qualifier time and again, so we'll see now what the community thinks. Actually, we'll get the caster predictions first, and it is going to be Vatic across the board, but I gotta say, for me, it was a lot closer on this one than it has been on previous predictions. How about you, Lexnos?
I think it should be close. Vatic obviously had the slip up against Tribe. They didn't perform super duper well, even though some of their fails were really close. And Transcendence, even though they lost, they still looked good. I think they themselves had like 2 time fails, so both teams are just on the edge of doing really well.
Both of them on the edge of perfection. An opportunity to run through the lower bracket still stands for both of them, but the community is with us as well with a pretty solid prediction of very nice 69% in terms of Vatic support and 31% for Transcendence. How are you feeling about that one, Itsu?
Yeah, I feel like they are the big favorites when it comes down to the size of their name, on the presence of social media and such. So I'm not really surprised the community going with that prediction. And yeah, I mean, they were looking pretty solid in most of their attacks. I hope that Cynthia is going again in with the fireball attack, and let's see what they can bring to the table.
We're gonna find out in very short order as this Superstar Showdown is now underway. Transcendence with the first attack against Vatic. Get your engines going!
Here we go, Transcendence with the Royal Champion charge right away. She already went to Phoenix ability. Wow, that was fast. There's so many traps up there, giant bombs, defenses. The Royal Champion, I'm not even sure if she got all her rocket spears off.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but yeah, she went down super fast. I'm not sure, I guess those 2 Teslas surprised her or something. But either way, we now have as well the little queen charge on the far left side. We have seen something somewhat similar from Nibrax earlier, where he used air with the queen charge together, but he did utilize the recall spell with that combination. So let's see how this works now without that spell, because he does not have a minion prince, and that is usually a big part of air attacks, with having that consistent DPS in behind the dragons.
Big part indeed. I mean, I feel like every single air attack at Town Hall 18 has had a Minion Prince Grand Warden combo, so this is very interesting. The Invis spell on the Queen completely missed, but she just steps inside the Eternal Tome quick enough to save herself. Wow, the Ice Hound was used on the right side with the Dragon Duke. It did pull quite a few traps. That Dragon Duke has his stun ability. He's looking decent so far. The Super Wizard Tower could do some damage, and as we get into the middle of the base, there's a lot of defenses hitting his dragons now.
Yeah, the Queen just being stuck on that wall is quite unfortunate. She's now stepping in there, but she has lost most of the power off that Monolith Arrow. We see the Rage now, which she can step into to get the Town Hall, because we do not want to see another 1-star here. Town Hall going down. We have another Invis spell for her. And with not too many spells left, I think that Revenge Tower is just going to take that Queen and his hopes out of this attack.
He has the totem, he has the ice golem, he has the freeze spell, but it's not going to be enough as the Queen gets stuck on a wall, and as soon as that Revenge Tower is able to lock on, ooh, even the freeze spell was a little bit too late, unfortunately. He does have a headhunter on the outside of the base, a wizard and a minion to try to pick up a couple of extra buildings, but it's just going to barely surpass the 80% mark here to start the war.
Yeah, not the best start. But overall, 2-star 80%. The question is now, can Vatic somehow do better? Because we have seen as well from them some ups and downs with their attacks. So it's not a given that they're going to perform better with their first attack. But if they could do, that would mean a lot of pressure on the other team. As we have heard in that interview, Transcendence really can struggle with those nerfs and maybe mistap a couple of spells or something, which would not play in favor of them whatsoever.
Indeed. I think this is going to be an interesting matchup because it's very difficult to determine which team has the better momentum or is feeling more confident or has the better prepared bases. it might be a very defensive heavy match. Or all of a sudden, Vatic could just turn up the heat and, those close attacks they had in their first war with Synthé and Kingsman all of a sudden just end up being crushing and they move forward. And you can almost say the same thing about Transcendence with their 2-time fails from their first war.
That's right. Tryhard is the first attacker for Vatic. Let's take a look at what he's going to bring to the table. It is going to be the throwers, but it seems like no earthquake, which means we are seeing the Skelly Donut. Let's go. This is something which we do not see too often, but whenever we see it, it is super exciting.
Those invis spells placed perfectly, just barely not making the clan castle invisible, allowing the skeletons to take it out alongside the defense next to it. And now a mini funnel is made, no defensive clan castle troops to worry about, so of course Tryhard doesn't bring the poison spell, and the throwers can start here from the bottom side of the base. Are they going to path perfectly? Does he need to do any more funneling? I'm worried they might try to go the wrong way. How are they going to move?
The king is trying to push them back. Where are they going? He's wall breaking them in. Where are they going next? That's the big question. We have the freeze now for the king, but I feel like he has to adjust now because those throwers are in between both fire spitters. And that's rough. That is not a position you want to be in with those throwers. The king did go down. He did take down the far right side compartment. The question is, can he somehow recover it?
Assuming he doesn't have a Eternal Tome ability, it is very rough for these throwers to be in between all those defenses. Luckily, he's got a little bit of support from the right side with the Dragon Duke, but both Rage Towers going off at the same time can be very scary for all these units. He's relying on an Invis to help out for now. Free spell right away. He's going to have to just keep using these spells in order to keep his throwers alive. Even with all these spells, he's losing a bunch of them as we speak.
He's doing so far a great job of somehow trying to prevent anything worse from happening. Throwers have managed to stay alive, at least 2 of them. Let's see how much further he can get. The queen is taking down the fire spitter. That backhand looks rough, but how many more percentage points can he actually pick up? We have now the throwers going against the wall, the warden going and joining up the queen with her target. Now coming back, joining the queen. What is this old man doing?
This warden is hilarious. Oh, now he gets targeted by the super wizard tower. He goes down before the ice golem gets a chance to freeze and help. And with just 2 throwers, even with the healers, they just stand no chance against these super wizard towers and the multi-archer tower. It is gonna fall apart right here. He's trying to get a couple more buildings. But Itsu, I mean, this attack's gonna be even lower percent than the one from Transcendence.
Yeah, that's always the thing. Having a good defense is one thing, but being able to somehow capitalize on that is a whole different story. On this one, the archers are going to pick up some more percentage points, but this is going to fall shorter, as you said, than what we have seen earlier from Transcendence. But this means as well that those 2 teams are starting exactly as we thought when it comes down to how close this match is, because the start, 2 stars each, and only a couple of percentage points are in between them.
6 buildings make up the difference there. Very nice effort from Tryhard. I think just the pathing with the throwers from the very beginning already gave him a lot of trouble, and he had to spend most of his spells and most of his effort just trying to save it with the pathing that he did have with the throwers. But after that, we have Transcendence coming in with their next attack, and we'll see if they can finally step up, turn some of those time fails that they had earlier today into actual 3 stars for us.
Can they do it? Hiroya is up next, and they're bringing the Dragon Riders with 2 Ice Hounds. That's quite a bit. Okay, let's start that Duke charge early on. He's trying to skip one of those Fox rotations when it comes down to not investing in Invis spell. Now has to do it though, because the Fox already did take quite some damage. There's the first giant bomb. So maybe it's going to bite him that he took that much damage early on.
7 normal balloons here on the Dragon Rider type attack also feels like a lot of balloons. So I wonder if he's going to have at least one group being just an Ice Hound and balloons for one section of the base. We'll have to find out, but he's still getting pretty good value out of this Dragon Duke, although I don't know if he wanted to cut inside the base even more or not. The Spirit Fox dies there, 1 invis left. He'll go up, and he's actually going to start the air units now and potentially keep the Dragon Duke alive.
the Royal Champion from the bottom side to make the pathing even better as well on the back end. In the core, we have that long shot start firing. We have more loons now coming from the top left side to push those Dragon Riders into the core somehow, because we need something to target that core, target those core buildings. We have now the tomes activated, but is that going to be enough to overpower that core?
Dark Orb certainly will slow down several buildings there. The Royal Champion goes down on the bottom side of the base. She did get a handful of defenses. He still has the Overgrowth, still has the Revive. Is the Dragon Duke still alive? It's hard to tell. He might have died in the core there somewhere, but he's being patient with the last couple of spells. The Town Hall is down. The Overgrowth covering just the Revenge Tower and the Monolith, with the Invis spell for that solo Dragon Rider to snipe the last air defense on the left side of the base. As the Dragon Duke gets revived, the Overgrowth is about to expire, and he doesn't have much spell support left for the back end.
Oh no, maybe the revive was a little bit too early because he passed that Revenge Tower, and this now means he's kind of stuck in between all of those defenses firing at his Dragon Duke, and this one is falling short again. Both teams are struggling versus those bases the opponents are putting up, and this is going to be 75% 2-star, so another solid defense. The question now is, can Vatic get this time around a higher percentage on their side?
I feel like we're just going to keep asking this question after every single attack until somebody finally steps up and gets a 3-star, and we're just going to have to wait and see who that is. Both teams building some solid bases. Both teams seeming to struggle with the 3-stars so far today, but you never know when one of these teams are just going to finally step up, get a 3-star, give themselves some momentum. Maybe that helps them get 2 3-stars in a row. We'll see.
Yeah, get the ball rolling. But we have the Lalo now up next. Anat really, really good usually with this strategy. Can he pull it off again here? We have the first couple of test loons coming in at the bottom side. Royal Champion down there as well with the Rage spell together. We have as well the Dark Crown again, because we have talked about it earlier already. This attack is all about moving slow but steady and making sure with the spells that you're somehow taking damage off those loons and off your push in general.
Exactly. We're seeing double Overgrowth being very common, or at least somewhat common, for these Lalo attacks. Lots of free spells, lots of Overgrowths. Even with the changes to the haste spell in previous months, players are still not really choosing to use those haste spells for their balloons. Instead, they have to get the damage from the splash defenses off the balloons, and we're just going right in with the Lalo from the right side of the base. Dragon Duke still alive. Everybody going to start to work together, and I'm guessing you're going to see an Overgrowth in the core here soon, or is he just going to push right through it?
That's the question. The Warden as well not going with his topside group, which means he's going to get hit by that poison tower a lot. Using the Warden ability now, but that Overgrowth is not covering too much, because this means the pathing should actually lead towards the bottom air defense and not towards the top side. So he is completely split on that Lalo, which is not looking good for him whatsoever. The minion ability is getting forced, but his troops are just splitting too much.
Indeed, all of his balloons from the top side were going down to the defensive Dragon Duke. He had no support up there except for one Icehound freeze. Most of his units in the core were struggling to push through as well. He did pick up the Town Hall, but after that, everybody was split up too much, and he still has 4 spells left over, but not many units to use them on. He's going to have to just use everything for the Dragon Duke and try to pick up the percent.
I mean, it is tough, but I mean, I don't know, right now Vatic is always being able to get lower percentage than Transcendence, even though they're already hitting low percentages. I'm not sure what is exactly going on here, or if he can push up the percentage points a little bit, but both teams are not really at the top of their game here. 70% is accomplished, some minions are still working, but this is not what Vatic is looking for when it comes into the attacks, and they keep falling behind on the percentage game because it's always below 80%.
Yeah, the pathing there for that Lalo just seems sketchy from the beginning, having the heroes go to the core, but a lot of the balloons go up north without much support. It just didn't seem like a good recipe for either group to succeed. I thought he might have overgrowth the core. Of course, that could have been risky, leaving the Town Hall for later, but it at least would have made the pathing for the balloons and the heroes to work together so much better.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough for those two teams, struggling with those bases. And the question really is, which we're asking after every single attack, which team can get the first 3-star to get the ball rolling? Because right now, so far, both teams are not just hitting 2-stars, but as well really low percentages, but they're staying close overall, which means any 3-star could really get the ball rolling for any of those two teams, because with having percentages somewhat close, 3-star is a big game changer.
Slight percentage lead for Transcendence for sure. I don't know the exact amount, 10 or 12 buildings total, something like that. But we do have Chihuahua going in against Kingsman's base, and we are going in with another Lalo. Okay, it didn't work for Vatic right there, but Chihuahua feels confident about his version of it. Again, we're seeing the same hero setup with the Royal Champion Earthquake spell combo this time instead of a Rage spell.
Yeah, at least only one of those spears going into one of those skeletons from the trap. Keep going for those defenses. He's not getting the Tesla, but taking down the defending Dragon Duke. The Inferno Dragon on the right side getting the pathing set up, which is quite nice for him. The question is the pathing good enough to get the overall troops into the core? We have a similar setup compared to what we've seen just a second ago. And we see already a lot of damage on that Dragon Duke.
No invis spells invested for the Dragon Duke yet, but he does have the stun effect, which helps him to get a little bit more value, but he is likely to go down here very quickly. The Lalo from the left side of the base, and again, it's all about the pathing. It's all about how long you can keep these balloons alive and what the Minion Prince can do. Of course, that Dark Crown ability gonna allow him to be stronger and stronger over time to do a lot of damage later. Let's see, the first overgrowth, this one is just gonna cover most of the core.
Ooh, I am just scared. We have seen now already 2 1-stars, and I am just so scared of overgrowthing that Town Hall. I feel like just the back end could have been already enough, but hey, he's deciding that Town Hall is as well important. We have now the double Super Wizard Tower and as well an Inferno Tower on the back end. I feel like those loons are going to have a rough time going through that.
He has a lot of freeze spells, but even if he can keep everything frozen, there's a Giga Bomb there. There could be red air bombs. He's not freezing the Super Wizard Tower and the Tornado Trap and Giga Bomb combo. Bye-bye balloons. They are all dead. At least this Minion Prince with the Dark Crown has cleared the Town Hall section. Totem spell there distracts the Fire Spitter so that Minion Prince can clear more of the core. Are there enough tiny troops here with the help of an Invis spell to push him through the back end? This might get really close.
Oh no, the Black Mine taking down the Minion Prince. That could have been such a game changer. We have Sneezy going strong. We have some Inferno Dragons now closing on the back end. This Inferno Tower is everything coming down to that. We have the Raven as well hitting. More Black Mines are hitting. This is so close.
The Poison Tower recharged. It's going to go off and slow down his Inferno Baby Dragon. The Inferno Baby Dragon's gonna target the Inferno Tower last. He won't even get there. He's gonna go down and oh, so close. But yet so far, 98%. No triples yet, but Transcendence really are still keeping that percentage lead.
It is the highest percentage 2-star attack which we have seen so far inside this match. And this means, yet again, Vatic with a 3-star could turn things around. But I feel like at this point it's so much easier said than done because those two teams are really struggling. At the same point though, we have Cynthia still left and he has so far an incredible hit rate. And if he keeps going with that fireball attacks, I am not sure if anyone is baiting those attacks. So if he has picked a good base for that strategy, this might look good for him. But nope, instead he's going in with those throwers. We have seen some overkills, but we have seen some unfortunate fails here. But it's going to be another Skelly Donut. Let's see if he can pull this off.
Sinthe, one of those players that actually really liked the Skelly Donut when it first became a thing, and he was doing it all the time, and now we get to see him do it again, taking out the clan castle structure, taking out a couple of other defenses there. That is awesome to see it work so well. We have the throwers coming in from the left side of the base. A couple of Teslas popped in the northwest. He is deploying the Dragon Duke. Dragon Duke might go target the Queen, or it's just going up toward the trash buildings. That's going to force him to try to use some rocket balloons, but he still didn't clear the Teslas.
Ooh, let's hope that those Tesla are not pulling to the wrong side. We have seen that earlier, that those Tesla, or in general the path in which you do not really set up, can backfire quite a bit. But we have a lot of traps in this left compartment. The Dragon Duke is trying his best to stay alive, but should go down somewhat soon, but still having the Phoenix ability, which is quite clutch here. We have the Queen and the King on the bottom side funneling, so the overall opening looks great. Question is now, how well can he get through that core?
King and Queen taking care of the south side of the base. They have the flank under control. The throwers have really good pathing to go into the town hall. We're just watching for traps. A nice rocket balloon came out of a barrel from the troop launcher, testing for Seeking Air Mines, testing for red air bombs. The healers appear that they're going to be safe for quite a while with the help of that overgrowth spell, hiding some of the major defenses behind the town hall. The core is easy to get down. The Dragon Duke got revived and is clearing out some of the north side of the base. He still has a king ability, but no more spell support means it could start to slow down here in the end.
But this overall looks really, really good, I feel like, with the Dragon Duke taking down this top side. 1 minute 10 seconds left. As long as the Warden is not doing his thing again, we are looking at the first 3-star of this match, and what an overkill this is. This is what it looks like if you can create that pathing for the throwers, and Cynthia is here to maybe save Vatic inside this match, because we have now 3-3 attacks on both sides, and this one being the first 3-star getting Vatic into the lead for the first time.
Perfect pathing for those throwers through the middle of the base. No traps good enough to take out the healers. A well-executed plan for Synthé. As his overall hit rate suggests, he is a superstar on this team. Transcendence have the percentage lead, but Vatic hit the first triple, and they have the lead, and it's going to get really interesting now because Transcendence are obviously forced into a situation where they have to hit at least one 3-star no matter what if they want to stay in this.
That's the thing. 1 3-star is needed for sure. Otherwise, they have a huge problem. Can Vado get the first one on the board for them? We're having Queen Charge Super Bowlers. That is the approach here. He has to be careful because there's a lot of damage early on. Using a nice Invis spell to keep that Queen safe. But let's take a look at if there's any traps. For now, using an Invis to force that Queen inside that compartment. Some traps are located over there. But is that enough to stop this Queen Charge opening?
Really good pathing with the use of that extra Invis. Forces her inside that interesting little wall segment. She's going to be able to clear out this Ricochet Cannon, this Spell Tower, and also making a pretty solid funnel right away. Here comes some more damage. How much longer is he going to keep the Queen going? He could invest one more Invis if he wanted to, but he's going to go ahead and recall without actually taking down the Spell Tower.
Oh... Okay, the wizard went down, the healers are back on track. That was quite important here. But let's see if he can get the wall break going, or if he's going to walk around that wall piece and then enters the base. He has as well the king and as well the Dragon Duke as usual for funneling. We have these spring traps hitting and the scatter shot being quite annoying. That Queen is dropping low.
Her HP is so low, it's hard to see. I think the Queen just went to ability. The Giant is out. Very unfortunate he won't have that ability for later. Dragon Duke on the left side of the base with the Spirit Fox, going to be able to get some significant value, but the healers are still alive and healthy. We're moving into the middle section of the base. He's got the Warden ability on standby. King with that Giant Gauntlet looks really cool as he's super big, taking out many defenses on the left. How are the bowlers going to do with the Warden ability popped right there with the Rage Spell? Going to be able to start moving into the backside.
With such beautiful pathing he was able to provide here for his troops. We have the overgrowth now on the back end, but there is now a lot of heroes down here waiting for him. Is this going to be enough power of the the Dragon Duke on the far left side? Keep pushing around. The question is, can he push through those heroes? If that's a thing, this might be just the first 3-star that as well on the other side, and this match is just going back and forth.
Queen's back up to full health. The Warden at full health. He still has like 4 healers alive, but that shouldn't matter. Ooh, that's a lot of damage at the last minute. Hold on. Can the Dragon Duke take it all out? Ooh.
With the stun?
He has the stun.
No, he does not have the stun.
No,
I'm not sure
he has
what
the
I'm
death
looking at.
damage. He needs to get that Inferno. Is he close enough? Yes! Woo! Okay, doesn't need it. Barely gets it, though.
I was just expecting the stun, to be honest, because we have seen usually always with the super bonus the stun with the Electrofangs, but it seems like Vado is having a different opinion here, and in the end it results in a nice 3-star for him and his team. And with that, we're back to Transcendence in the lead. Vatic. It was a great few seconds where they took the lead, but it's now back to them where they have to either increase their percentages or get their next 3-star on the board.
And we're running out of attacks for them to have a chance to catch up. We're getting into just the last few attacks here. Kingsman, the captain for Vatic, needs to step up. If he doesn't triple, it at least has to be really good percent to keep them in this match. But of course, you know Kingsman's looking for that 3-star. He's got the Earthquakes, the Lightnings, the backpack ability, and throwers for the rest of the attack.
Ooh, but the one thing I'm scared about is that lava launcher. We have seen earlier what happens if you do not take that defense out, and especially in esports modifier with 25% more damage. That thing is so scary. But hey, let's see and wait if he can pull this off, and if he can overgrowth it for long enough to get the time going for his throwers to get close to it. We have as well one furnace in behind the throwers to make sure that any skeleton traps or whatever is popping up, those throwers do not have to worry about that. We have as well now the troop launcher to keep moving forward and keep pushing forward, so he doesn't need to worry about anything there, while the king and the queen funneling that outside. I'm not sure why he plays the druid so early. Usually you want to use that when the queen is an ability, but for now, things are looking decent.
Decent indeed. The Ice Golem's there to also freeze for the king and queen. I do feel like that druid is mostly wasted, as the queen was never even targeted while she was getting healed. But the thrower's pathing to the core looks okay for now. The queen still has ability, the king still has ability, and
Warden died.
Oh no, losing the rage gem, losing the life gem. Now I'm worried just about the throwers getting through the core. Luckily the overgrowth is there for now. Town Hall should be safe, but that lava launcher is going to wake up real soon.
That is always the issue with that lava launcher. It is just such an annoying splash, and if you do not take that out, it's going to backfire most of the times. But hey, he has still the king ability. Is this going to be enough to somehow maybe overpower this? Yes, he doesn't have the rage gem left, but he has quite some troops left.
The thrower's still getting a little bit more value. Of course, he doesn't have that rage gem, but that doesn't mean he can't do some damage. Throwers, there's plenty of them. With the invis spell there, they take out the multi-gear tower. They take out the archer queen. Oh, but he lost his king and his queen on the right side of the base, and with nobody else over there, it's starting to look very questionable.
Yeah, the spiky ball did not go into the defenses whatsoever, and that was a huge issue. But maybe can the giant somehow get some belt? No, he's not going for the wall. He's not going for the wall, which means he's walking around the outside, and this is not going to result in a 3-star. I feel like a few seconds earlier on that overgrowth and the warden staying alive, and this base would have been crushed. But in the end, he's taking the risk, leaving it alive on the back end, the lava launcher, and this is backfiring quite a bit. 92%, so a high percentage, but in this position, they need those 3 stars.
Indeed, we're going to be tied 9-9 going into the last round of attacks, and I believe Transcendence will have the percent lead. Going into this, they should have had it by 5 or 10 buildings. It's going to be around 10 or buildings or so lead. We can figure out exactly what it is when the next attack starts, but if they triple, they can win the war. So everything is in the hands of Transcendence right now. If they fail, then Vatic still have a chance to steal the victory at the end.
This is as close as we're expecting with the prediction, I feel like. That is just crazy, especially with the answer of Transcendence right away. I mean, that was just a really, really cool answer by them. And now it is all about Kazuma. If he 3-stars, you said it, they're going to win this match. If he does not, it is going to be a close finish. We have, again, the throwers, it seems like. We have the arrow as well. We have the backpack flying through, the giant arrow as well, and he's getting quite some value. The question is the value good enough, or was the investment too expensive?
It is going to be the queen walking to the left with the healers from the healer puppet. So which way will the throwers come in? They're going to join forces with the queen right there. Really interesting approach to this setup. He has lots of healers with those throwers and archer queen. It is a 12 building difference, I believe, if my mental math is correct. So anything more than 88% but less than a 3-star could force Vatic into a triple lose situation. A 3-star obviously can end the war, and that queen just went down early while I was talking about numbers.
Losing the queen early is obviously super unfortunate, but the most important thing right now is that his throwers are staying together. That is such a crucial part about them. As soon as they start splitting, this is where the issues are then starting. We have some of them now going for the long shot, while the rest of them is going for the far left side. How well will this work? We have the troop launcher as well, keep firing those wall breaks, opening the next compartments. The king is trying to push them back inside. The throwers were able to take down the long shot though, and that is good news.
This is so strange because he did bring a recall spell, which usually in this sort of attack you would expect to be on the queen, but of course the queen's already dead and he still hasn't used that recall spell, so we'll see if he can actually make use of it now, using it somewhere else. Maybe if the warden gets targeted or something, he can still try to use it. The revive spell is there waiting, likely to be used on the Dragon Duke. I mean, the throwers and the healers look powerful moving around this bottom section of the base all the way around to the right side. I think this might still have a solid chance.
I feel like time is the biggest thing. Whenever you have throwers working together with heroes, this is where time is such a big factor, especially with possible now more and more like skeleton traps and such going on. We have more and more rocket loons getting invested to test for black mines and such. With 45 seconds, I'm not sure. The spiky ball though was amazing. He has that revive, but that would revive him right into that monolith. He could actually recall the revived Dragon Duke. That could be a thing, but he has as well the air defense on the far right side, so I'm not really sure the warden as well. Oh, nice invis.
Wow. That invis saving the warden, but he might still go down. The healers didn't save him. The revive onto the Dragon Duke with the totem distracting on the left, but without the rage gem of the warden, these throwers will struggle a little bit. He recalls the Dragon Duke and drops him to the upper side of the base, and at this point, I don't think he can get the triple, but at the same time, he surpassed that 88% mark I was telling you about, which means Vatic cannot catch up on percent. If this time fails, which it does, we are looking at another triple or lose situation for Vatic with the last attack of the match.
This match is just crazy. This match is just coming down to the last final attack. Everything matters now. They have to 3-star. Nes4X last year has clutched so many matches. And the question now is, can he keep his team alive now within this lower bracket? Because they have to 3-star. Everything else is no option.
Yep, it is fun to see. Obviously for us watching the match, this feels like the best possible outcome. This just hypes everything up. Nes4X, all the pressure is on his shoulders. His whole team is hoping that he can pull it off with the Super Bowler Smash. They cannot catch up on percent. They need 12 stars to win this war. All or nothing. And we start with the Queen Monolith Arrow combo in order to get a nice funnel and take out some key defenses.
Can he keep that Queen alive? A really aggressive rage. He has to be careful here because the Queen is going to step into a lot of damage, turning her invisible, but that leaves those healers behind. He's keeping that Queen invisible, trying to get that value, trying to create that pathing. First Black Man is hitting. We have that Queen taking down the defending Queen now next, getting the Inferno Tower, or what is going to be the value look like. He has to make sure though that he's deploying something exactly before redeploying the Queen. Otherwise the Furnace or the Fire Mites jump into the Archer Queen and hit the healers as well. So he has to be super careful here. That's why he's deploying those Super Bowlers first. Getting the Queen then redeployed anytime. Yep, there we go. Wall break has to happen. Nice wall break. That should be a quite solid opening here.
Everything going to plan so far. Maybe the Dragon Duke getting in front of the main group is a little bit less than ideal. We'll see if he can stay alive though. The Spirit Fox doing a great job of saving that Dragon Duke alongside the Totem Spell and the Overgrowth. Oh gosh, the Super Bowlers are all dipping out to the outside.
no way. The Super Bowlers are walking again to the outside. He did not deploy another wall break. He did not have enough of them. And the funnel, because of the Dragon Duke going to the inside, did not happen quick enough. Ooh, let's see how this will happen now. Like, what will happen now as the Warden is going to pop his ability. He's under fire now off that lava launcher. Queen ability has been popped. Is that still going to be fine? Because overall, the push is still looking somewhat decent. The minion print, the Dragon Duke has gotten the entire core.
He has. There's no revive spell for him to get more value. Just 2 rages for these bowlers. He does have the Warden ability popped right there with the Heroic Torch. They can hop over some of these walls, make their way in toward this Rage Tower section. They should be able to easily cruise through it. There's a possibility the Queen jumps in with the Heroic Torch. She does, and she can start getting healed back up. Has the King on the outside of the base with the ability still intact, with an Ice Golem toward the outside and Healer still healing. There is a chance this could still work, maybe, but what can that Monolith do to stop him?
Oh, time is ticking. We don't see it right now, but we have as well the King ability still left. We have 22 seconds, and that should be fine, right? We have that King ability to take down the back end. He is waiting for the last couple of defense to go down, and there we go. Ness4X has done it again, getting in the clutch 3-star, and is going to win this match. What just happened?
You can see how relieved his team is. They were on the edge of their seats, as were we. My goodness, that was an awesome finish. I mean, you can't ask for anything different. Such a crazy finish to the war right there. Vatic were actually down for most of that match. They were losing. They had that one moment where they took the lead and then lost it right away. And at the end, they are able to steal it with another 3-star. And you can see the results right here. I mean, they opened up the war with those 2 low percent attacks, but everything after that was pretty solid.
I won't be able to forget that face of Kingsman. The disbelief of him looking at Ness4X, how he saved that attack again after a Super Bowl is walking. That was just so perfect, because Ness4X turning that attack around. Crazy attack to finish off this match. And yeah, Vatic somehow staying alive in this lower bracket. In the end, they can keep celebrating, because I think there will be for sure preparing bases and such. And after checking out the bracket, I would be surprised if Ness4X is not going to be the MVP of this one. But let's take a look at the bracket quickly, because we see Vatic and Enosis are the 2 teams which survived the first round of the lower bracket. But those next 2 upper bracket matches, Lexnos, they look kind of crazy.
They do look crazy indeed. I mean, the next one we get is a rematch of the grand finals from last month, ZOOS Esports versus Repotted. And whoever loses that war is going to drop down to play against Vatic next. So Vatic have got to be sweating a little, but they got to be so glad they at least pulled off that match right there.
That's right, and then win or die as well versus Tribe Gaming. And that's the big question as well. Win or die, all of the stats are speaking for them. We're on the other side with Tribe Gaming. They can't really pull off such crazy stars, such crazy results, but as well, sometimes they're falling short quite a bit. But hey, let's take a look at the MVP, and that's right, 53% for the man, Ness4X, the clutch machine. This guy is just built different. It's crazy.
It was crazy. Also, shout out to Cynthia with his really good attack. They needed both those triples in order to get the victory. But wow, what an amazing, incredible match right there to watch. We love when it comes down to the very last attack, and maybe we'll get more of those because we still got several more matches to watch today. We are going to see ZOOS Esports versus Repotted Gaming, a rematch of last month's grand finals, coming up next right after this short break.
around. Hand over the crown, son, cause I'm taking over now.
Howdy Chiefs, and welcome back to the Clash of Clans World Championship. After an amazing comeback for that last match, Vatic have survived the lower bracket, with Transcendence now joining God's Warriors. That's the 2-day. But that means that we're done with the lower bracket and we can go back up to the top, where all of our undefeated teams are still waiting in the wings. Only 2 of them left, Carbon Fin, and we have got an amazing match coming up next between 2 stellar teams, ZOOS Esports and Repotted Gaming.
A rematch of last month's monthly finals. ZOOS was the winner of that matchup, but it wasn't easy for them. Repotted Gaming came from the lower bracket. They won the first match, forced the bracket reset, and then ZOOS held out in the end to steal or take that golden ticket. But now Repotted Gaming is here for their revenge, and they are hungry to take that golden ticket. Will ZOOS be able to defend their winning streak, or were they kind of cruising from last month and now they're just trying to earn some of the prize money? We'll see, because this is a match you do not want to miss here, Woody.
Lex, we've seen so much activity on social media. Walk us through this post from ZOOS.
ZOOS Esports qualified. I mean, they had a clean sweep. July monthly finals secured. They performed so well in stage 1 and stage 2, just absolutely undefeated to get back here. And a big question for me is, because they already got the golden ticket last month, I wonder if they were even trying real hard with their base building on defense. There's a good chance they weren't, and they still just cruised through based on their offense. But we also have a shout out from Repotted here.
Yeah, we do. General X coming back in to say that ZOOS Esports deserved the ticket last time. They had a few too many mistakes, but they're going to improve for next month. Well, that improvement will have a chance to bear fruit now, as they're going to go up for this rematch. And, you know, it's kind of an interesting point you make here, Lexnos, that the team that's already scored the golden ticket has less on the line now to fight for. Carbon, do you think that means that Repotted Gaming are going to be working all the harder, or is this a golden opportunity for ZOOS Esports to eliminate one of their toughest foes?
I think Repotted Gaming had that little bit of an kind of fire under them, knowing that they need to get that golden ticket. But ZOOS is like, hey, we're here. We're at the top of the leaderboard, where every team is trying to give us their best. But this matchup is going to deliver. We know this is going to be a hard-fought match here, but we did sit down with each of these teams to listen in to have a little insight of as they're preparing for this massive match now.
2試合目がやっぱりおそらくレポテッドゲーミングになることを見越して、先月対策できたことや改善点をしっかりとまた確認して対策をしていきたいと思います。
When looking back at ZOOS, they became world champion in Tournament 14. So the last years they didn't perform that well on Worlds, or in where Worlds was. That's just a fact. But now they're looking quite strong. We are obviously not world champions last year, but in 2024. So I guess it's always about adapting to the meta, and every team has its up and downs. So yeah, I can't really answer that properly.
You see a lot of introspection there from Enosis, and I think that really speaks to the gravity of the situation and the authenticity that they bring to these matches, Lexnos. They know that this is not something that they can just bluster about and claim to get an easy win against. ZOOS Esports has got to be one of the toughest foes that you can go up against in Clash of Clans Esports. Am I right?
You're absolutely right. And I think both these teams just have a really good grasp of reality. Both these teams are literally former world champions. But if you think about it from a different point of view, they have also both lost many more world championships than they have won. So they know it takes a lot to come out on top. They both respect each other. They both know that each other are constantly just top 2, top 3, top 5 teams in the world. And really it's just going to come down to who has the better bases or who just decides to 3-star every single base out of nowhere.
Well, it's a split poll among the caster predictions, but the community is decisively for ZOOS Esports, Carbon Fin. I'm going to have to let you take that and run with it because we are going to be kicking off the first attack here now. It's once again going to be Max putting the pedal to the metal, going in hot. Repotted Gaming versus ZOOS Esports. Show us what you got.
The match you don't want to miss, the second round of the upper bracket. They knew they would have to face each other eventually here in the monthly finals. Let's see what Max can do to kick this one off with that queen charging her way through. But we have 11 Inferno Dragons, not like 8 or 9 Dragon Riders, but it's a mass Inferno Dragon attack here from Max.
That is really interesting. Not seeing that too often these days in the esports modifier mode, but we recall the queen, quickly redeploy here on the bottom side of the base. You saw the giant arrow pop off, take out 2 of those air defenses, and then here come the Inferno baby dragons from the southeast side of the base with the skeleton spell right away to help out.
Yeah, with this push through the monolith, pushing behind one of the spitters, but we can overgrowth the far side spitter to prevent it from hitting us as we drop an earthquake paired in with the Royal Champion ability to try to go get that revenge tower. So he set up a nice path for that RC to get that value, but he's still hanging on to this overgrowth. I think we should be placing a steady time now because it's going to be hitting his troops in the core.
Hopefully he doesn't hit the poison tower with it. Perfect. Let the Royal Champion take that out. Hit the fire spitter, some of these other defenses, and all that overgrowth is also helping to assist the Dragon Duke, who's just now coming in from the north side of the base. The Inferno Baby Dragons easily take out the Town Hall, and the Queen with her healers still doing well on the left side of the base. I mean, nothing is going wrong here for Max.
Oh, beautiful stun of his Dragon Duke. Still has another totem, still has a freeze. He can freeze up this Air Expo if he so chooses, but it's looking good to start it off for a 3-star and a brilliant way to start this match off. And the Inferno Dragon, still a handful of them still alive, and he just powered his way through. But what an attack using the Queen and Monolith Arrow to charge recall, and then after recalling the Queen, redeploying, and that's when he popped that giant arrow. Very clever, something we haven't seen before, and able to easily just crush his way right through that base, and even a very sneaky Royal Champion to get some brilliant value.
So fun to just see the Inferno Baby Dragons be the main troop there, though, instead of the normal dragons or the Dragon Riders that all the other pros are pairing up with this attack strategy. I would be so curious to ask him later what he decided was special about this base that he thought Inferno Baby Dragons would just easily cruise through it, because they did. He still had plenty of them left alive by the end.
Yeah, he made it look easy, but let's see what Gaku can do to answer with the Super Bowlers. Can Darkstar try to defend here as the Queen is placed to the right side? Can wall break open this compartment? And that Queen will charge her way through the defensive Duke. Poison does get launched. Quite a bit of damage on this Queen here, but he has to invest the rage so these healers can heal the Queen back up to full health. And then she can step through and possibly get that spitter, but watch out, that long shot is guarding the Town Hall, and Repotted is known to run a lot of long shots on their Town Halls.
Couple invis spells could keep the Queen healthy here as he tries to get in. He might just get distracted by this Barbarian King, though, so he's going to go ahead and recall and redeploy on the bottom side of the base. Super Bowlers already placed. Going to have to fight the King right away, but with the help of that Poison Lizard, it's so easy to get through him. And now we can enter from the bottom side of the base. That Queen walk funnel was so simple and so quick.
Yeah, he has the pathing leading towards that revenge tower to move into the core, towards that town hall, while the Duke is funneling the left side. Air Scally's popping. Nice totem to distract the revenge tower, turn it around. But a king is deployed to the far left. The defensive minion prince there will be hitting him soon. He needs to continue this push through as the defensive CC has now just been lured out.
Popping the Dragon Duke stun effects so that he can delay the Warden ability even further. The healer's going with the left group of bowlers. There are a couple of bowlers right there with the Grand Warden and the Super Yeti in the core. As the Overgrowth expires, he's going to have to decide, does he pop the Warden ability here? With just a handful of troops in the core, yes, he decides to do it alongside dropping the final rage spell, and they are clearing out most of the core.
Oh, and look at this. The Warden walks over to the left, allows the Queen to step through these walls. Very nice because of the torch still being active, and he can even step through the backside walls. Wow, what a value to just say, hey, let me come assist you. Don't beat through the walls. Let's just walk through 2 different sets now.
That was awesome to see. It ended up working out quite well. The question is now, can he continue this push all the way around the backside of the base? No revive for the Dragon Duke. He is gone. No Barbarian King left. It's the Queen, the Warden, 2 bowlers, and all we have is an invis spell. The Giant is, of course, there to distract. The Giant wants to desperately get through that wall. Then he changes his mind. He's going to go around the skeleton trap. Going to distract the Queen for a few seconds. The Warden going inside the walls always scares me because he's going to get targeted by some stuff here.
Yep. Giant's trying to bust through this wall. He's got only 1 regular wall breaker left. He makes the Queen and Giant invisible. And the Frosty's actually slowing that Air Expo down to help assist. The bowler bounce out of the multi-target Inferno, does not take it out. Oh, but the wall's open to the far right side. Super bowlers, you need to continue to stay alive, but they don't. No way. Is it going to be a time fail? What? Wow.
He can't get through the wall fast enough. Gaku with the 99% time fail to open it up for ZOOS Esports. So Repotted Gaming have the 1 building and the 1 star lead after the first round of attacks.
This is the matchup that we expected. What a start to this match. A 3-star and then a 99% 2-star. I mean, in order to win this one, you're going to have to be putting up high scores. The one who loses this match gets sent down to the lower bracket to take on Vatic down there. But we are going to see now the wall breaker getting launched. Throwers are down. Get ready for a giant arrow. Giant. We've got the Duke as well, probably with the rocket backpack to come across. It does right through the core of the space. Takes out the Revenge Tower. Takes out the Clag Cancel. Takes out the Lava Launcher with the... Oh my goodness, that is a lot of value.
Awesome to see that combination of the 2 different equipments with all the spells, eliminating so many buildings from the core of the base. And now the Dragon Duke can walk to the right. Looks like the Queen will go with him in that direction as the throwers are meant to go left toward the monolith. They skip that first expo for now. They will still be able to easily sideswipe it as they continue on their march to the left. They can also reach that Inferno Tower quite nice if they do decide to pick it off. So many air skellies popping up here, but let's see if the Logger can do some serious damage.
Nice distraction with the totem to stop the Logger from hitting his throwers. We do have an overgrowth, possibly for the topside spitter. He's still being patient. Does get the walls open with some wall breakers, freezing up the Logger. He is leaving the King to the far left side. He is going solo. Still continue to push through, but watch out. There is that rage near that town hall, meaning that spitter will get raged up here soon.
Let's see what he decides to use. He still is holding on to that overgrowth. Revive spell as well could go in on the Dragon Duke whenever he's ready. Plenty of time for him to be patient though. The overgrowth is in. The fire spitter was so low, he almost could have taken it out without overgrowth. And now the throwers are moving to the left. Healers are still healthy. I probably shouldn't have said that, as any minute now traps are going to start spawning.
Especially around the town hall. Watch out for red air bombs as the throwers are trying to continue through. The Warden is trying to help them, but watch out, you never know. Warden likes to step out in front of these throwers. But the multi went down in the core, and there is the overgrowth wearing off. But the healer's getting hit. He tries to totem, but it's not going to stop the spitter from picking these healers off.
He does still have 2 healers left, slowly working on that air defense. He might lose another healer. He does. Down to 1 healer. 3 or 4 throwers, healthy Warden for now with a Rage Gem. We're still holding on to this revive spell. There's not many defenses left, but the multi-gear tower is in a tough spot. The Dragon Duke on defense is at full health. This could be tricky here at the end.
Well, he does take out the sweeper, so if he revives this Duke, then the sweeper won't push him back. Does finally decide to do that, moves into this Air Expo. Only the one healer tried to remain, but unfortunately, this Duke is going to go down, and this is going to be a defense for Yaden. Philip is going to fall short. We were like thinking, man, that initial start, taking out the core, like that was so valuable, but unfortunately, it just didn't come together. So that is a defense, and that's going to be a 90% defense, where Gaku had a 99% 2-star. What will ZOOS do to answer now?
Just had to use too many spells, keeping those throwers and Warden alive, having to distract and freeze the Logger many times, having to distract that back end air defense and Fire Spitter meant he had no spells left over to help the Dragon Duke after getting revived. That Dragon Duke after a revive does so well when you can pair him with an extra totem or two or even an invis.
Yep. That's all it takes, is just a few extra spells in the end to keep that Duke alive. But let's see if Ryuta can turn it around. His last attack, he was actually the only one to fail in their first match. This time is a little bit different. Gaku's already fallen short by one building, but Ryuta's going to come in pairing in a couple of lightning throwers. We're going to see probably, okay, no giant arrow from the Queen, but there is going to be the Duke flying across this base, and the lightning is responsible for taking out that lava launcher.
Beautiful start from the Dragon Duke. Throwers on the left side of the base, meant to clearly walk a little bit south. Holy spring traps. He just lost 3. Another thrower goes flying into the air right there, and the Revenge Tower is locking on, looking to take out more.
And he drops the log launcher now, which will line up with that multi, line up with the spitter possibly. But he's going to push his way into the monolith. The Revenge Tower is still there waiting. Pulls a little bit of the CC out, but if he doesn't get his push into the core, things could be walking around. That Town Hall might just stay up, but he does open the walls leading to the middle. He is going to have to deal with double Ice Cones, Long Shot, and the Furnace, but that poison can slow the Furnace down. Does have the Queen still charging down south to the bottom side, but are these throwers going to be able to lock down the Town Hall here soon?
These throwers so distracted by the CC units. The Revenge Tower finally goes down. It took forever. They still got to fight the long shot. They're going to get slowed down by a poison tower. He lost 4 throwers on the outside of the base, so he only has 4 or 5 throwers in the core there. Not ideal. You could have, 8 or 9 is what you want in the core of the base, doing so much damage, but the healers are still doing a great job of keeping them alive. The King with his Stick Horse ability, he just went from the left side of the base all the way up top, and with the Dragon Duke getting revived and a back-end Headhunter to help him out alongside the Totem spell and a few more spells in his pocket, Carbon, he actually might still have a chance.
Hold on, these spells with that Queen's ability is clutching. Super Wizard Tower going down. Can snipe the enemy Queen just like that. The Duke is still going. Invis, Totem. You can't count him out when things are looking bleak. Ryuta is still pulling off the 3 stars. That is now a triple for ZOOS and a 99% 2-star. And ZOOS, you just can't stop them. It's just crazy what they're doing.
Wow, the last Invis spell basically swagged right there. He didn't need it at all. That is incredible. Even with 4 throwers getting completely trapped and sprung into the air at the beginning of the push, he still powers through. Perfect spell placement, perfect timing with the revive. Ryuta gets it done, and ZOOS Esports take the lead.
And to think about, if ZOOS win out and make it to the grand finals, then the golden ticket match is actually down the lower bracket, because ZOOS already has a golden ticket. If they're in the grand finals, then no matter what, the golden ticket will be given to second place if you would not defeat ZOOS in the grand finals. So that's why you want to make your way all the way to the grand finals. So then you kind of almost root for ZOOS to win through the lower bracket. But we're seeing now, a fireball there for Darkstar, starting it off to the edge, and then he's going to come in with that Lalo.
some big offensive equipments here right away. The Seeking Shield, Rocket Spear, the Fireball is taking out so many big chunks of the defenses immediately. The Clan Council units are getting pulled. The Poison Spell looks like it just barely clipped the Furnace there, but that works. The Grand Warden on air mode still getting some more value here, and he does have Lalo for the rest of the attack, so you want to make sure you keep this Grand Warden alive.
Yeah, you got to pull that Warden with the Lalo portion since he has the life gem. And there it is. The Ice Hound will pull the Warden down south. Balloons are down. Minion Prince, get ready for the... I was going to say Sky Wagon. Where is... Okay, there it is. It's off to the far right side, which is going to pair very nice with that Minion Prince Dark Crown. But he's finding a bunch of Seeking Air Mines there. And that... Ooh, nice Duke stun onto that multi. And the multi-Archer Towers, all that splash should be handled. He tries to continue to push into the Revenge Tower now.
All these balloons, the big group of them clumping up, which means they are susceptible to traps. We'll see how they're going to push through here as we have a nice freeze effect from the top side of the base from that Ice Hound. He still has an Overgrowth. He still has 4 freezes in his pocket, and he's going to need them on that Inferno Tower. There's the Overgrowth, and it's looking pretty decent.
He's pushing through. Nice freeze. Perfectly timed to the far backside. He's sniping the multi-archer tower. The Minion Prince is still going. He can freeze the Monolith and the Super Wizard Towers as he's continuing to power his way through up here. Get these freezes down. Maybe just drop 2 freezes at once to freeze this whole section here. But Darkstar, what an attack. There's 1 freeze and there's 2 freeze.
This looks awesome. The Minion Prince with his Dark Crown. He's all beefed up. He's doing extra damage. Darkstar is dancing. He's swagging 2 spells. Jeez, in this meta where Lalo seems possible but difficult, and most of the time when it works, all your balloons are dead and you're relying on just a hero or 2 to finish off the base, Darkstar swags spells. That was incredible.
What an attack. The man comes through and delivers when they need it for sure. That is now 2 triples for Repotted, which means that ZOOS are going to have to triple again, which we assume they will because of the crazy hit rate that they've been putting up so far this year at Town Hall 18. 70% through the last stage to get to this stage 3 here. You know that ZOOS is continuing to try to add triples, but is now back to the ground where Yada is bringing in the Super Bowlers and charging that Queen initially through this bottom compartment.
This is the match of the Super Giants that we were expecting. I mean, at this point, kind of expect both teams to either be hitting 13 or 14 stars, unless I'm jinxing them as we speak. But that Queen making her way inside. Monolith Arrow doing some damage. The Rage Spell was perfect. Already pulled the poison effect from the Poison Tower. Queen with the Angry Jelly can go eliminate that Poison Tower, get another building or 2, then recall and Super Bowler.
Yeah, with that Queen continuing to charge towards that multi. Slowly pushing her way off to the right. When will we recall? No, still investing in other invis, but Air Skellies will slow her down. But the healers are in range. They're getting hit. Okay, doesn't let that damage get taken to the healers, and is going to recall her there. And the Super Bowlers are deployed to move his way through 6 o'clock towards that Town Hall.
Troop Launcher placed immediately. We've been seeing some people delay it in these wars today, but Yada decides to drop that Troop Launcher right away. Ice Golem King moving their way to the left. Dragon Duke kind of in between both sets of groups here, helping to solidify the funnel so that way these bowlers can perfectly go to the core. That first Rage Spell deployed. We have amazing pathing into the core of the base. We got to fight these CC units. Looks like there was only 1 Ice Golem, so it won't slow him down for too long, and he's still holding on to the Warden ability. There it goes.
There's the Rage to try to continue through with that Warden ability, protecting the healers. He needs to walk his way towards the Revenge Tower. Ooh, finds another Seeking Air Mine in the core. He's probably going to continue to find more, but that Duke stuns the backside Monolith. We got a freeze, actually 2 of them. We got a totem, as they have kind of split in multiple different directions here. Now, the Queen with the top side push of these Super Bowlers. The Queen is going to have 1 ability left with the Giant most likely, as the Duke is trying to path his way through the double Super Wizard Towers over there.
No revive spell for the Dragon Duke, so he's down for the count. Looks like the Bowlers, the Queen, are all going to walk to the right side of the base. And even if these healers can stay alive and the Warden's helping out, I'm really worried about time. He's going to have to go all the way back to 9 o'clock. Is that even doable?
Yeah, that's a long way to go. I mean, the only way you can do it is if you invest, what, a Baby Dragon for the Super Wizard Tower, you have the double freeze over there, and that's really it, because this Baby Dragon won't be able to take them down. It's just too much damage. And even on the right side, the defensive Mini Prince is doing work while the Queen is doing her absolute best. Remember, you want to get as much percentage as possible. Air Skellies will slow this Queen down, but he definitely won't have the time.
Sends the Baby Drag, sends the freeze. We'll have to just freeze again where he can. Not going to be able to get those last couple buildings so close for Yada. But yet so far he is going to pick up that Tesla. And it's a 98%.
98 for Yada. 99 for Gaku. And a 3-star for Ryuda. They're getting almost all the percentages just near that triple mark. So this means that Repotted will still have the lead on stars in this match. And we have plenty of attacks still to go.
Yep, still a handful of attacks for Repotted Gaming. Got to be feeling good after that defense, but they still have not guaranteed themselves anything yet. They need to hit another triple to really feel good about this, because they're actually down on percent still. So General X is going in with the Super Bowlers as well, starting with that Monolith Arrow Queen. It's becoming pretty common as an opener because it is effective and it is quick.
It is very quick, allowing that Queen to target those defenses, take out this initial valley. Defensive Rage also activating. Have to invest that Invis, not only protect the Queen, but protect the healers as they're taking air defense damage. Slowly but surely takes the Queen and healers back before losing one healer. Good luck as he now will continue the rest of his attack fight from the bottom side with those Super Bowlers.
2 Yetis invested, not just one, to get that outside ricochet cannon. The Super Bowlers are coming in from the bottom side of the base. The skeleton spell is beautifully placed to distract that monolith. The Sky Wagon, of course, helping, sending air units, pulling, seeking air mines, keeping the healers alive even longer. And you can see the wall break set up on the left. The pathing is becoming apparent. He wants his bowlers to walk left. CC troops are going to be a little interesting here. It looks like a ton of archers.
With these archers coming out, no furnace. Looks like there's double ice golems as well. Don't have a poison to utilize, but the Duke is going left. The King's also over there as well. But will these Super Bowlers go into the town? He has to freeze up the long shot, but hold on. The pathing's not ideal, and these Super Bowlers are all gone.
He only has
one left.
No, 0. He pops the Warden ability after the last Super Bowler dies. No bowlers moving into the core of the base. Freezing the lava launcher has the Queen's giant out in front to help out. Queen can still clear most of this core, but without the Super Bowlers, this really slows down. He loses so much DPS. The King and the Dragon Duke with that stun ability can hopefully clear that left side of the base easily. Queen was hopping a couple walls while the Heroic Torch was still active, but now she's stuck.
Yeah, she's stuck in the walls, but there's going to be so much damage on the back side here with the two multi-archer towers and Minion Prince as well. Tries to protect that Duke. Goes with a nice freeze to protect the Queen. Oh, that Queen is hanging out, but now it's become a little bit of a Warden walk off to the right side. Warden, stay away from everything, and maybe the Duke can help.
He's still getting so close. He's used all of his spells. The King's still alive, can tank a little bit, at least one of the multi-archer tower beams as the Dragon Duke gets in there and is able to do a bit more damage. The healer's keeping the Warden topped off. The Warden's getting more value. The biggest threat is the defensive Minion Prince.
Wait. The Headhunters to slow him down. The Duke! He does some damage there. The Air Skellies. No! Warden! The healers are gone from the multi and the Warden's gonna die, and it's at 96%. 2-star for General X. Wow, 3-star from ZOOS. They will take the lead because of their percent, 99-98. While the fails from Repotted are a 90 and a 96. We've got ourselves a match here.
This is getting really interesting, super spicy as we get into the last few attacks. I think just 3 attacks left. These teams are neck and neck. My goodness, anything could happen. It's just going to come down to who can actually get the 3-star at the end without falling short at 90-something%.
One mistake can cost you in a match like this. And here we go. Kazuma coming in with the Dragon Rider, sending in that Duke as well to charge his way through that top side. Let's see the value the Duke can get. Sometimes we've seen that Duke kind of go crazy and get some wild value, or just start going to the complete wrong side and not getting the value at all.
That invis allowed the Dragon Duke to easily take out the Minion Prince. It was perfectly placed. Here comes the next one as the Spirit Fox hops over, still invisible. He decides to invis again without relying on the Spirit Fox here. This attack in particular needs to be a 3-star in order for ZOOS Esports to keep up in terms of stars. They do have the slight percentage lead, but if they don't triple here, it'll all be on Repotted, and they can win the war with their last attack.
Yeah, with the charge still through to the Super Wizard Tower. Trying to still path right around, but he won't be able to get the revenge shot with the Duke because that Duke is far gone off to that right side. But the Ice Golem with that Royal Champion, so the RC can go and try to get that revenge tower as the Ice Golem freezes up this area. Rocket Spear, Singing Shield working together to get this value, but this revenge tower needs to go down here.
Royal Champion has the Phoenix abilities. The Revenge Tower will definitely go down there, and she's even going to go activate the Giga Bomb, maybe, except the Air Skellies stall her up, so she won't activate the Giga Bomb. Dragon Riders are going to have to go over it. Poison Tower slowed them down a little bit, but we got most of the force coming in from the left side of the base. Some Witches on defense, and where can he possibly drop this Overgrowth to help with the pathing or negate some damage?
Well, if I don't know. Okay, yeah, the back-end spitter by the Monolith would be ideal, and he does. So he drops the Overgrowth over there, revives the Duke while the Overgrowth is intact, which is very nice. So he's not only getting protected from the spitter from the far left side, he's also protecting the Duke to the far right, so he can continue to move through. We've got the Minion Prince ability. We've got 6 Rocket Loons, sends them down to the bottom side. Air Skelly's popping in the core. One more freeze, drops it down south onto that multi. And it's looking pretty solid here as 4 Rocket Loons can come maybe from the top side. Or, yeah, right into Air Expo. That works as well. And he's just going to power through this backside. And that means that ZOOS Esports will take the lead in this match.
They will indeed. If my math is right, it's an 11 building difference. ZOOS Esports will have the lead. We're tied on stars. 11 buildings in favor of ZOOS, putting the pressure onto Repotted Gaming as we go into the last round of attacks. Repotted Gaming, they're desperately going to want that 3-star to give themselves the best chance possible.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because if Antonius gets a 3-star here, that means ZOOS will have to 3-star because it will be a 13-star war. But if they don't, then it's a percentage game where they just have to get a 2-star, which will be stars. And in that case, it pretty much would be about, what, 88% that stars would have to get if Antonius gets a 99% 2-star. Well, let's see the attack is... Wait a second. Is there no Warden in this hit? Am I seeing this right? That he is literally taking no Warden?
This might be the first attack I've seen in quite some time with the esports modifier that does not have a Grand Warden. Oh my goodness. Earthquakes in the core. Dragon Duke. It's just going to be a hero charge with rocket balloons for cleanup. That's all this is. He's got the Flame Flinger doing damage on the right side of the base. He's got healers on the Queen. The King can go wherever he wants. The Royal Champion can clear a corner. And he's just got spells to help the heroes. Rocket balloons for flex. What are we seeing, Carbon?
It's a hero charge. Good luck as the Flame Flinger is working off to the right side. But this is the first time I'm seeing with the pressure on the line saying, yeah, no, I'm not bringing my Grand Warden. You don't build bases thinking someone's going to not bring a Grand Warden. What in the world? As the Flame Flinger will continue to move through the right side. Queen's getting her value, but we do have a recall to try to pull maybe this Queen back. But that means if there's no Warden, there's no Fireball, which, you know, Antonius loves his Fireballs.
Yeah, even on a hero charge type attack, you usually see the Warden with a Fireball and his own set of healers, but not on this one. Einstonia's having the extra rocket launch from the top side. He redeployed that Queen at 9 o'clock with a couple Ice Golems continuing to help her out so she's not having to use a lot of spells for herself over there. The Flame Flinger still getting more value. That was a great spot for a Flame Flinger. And it's going to come down to what kind of push he can make with the King and the Royal Champion because he still has a lot of base to clear. And no matter what, if they want to have a decent shot at winning this war, he has to get this Town Hall.
No shot is he gonna get this with no Warden in esports mode with the pressure on the line when you've got to triple to force ZOOS to triple yourself. There goes the King behind an Ice Golem up top. Raw Champion's going to be delayed. Defensive King is going to take out the Flame Flinger to the far right side. Opens up with, I believe, Yeti, so the Headhunter can help slow him down. A Raw Champion can come into the Revenge Tower there and work through that, but we only got 53 seconds. Only 2 Rocket Loons left here.
Power-wise, it's kind of looking good. I mean, there's not that much base left. Royal Champion still has yet to come in. He's running out of time. He's got to drop that champion soon. The Earthquake boots do not open up pathing to the Town Hall, but the wall breaker on the left sets it up for Queen. Distracting the logger with that totem. Queen can pick up the Town Hall. Champion can clear the defenses. Carbon, he might be 3-starring without a Grand Warden.
No. Hold on, the Air Expo's up top. We got Wizard off to the right side cleaning. We got minions up top as well, working on to the Valkyrie gets sprung, but the storage is low. Royal Champion's working to the multi, and Astonius is getting a 3-star with no Grand Warden. The first time we are seeing that in esports, and the man pulls it off with the pressure on the line. Who would have thought? Yeah, don't bring a Grand Warden. Definitely the attack, not only of this month, but even last month as well.
Oh my goodness, it was so risky as well. I mean, he basically relied on a 2-minute and 45-second Queen walk to wrap her way all the way around just to get the Town Hall. Risky, but it pays off. Repotted Gaming finished with that 13-star performance, and all that's left for them to do is sit back and watch as Max's base has to defend stars. This is a triple or lose situation.
Good luck, Stars. Can you get it? Whoa, that arrow right off the bat from the bottom side. Taking out 2 air defenses, which were right next to those air expos. And we are starting with the Dragons. He is wasting no time. Moving a Lava Hound into the right. The air defenses are pushing through. He can take the air defenses down pretty quickly. Goes with a Totem to strike the long shot. Goes with a Totem to distract the Duke off to the right side, but now pairs in that Warden ability as he pushes through the core of the space.
We've seen some of the other pros today do this. He's not going with an Eternal Tome. Life Gem alongside this Healing Tome means you can pop the Warden ability earlier because you don't need to time it specifically for that 10-second Eternal Tome. You have that longer window Healing Tome to keep more dragons alive earlier. The poison on the enemy units. He finally takes down the long shot. The Dragon Duke on the left gets a little bit more HP from his ability, but he will fall. We do have a lot of spells left over, and the Overgrowth is in as most of his units peel off to the right side of the base.
We do have a revive, not using it just yet, but we have 3 totems, a freeze, and a skeleton spell. 4 Rocket Loons. Minion Prince ability goes off, revives the Duke now. Rocket Loons to the left side, Arch Tower, take that down. Pretty solid. His Skelly spell can be used under the Monolith. Distract that. Hold on. There it is. Skelly spell, trying to distract it, but the Monolith, I think, locked down, so he has to invest that freeze now.
Dragon Duke slowed down by the defending Barbarian King, but if the King could stand close enough to the Monolith, at least he's getting the chain value. The Skeletons are distracting. He's chaining the Monolith. He gets the spell tower, and he might just get the Monolith as the Rocket Loons take the scatter shot. He has to get the Revenge Tower. That's the only threat left to win the war. Can he get the Revenge Tower? It's going to kill the Dragon. It's going to kill these Rocket Balloons, the Minion Prince. The Warden, there's too many units for this Revenge Tower to stop it!
Wow, Stars gets it done in the end. Astonius was celebrating, they were looking good, but then Stars comes in and gets the 3-star to take the wind out of Repotted Gaming sails there, sending them down to the lower bracket, and ZOOS advancing yet again to the upper bracket finals. My goodness, ZOOS has been on a run, and they are continuing to just knock teams left and right down to the lower brackets. And every win they get is one step closer to getting more and more prize money.
Absolutely insane. Every single time a team gets 13 stars against ZOOS, it looks like they should have had enough to get the victory, but nope, it's not good enough. ZOOS Esports, even when they fail, it's a 98 or a 99%. Their average destruction, 99.4. And I think this is the 7th match we've watched today, and it's somehow the first match we've seen that actually came down to percent.
Wow. Crazy to think. And the 2 fails, 99 and a 98, 3 buildings from a perfect war for ZOOS against a team like Repotted, and ZOOS already has a golden ticket. Like, they don't need another golden ticket. They're just playing to have fun and playing to get some prize money. And they are still knocking the best teams down to the lower bracket. And that just shows how good ZOOS is on, and their run is just insane right now.
Insane indeed. We're going to see more of ZOOS tomorrow, at least 2 more matches, if not more. Repotted get knocked down to the lower bracket. You can see them down there. They will have to face Vatic tomorrow, and we still have 1 more match for you today. That second semifinal in the upper bracket, win or die versus Tribe, to determine who gets a chance to play ZOOS Esports in that upper bracket final.
What a set of matches to come. It's going to be fantastic for this last match of the day, win or die versus Tribe Gaming, and then we have an amazing matches to come tomorrow as well. So, wow, crazy stuff. But let's take a look at the MVP. I wonder who could be. Is it the man who clutched it in the end? The one and only Stars indeed gets the MVP. But I mean, I still will give my MVP vote for Estonius there. Would take it no overhand awarded. That's crazy.
That took some bravery for sure. It's so insane that he was willing to do that when they were tied 10-10 going into the last round of attacks, and then to just execute it perfectly. Awesome attack from him. Unfortunately, they go to the lower bracket, but they could still have a good lower bracket run. We'll have to find out more tomorrow, see how they do. We still have 1 more match for you here today. Win or die versus Tribe Gaming coming up right after this short break.
Well, we promised a buzzer beater of a match, and boy did these 2 teams deliver. The very first tie on Stars for any match so far in our monthly finals. Welcome back. My name's Woody, and it's so great to be alongside Carbon, Finn, and Itsu. That last war was absolutely incredible. Itsu, I want to give you the next chance to take a shot at it.
I mean, it is, whenever Repotted had the lead, you feel like, okay, now this has to be it, right? And ZOOS always came back, and it's this team is just crazy considering their offensive power. It is just, right now it's just unmatched. That's just how we have to say it.
They don't miss. The consistency is top tier, and even though some squads like Repotted Gaming have performed really well in some wars, not so well in others, we still have a really, really strong contender at the top with ZOOS Esports. But there will be a foe for them tomorrow. Carbon, I'm seeing Tribe Gaming and Win or Die up on the chopping block next.
Yep, we are in the upper bracket, meaning the second life is still there. You lose, you get sent down to the lower bracket to have to take on Enosis, but you don't want to get sent down there. The pressure is on. The winner, well, you can move on to take on ZOOS Esports, which means that if you win, theoretically, if you win this smash and you win the next one against ZOOS, you could have a really good chance of winning the golden ticket without having to play the grand final match. So these teams here could just win by winning the next 2 matches, because if ZOOS makes it to the grand finals, it changes everything. But let's listen into Kronos and hear what he has to say.
The biggest misconception about being the reigning champions is that you're some deity in some team that is just on top of the world. In my opinion, that's wrong. In my opinion, new Town Hall, new meta changes, we're not looking at fireballs anymore like I was doing them, we're looking at bowlers, we're looking at air spam. The times change, and with the time the players have to change, and if you have it in your head that you're the world champion and it'll be fine, you'll make it work because you're just apparently better, then that is just wrong. And in my opinion, you need to sit down, you need to make sure that you're comfortable and you're just feeling good about the meta in a way to where you're able to play your game and get those 3 stars, which at the end of the day wins you those wars to get back to another world final, which is exactly our goal.
Well, their opponents say win or die, but Kronos takes it a step further. He says adapt or lose. He knows exactly what he's got to do as a reigning world champion to stay on top, Itsu, and that's to keep his eye on the metagame. Does that reverberate with you?
Yeah, I would say so. And especially kind of showcases that, especially when the meta changes, it is more about the mindset, right? Like you have to adapt whatever the game is throwing at you when it comes down to the meta of, like what he said, back on the last channel, we had fireball things being quite important to consider for base building, for planning and such. Now you have to really take a look at what are the walls looking like, because can throwers reach a specific defense maybe? Can the queen reach a specific defense? Is this compartment good for queen charges and so on? So it's a complete different skill set, and this is, in my opinion, what makes those players different, why they're so consistent over all of the years. It's just the mindset, I would say, and how they approach those different metas.
Well, we're going to bring in the predictions now and see how the casters and the community voted on who they expect to win this upcoming matchup. The casters are going to be 3-1 on this one, and Itsu is the lone holdout. He's done an amazing job on predictions so far, and we just heard from you, Itsu, but I feel like I got to toss it right back to you to tell us why you think the reigning world champions are going to lose this next match.
Well, I feel like so far Draw or Die stats-wise looked really good, and for Tribe, for me, their biggest issue right now, in my opinion, is just the consistency, unfortunately. Even though, I mean, actually this community prediction represents our prediction pretty much perfect. But overall, I think, for me, they always flip their matches. Like one match is 30, next one is 10. So let's see if I'm right here or not. I kind of hope I'm not, but at the same time, this is kind of how I felt like with, if you look at their bracket run and such. So let's see who's going to have it.
All right, well, Carbon, you and I are with the majority here in this pick for Tribe, but they're going to have to go up first. It's Hawk soaring into the battlefield for the first attack of Tribe Gaming, or win or die. Only one can remain undefeated.
And we're off with Hawk going in with the Super Bowlers, trying to take out this Monolith, secure this value, then move into this Air Expo, and probably a pretty quick recall after that. No, okay, goes invisible. It needs to get these healers to be close enough. Then can oh, hold on. Oh, Seeking Airmine loses the healer. That is not ideal. There it is. That pulls them all back. So we had to be a little patient there. But got the value to set up the Super Bowlers, probably to push through the... Oh, never mind. I was just going to say the bottom side at 6, but that's the complete opposite side.
I'm a little bit scared about the gold storage. Let's hope that that's fine and his troops are not getting distracted too much there. But overall, the approach is from the far side of the town, where he has to go through both spitters, which he's going to overgrowth really early with the flame, with the lava launcher, that's the name I'm looking for, together. So I'm wondering how well this will work with some of the storage is still alive here.
Yeah, with the push into the core, still getting this value. Out comes the Clan Castle. Poison? No poison here. So you're going to let that Burnish just sit there. It does use that Dragon Duke ability onto the Revenge Tower, so that's going down slowly. But oh my, the Logger just launching the archers right through the core as he continues this power through, and that Warden ability was perfectly used for these Super Bowlers to get some nice bounces through this backside.
Yeah, really nice push into that Town Hall section. We have still the double rage up scatters behind the Town Hall, which are right now firing. But the action figure is coming in, so he can tank there. One more invis, which he could utilize at any hero on that back end. Queen is still pushing forward. And this right now looks really good, because those heroes are still alive and looking quite healthy.
As he continues through, nothing else other than 2 little archers to deploy. The Queen's unfortunately stuck on some of these air skellies. She's trying to move through, does lose the giant, but the Duke now pulls another set of air skellies, which go down very quickly. But time is ticking. 45 seconds left. The Duke is going to die and going to, unfortunately, not take out that scatter, and it's up to the Queen to finish this off.
Oof, in 35 seconds, I am not really sure. I feel like the Queen is not going to go down, except there are, like, crazy traps. Maybe, actually, when the healers are going down, then that might be a different story. But in the end, it seems like it's going to be a high percentage, but not the 3-star they were looking for. It looked really good, but then the traps were hitting hard on that back end, and things, yeah, seemed to fizzle out quite a bit.
Yeah, with this Queen reaching over, grabbing the bomb tower, she'll walk outside these walls. Probably grab one more building, putting him to a 98% here to start off this match, unless it's one shot to go down. Oh, okay. Oh, imagine that spring trap sprung the Queen inside the wall, and then she could have been able to get it with time. But no, it's a 98% 2-star there for Hawk.
Carvin, that's bitter base. That's a push trap, not a spring trap, okay? That's different things there. But yeah, it's fine.
Happened before. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but overall, 98% 2-star. Really solid start when it comes down to obviously not 3-starring. It's like really high percentage, which is quite solid. And for me, the big question is now, how are do or die starting into this match? They have what it takes for sure. But again, it's all about as well the mind games, the traps, because they're going in right into that Giga Bomb, which is quite risky to say the least.
Ooh, but the Spear Fox is not going to get hit by the Giga Bomb, so that is ideal, allowing the Spear Fox to try to stay alive longer and time the Spear Fox ability. But he does find one giant bomb. Oh, it's about to go down soon. Oh, we have to get it pushed back by the sweeper as well. That's not fun. But is it worth this value of just the Town Hall? Because it looks like he's not going to really get too much after this, as the Duke's ability is basically used and the Spear Fox is gone.
We would like to try and get that long shot out. That would be quite nice. But it feels like that thing is going to stay alive, and that's a big problem for him. Oh, that's kind of rough, because that thing has such a long range. Even the logger in this position would be worse for him, because that would just mean he could ignore it, because nothing would really get too close. But that long shot, that's going to be annoying, that's for sure. But we have now those troops pushing in. For now, at least, something... nothing's really getting too close, which is good, but those poison towers, they hurt.
Yeah, it hurts a lot as he tries to continue this push through. He needs to make his way without warding ability going off. Continuing with a poison in the middle onto the clan castle of the furnace, but sent in the RC now. She should hopefully be able to just one-shot the long shot, but the long shot is forcing her to die and going to Phoenix very early.
And she's just ignoring him. With all of the spring traps. Oh, that's so tough.
Oh my.
But wait, there's one in front of Dragon. Can they take that logger out, that long shot out? And yes, finally it has went down. But the push as well has, like, I'm not sure if he has enough power now.
Yeah, he's still pushing through the top side, but a lot of stuff has disappeared already. Has a revive, has a minion prince ability. The revive, yep, there you go, right into the middle now for that Duke, which can target some nice stuff. Trying to use that totem to distract the sweeper. But with only one rocket loon and a freeze, probably have to... Oh, nice freeze up that spitter and the sweeper for the Duke.
There goes the freeze. Oh no, the minion prince went down. This is quite unfortunate, because that's a lot of power, a lot of DPS missing. He's trying to reinforce with those rocket loons, but it seems like another defense, and this should be a lower percentage. He's trying to push it higher and higher, but that air defense is staying strong, and the fire spirit as well is firing at those troops.
And we got ourselves a defense here for Nebrax. 83, so the one fail from Hawk of Tribe was a 98% 2-star. This one is going to be quite a bit lower than that, so Tribe will have the advantage. But we've seen plenty of times that these matches, you get those 2 stars, but it's the teams that pull away when they get those 3 stars. So nice try to winner die. Palma falling just a bit short in the mid-80s, 86%, 2-star. Now he has to go and try to help plan some attacks, help be a spotter for his teammates.
Yeah, now we have the percentage lead for Tribe Gaming, but at the same time, we have seen only one match, I believe, so far, resulting in a percentage relevant score, which means the stars were tied. Every other match was decided based on stars. So let's see how important those stars actually are going to be, or those percentages, sorry, are actually going to be, because we have the next attack in. Nibrax, again, it seems like, with the queen charge approach, which he has done already successfully with his last attack, queen charging one side, recalling the queen then to the other, as well with the giant arrow again.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to start with that queen arrow coming through the top side, grabbing 2 air defenses and barely missing the sweeper. So the sweepers do stay up, but he could send the dragons through the town hall, which is behind the sweepers theoretically. But he is going to go with the Nivis on this queen while she charges through to get the scatter, the spitter, the poison spell tower, and then can pull that queen back.
Yeah, the opening looks really solid, especially with those little areas around the core where there are no buildings, which can be quite nice for the dragons because it's creating a lot of pathing. And now we have that queen on the other side working her way into that part of the base. Again, we have the split siege to make sure that the funnel is set next to the Archer Queen while pushing her into the second fire spitter.
Yeah, the queen's making her way to the opposite side of where she was initially charging, as she was recalled down there. Now comes some of the CC headhunters going up to the top side of Warden. Hopefully the Warden can stay alive. The Dragon Riders unfortunately are not targeting, so the Warden's going to be forced to ability due to the headhunter there. And the queen also goes down to the bottom, so things are starting to fade and not go exactly to plan now.
Yeah, the last time the queen stayed alive until the end of the tech, and he was even able to use a rage on her. He now has the Dragon Duke for the back end. The core is getting raged up for him, so the Minion Prince has a chance of going through. The Fire Spirit is getting taken care of this one single baby dragon. MVP right there. We have as well the totem to keep those troops, those heroes in the core protected, the Dragon Duke ability, but there's just so much left on this back end.
Yeah, whole Tesla farm, Minion Prince, Dragon Duke just sitting there with a Giga Bomb waiting. All he can do is have a hero revive, which would probably be used for the Duke, but I mean, once you bring that Duke back, he's just gonna get picked off so quickly. So this looks like it's gonna be the lowest percent here of the match, or maybe just bring the queen back so she can grab some outside buildings. It might not be a bad idea to do that because that Dragon Duke, I don't think would get as much value as possibly she might get.
I'm not sure. I feel like that multi-arch tower and the ricochet cannon is good. Like they're going to melt the Archer Queen. An esports modifier, they can't really do too much. So it's a tough decision, but I feel like still the best thing you can do is just revive the Dragon Duke and hope for 1 or 2 defenses.
Oh,
like in overall buildings. Let's see. One. I think that's
one building.
Kinda it.
And yeah, he goes down quickly. Only one extra building there for Nibrax. 85. Okay, it wasn't as bad. It was only 1% lower than Palma of Win or Die.
That's right, but so far no 3 stars, which means Win or Die have the opportunity to get the first one on the board, or as well go for another percentage attack, I assume. But overall, both teams are trying their best to pick the right entries and everything. But I feel like Tribe has really well anticipated the first attack from Do or Die because that entry was completely baited. So let's see what Bepis can do and if he's going to run into a bait early on as well, or if the attack is going to work a little bit different here.
Oh, let's see. With that Duke flying across this base, taking out 2 different air defenses, and even the arrow taking out the final remaining air defense. So no air defenses remaining on this base, so he can fly through, and the sweepers are actually, well, I think one of them is down as well from the Dragon Duke. Only one's left pointing up to counter the 12 o'clock position.
Yeah, he's really getting those troops as quickly as possible into the core in behind the town hall. We have as well the, again, entry in between those two fire spitters, using a nice overgrowth now to get those troops moving towards the top side, especially with the queen on the outside, getting that storage out. This means that the pathing is looking super clean. And at this point, he can just keep that bottom compartment, the bottom rage tower, non-stop overgrowth, and that's looking really good. Can the queen take another monolith? Yes, indeed. This is looking good so far.
He's still moving. The Dragon Duke is back alive. Wait for the overgrowth to wear off to deploy it again. Do you use it right there? The queen's going down. No, he's not going to activate it, so he's waiting and waiting. Now the raid goes off. I mean, if you overgrowth now, it won't do anything because you're nowhere near it. The Air Expo is hitting your Duke, unfortunately, and unfortunately, it looks like this overgrowth is really not going to be as of value as he tries to continue to push through.
Yeah, I think the overgrowth right now is like the best he could possibly do to increase the percentages and maybe the chance of 3-starring. But I feel like, as I said it right, if you overgrowth the back end, nothing really happened. He won't even reach that because of the Revenge Tower. So right now it's just all about maybe having some hit point recovery on the Dragon Duke, getting some more buildings out, maybe hoping for the perfect timing of that Revenge Tower coming back, because this is happening right now. Can you take it out? I don't think so.
No, the Duke goes down, unfortunately. The Warden's going to die as well, and it is still only going to be a 2-star, so no triple in this match from either side, which means that all it takes is for that first person to pull through with that 3-star to take the lead and really put the pressure on.
Well, we have seen this type of match already earlier in the lower bracket for Vatic, where those type of matches can be so explosive as soon as the first triple is coming in, where then both teams are feeling like it's just insanely high pressure of, okay, you have to answer. So let's see when this is going to happen, or if this is even going to happen in this match.
Yeah, you never know. We'll have to see, because plenty of attacks to come in with. Remember, this is actually the last war for today. We will have all the rest of the matches tomorrow, and that is when we will be giving away the golden tickets. And now it's time for the captain of Tribe Gaming, Kronos, is stepping up here. He's going to go in with a baby dragon to start, and throwers are coming in as well. With the Warden, the healers are all deployed, and we got the earthquakes. The arrow's going to come through for the lava launcher. The Duke is flying as well, and if I see that correctly, the lava launcher never went down, and maybe he missed the earthquakes.
It seems like that maybe one of them. He's super low. I think there are no bitter huts close by, but I really hope that that Warden can somehow dodge it, because he's already firing at those throwers, and we have seen how bad this can be, because remember, the lava launcher in Legend 1 already is annoying. But in Esports, with 25% boosted damage, that thing is crazy.
It does so much damage as we have the king to the far edge of the space. There's the overgrowth on the lava launcher, which was supposed to be taken down, but unfortunately maybe missed the earthquakes, as he is having the king continue through the right side. Can the throwers path their way to the town hall? Because this is still a push. I mean, his queen's down, his duke's down, but that town hall, it's not going to be an easy thing to get to.
Yeah, it is not really easy to get to, but he's really close to the lava launcher when that thing is going to wake up again, which is good for him. Distracting that logger really nicely, making sure everything stays alive there. So we have the Root Rider opening up the compartment. Unfortunately, the wrong compartment, so the throwers cannot reach in there. But it still looks somewhat... I mean, he has the one revive. Yeah, it all depends on the Warden if he's staying safe.
Yeah, let's see what he does. When does he decide to revive that Duke? Because,
no!
I mean, oh, the Warden gets picked, and he goes down. Air bombs go to the Sneezy. Revives the Duke now. Super Barb up to the top side. Tried to absorb some of the shots, but the Duke, unfortunately, is not charged up. He's not getting to that value. He's going to go down, and this is yet another 2-star. This is in the mid-80s, or, yeah, probably mid-80s as these throwers are still trying to get a couple more buildings down.
He used the giant arrow as well, correct? Because...
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I just think he misplaced the earthquakes. I don't think he dropped him too far to the right. I think he didn't do it over the Clan Castle and the lava launcher.
Yeah. Maybe he wanted to have, I mean, Clan Castle and lava launcher, I would assume. that is what he was going for, but because he had to open up the compartments to the outside as well, I'm not even sure if that was so important to open up that outside wall, because, I mean, he could just wall break in there, and he had the troop launcher as well. I'm not sure if he was too greedy there, or maybe we were misreading his plan, but overall it's going to result in a 90% 2-star, so they're keeping most likely that percentage lead for now, except we're going to see the first 3-star of the match.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's only going to be a 2-star at 90% for Kronos, and I kind of just want to, like, have a quick replay, like, going back to check to see where those earthquakes were deployed. I'm sure we'll be able to take a look and really analyze that later, but unfortunately, that means it's another 2-star for Tribe Gaming, and now win or die, they are still in it. Anyone's match. Who's going to be pulling off that first 3-star?
That's the big question, and we have a Queen charge for Paul in here. Queen is taking down the air defense and then is supposed to get into that top side area. Yes, ooh, careful. Okay, keeping that Queen alive. We have seen many Queens losing her ability and such during this part of the attack, but so far he's doing really well.
Yeah, with this push through, the Queen is going to be able to get the Expo here. That goes down. Will she step in? Oh, no, just pulls her back. Okay, does not decide to go for that scatter, but is setting up that funnel for the Super Bowlers as the Warden is down to help grab the top side buildings. And then it's nice with the Warden. Remember, he will just change his targets depending on where you drop your troops to help assist them to move in with your troops and not go on his own. But the Queen is down, Turbos, and the Skywagon to deploy those balloons to try to protect healers, which, where are they? Hold on. Are they there? Oh, okay, they're there with the Queen. There. Okay, I thought they were almost gone.
I'm just scared for the timing here with the Clan Castle, if there's too much damage for him to handle. But for now, the pathing looks somewhat solid. The Dragon Duke goes inside, though. We have one Rage here. Where are the Super Bowlers going, and when is he going to pop that Eternal Tome and Torch combination? One Rage left for the backhand, and a Dream.
Yeah, with that Warden ability going off now, getting some nice bowler bounces. He's got a Rage, and he's not raging on the bowler bounce. Typically, you would see it here. Yeah, there we go. Now he can skip through, try to get some backhand double bowler bounces through here. Doing some fantastic value, and we got the Duke still making his way off to the right. King's over there, still has his ability. But Queen can walk through these walls, take out their Super Revenge Tower. That goes down. Work through the Super Wizard. The Super Bowler grabs that value. And the Queen grabs maybe the multi-archer tower at the backside. Yes, she does. That is some good value. Now it's up to his King and his ability to finish this one off.
Okay, so the question now is, when is the perfect time to use that ability? I think for the Tesla farm, right? As soon as the pet house is going down, he has to pop that ability. Or do you think waiting is the best thing? I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, he does. Well, oh wait, the Warden's still there. The Warden's gonna be full health. Warden, no, don't go over the wall, Warden. Go assist the King. He's fighting spring traps left and right. The spring trap after spring trap after spring trap. Oh, no. Okay, Baby Dragon has to be used where? I don't know. The air defense. Warden has to snipe it. Then Baby Dragon. Oh, no. Air Skelly, stop it. Why are you there? Don't cause the Warden to target. 18 seconds. Take out the air defense. Then you can deploy. No, Warden, go for the air defense.
Ooh, she's low. It's low. 10 seconds.
No. Oh, no. 5.
Super Bowler?
4. Super Bowler. Baby Dragon. Super Bowler. Baby Dragon. And he...
No!
It is a time foul for Paul, and still no triple.
No shot. I mean... Oh, that was so rough. The 99.9.
Really, 0.9. That is correct. Yes, a 99.99999. It feels like you just, if you just drop, I don't know, anything will cause it to go down. You just need one more second of time, and it would have been a 3-star.
That's tough, but now it's time for Dima for his revenge. He's going in with the Super Bowlers as well. Can he get the last important percent and get the first 3-star? That's what matters, because right now, Carmen, there's one building difference between those two teams. Are you kidding me?
And that's what it takes. At this level of the competition, you have to step up as we are seeing this queen. Oh, wow. She does, wait, oh, she does come back around to go for the raid spell tower. And, oh, okay. It was a little laggy there, but it activates. And then the queen, oh, wow, just gets pulled back in time.
Gets pulled back indeed. But again, we have seen that earlier. If you take that time for the warden, that can backfire, even with the quick attack like this. You can as well use a Baby Dragon or maybe something, or even just a minion to take down those storages and buildings at the right side there. But he's deciding to wait for it for now. 1 minute has passed. Usually that is enough time for Super Bolus, since they're somewhat quick. But he's entering as well from the complete opposite side of the tunnel. This is now full risk, full reward. How is this going to turn out?
Well, he's going for it with that Ice Comb freezing the left side Super Wizard Tower. The King is down as well with those snakes to take out the outside buildings. Does have a rage from, I believe, what is that? Is that a super bug? Rage there? I don't think that's a regular rage spell. As he tries to continue to power through the spitter, the lava launcher is back. And then the defensive Gland Castle is coming out here.
Yeah, it is. We have most Super Bowlers, I think, left alive in the middle. Now this is where he activates that torch, which looks overall good, but we have seen a similar attack earlier where that backend can be so brutal. The Dragon Duke ability is stunning all of those defending heroes, which is quite nice. Queen ability is getting popped as well. Can they overpower the backend? Can those boulder bounces carry?
Wow, those boulder bounces getting some nice skips right through there. He's got the King still alive. Warden, Queen, Giant walking through these backsides. The Duke is still up, and Dima is looking to pull off a 3-star here for Tribe. A great attack here. Well done. Baby Dragon grabbing some cleanup down south with a wizard down there, and Tribe needed this one. Not only were they down by one building, they, well, that's what they were. They're down by one building. They needed this to take the star lead and to tie up the percent. That's only if win or die get a 99. Then it'll be a tie on percent. But then Tribe would still have the star lead. So now win or die must triple to take that lead back.
The pressure is on. Tribe is the first team to deliver. And now win or die have to answer. They need to get the first 3-star for them on the board as well. Otherwise, this is not going to be enough, because at this point, percentage is pretty much out of the window as long as we see the 3-star for them.
But there's still 2 more attacks to come in for win or die. We have Crispy and we have Spiz, who clutched up in their last match and got like a 1:30 triple or something like that. Just crushing through the base when they needed it. But we're going to see now Crispy start with the Royal Champion, grabbing the value down south. The Expo will go down too, but Rockaloons will finish off the Bomb Tower. Try to snipe off this air defense to then send the dragons possibly into that revenge tower.
Yeah, that seems to be the plan here, using that Ice Hound really early on to fly across and trigger that poison tower. And yes, indeed, that works for him. Putting all of those troops in between, again, the fire spitters, which are completely on the back end, but he has 2 overgrowth to somehow keep them under control.
With the push into the core, overgrowth to the far left. Doesn't have to worry about the scatter shot or the multi over there, but the spitter is going to be hitting. 2 spitters going to be hitting in the direction of his push with these dragons. Needs to get into that town hall, which should be able to get it down. Rockaloon's up top of the wizard tower. The air defense remains up there, but he is saving onto this hero revive, probably for the Duke when he goes down.
Yeah, let's keep waiting for it, but I feel like he has done a too good job to push all of his troops in between the fire spitters. He has 1 more overgrowth, which he could use now at this top side. He's deciding to use it right now. But I don't really see him having enough power, right? Like, the minion prince is right now still looking strong, but the Dragon Duke has to be revived, but he's next to the Phoenix. And this seems to be a super low percentage, which means if win or die as the last attack, if they're going to 3-star, they might just lose the percentage now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this one is going to be it's going to impact this match quite a bit, because now Tribe, having the 1-star lead, And then Rikira's doesn't have to triple to win. He'll just have to get a certain percentage to lock it up. Depends on what this ends up finishing at. As Crispy continues to push through, the Archer is going to get about a 71, 72. But where will Crispy finish?
Yeah, I think they had a 1 building lead, which means if Rikiris is going to get a 73, that would be a tie. And 74 should be then the win, right? Which is for sure in percentage range, which is quite manageable.
Yeah, 74% 2-star for Rikiris. Locks up the victory, and then Tribe advances to the upper bracket finals to take on a team none other than ZOOS Esports. And that, my friends, is going to be an insane match nonetheless, so whoever gets there, but it is going to be a tough road to get to the grand finals because you have to go through a team who already has that golden ticket, and Rikiris is like, all right, let me bring in my Lalo.
Okay, we have the Invis spell early on. We have that little Roy champion charge here going. We have as well some regular boulders to push the Roy champion into the right direction here, which is towards their revenge tower. And so far, things looking really, really good for Rikiris. He's keeping everything under control. Where's that Roy champ going next? I don't think that she's going for the poison tower.
No, she's not. Not going to go for the poison. Not going to go for the revenge tower either. They try. He does pop the RC ability, trying to haste her way through. I mean, she goes to the scatter, she goes to the multi-mortar, and no recall. So just going to let the RC get her value, and then when she dies, she dies. Builder Hut does not go down, barely stays alive. But here we go. We've got a balloon. Oh, he's trying to then send the Duke to go and target that poison spell tower.
Oh boy, I'm a bit scared because he needs a 74% 2-star, right? And he's going from the opposite side.
Yep.
Okay, let's see if he's doing this for entertainment, I guess. But overall, he has to go a really, really long distance to get to the town hall, get that 2nd star. But as soon as that's done, the percentage points should be collected by now.
Yeah, he is making his way through with an overgrowth, which does flip the town hall as well. And the spitter that's pointing in the direction that he is flying. Well, let's see. Warden will have ability to use. Mini Prince is there, still has his ability. One more overgrowth to use, but a back-end range spell tower activated through that town hall compartment. Lots of damage awaits. He pops the Warden ability, still hanging on to this overgrowth. You can't overgrowth the town hall a second time because that will be screaming a 1-star.
Yeah, instead doing a nice overgrowth there on the multi-infernal tower and the fire spitter, and that should be an easy town hall takedown. Really nicely timed with those overgrowth spells, and that is already the percentage crossed. At this point, Tribe Gaming is going to win this match because Rikiris has gotten the percentage needed because Crispy, that was just not his attack. Is it even going to be a 3-star?
He's still powering through. The Mini Prince can clutch up a lot. The multi is the biggest threat as the spitter goes down. The sweeper keeps pushing him. Defensive Duke is quite annoying there, but the Warden is helping assist to try to pick him off. And my friends, Rikiris is not only going to get a 2, but the man is going to deliver a 3-star on top of it. And the Minion Prince Dark Crown is such a strong ability when paired in with that Lalo, and Tribe Gaming puts up 12 stars. So the best Winter Die can do is put up 11, which Spiz is going to do his best to do that. But Winter Die are not out of it. They will get sent down to the lower bracket where they will have to take on Enosis Esports. But the winner of this, which is Tribe, will advance to take on ZOOS Esports.
That's right. Winter Die just did not get those 3-stars in this match. I feel like their defense overall was solid, even with getting those last final 3-star in. But their offense was not on the same level. But can Spiz now get at least the final attack converted into a 3-star? We see throwers again. We see earthquakes. Let's see. We have some lightnings in here as well. And we see the Queen with the Dragon Duke flying away from her, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, flying to the top side. They did remove a lot of value right through the core of the base. Only has 2 freezes, 2 totems, and that revive left in this thrower attack. But he finds some traps down here with the tornado trap activating. Duke still going to the top. But now it's all about pushing around this base. Do they split? Because it looks like this is just a prime spot for them to go in two different directions.
Yeah, it feels like the army is all over the place, and knowing Dima, the entire monolith side will be trapped with spring traps. I mean, this is something like he knows how throwers works, and he knows legends, and you have to go with your throwers into the monolith because otherwise your heroes are getting melted by that. We have already seen quite some throwers getting spring trapped.
Yep.
And I mean, Garvin, Tauno gives a second star, and that's completely on the other side.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what he gets at this point. Even if it's a 1-star, they know that it's not enough. But yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a 1, unfortunately, here for Spiz. The throwers are gone. They've kind of split in different directions, and there wasn't really a clear funneling path for them to go.
Yeah, the warden now running into the base. He gives up as well. And this is going to fall short for win or die. This was not their match. 12-9 seems to be the final score here. But yeah, it is risky to go against Tribe with this far set entry for such an backpack arrow combination and then going into the monolith side with your throwers. And this has cost them quite a bit. But in the end, you said it right. If it's a 2-star or if it's a 1-star, it doesn't matter. The match was over eventually.
Or even a 3-star. It wouldn't have mattered, right? It's just having fun, trying to get a triple nonetheless. But Space, nice attempt. He came with a 3-star in their first match, but falling short here. But what that means, ladies and gentlemen, Tribe Gaming has won their match, advancing them to the upper bracket finals to take on the golden ticket team, ZOOS Esports. That will be tomorrow, and all the rest of the matches will be tomorrow, meaning we will also be giving away the second golden ticket to one of these teams. And this is where the scenarios start to break out. If Tribe win over ZOOS tomorrow, then if ZOOS win then their next match in the lower bracket final, that means Tribe is guaranteed a golden ticket. The only way a team in the grand finals wouldn't get it is if ZOOS win or lose both of their next two matches, which, I mean, that's hard to see.
I mean, based on how they have played today, yeah, I'm not sure if that will happen. They are just so good on offense. It is just really scary. And I feel like, I mean, let's see. I feel like Tribe Gaming's base building so far was looking really, really impressive, especially in this match. So maybe they can hold back Stars and his crew a little bit, but it's going to be tough either way, Woody.
The best that they can hope for is to slow them down? No, we know that they can surge forward, they can make it to the top. An underdog story could yet be the end of our July monthly final result. But that's going to be the end of day one. We've had all 8 wars on the books now. The bracket is shaped up for our upper series tomorrow with the 2 undefeated teams still left, while the lower bracket is where most of the action will conclude. I think that we are going to be able to move on with a little bit more of the post-match breakdown and finish out the rest of the day. Does that sound good to you, Carbon?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we can bring up that bracket whenever we're possibly ready to showcase where the teams are, because we did end up actually sending 2 teams home. But before we get to the bracket, the MVP of this match was Dima, getting 42% of the votes here, Itsu.
Yeah, getting that 3-star for his team, really putting them ahead. Really nicely done, that's for sure. And overall, really good performance from Tribe, not just on offense, but as well on defense.
Well, we've got a treat in store for you all today, because joining us on the desk is going to be one of these Tribe players who has had quite a lot to do today so far, but is on top here at the end. Are we gonna be able to invite him on yet, or just wait another minute? I think we're gonna wait another minute.
Oh, I think we're ready.
Oh, okay. Well, let's welcome Kronos then. Is he with us in studio? There he is, Kronos.
Hello.
Congratulations on your performance today. Well done. Picking up a 3-star in the first war, and then Tribe Gaming just trouncing in the second war, moving on victorious and undefeated. How does it feel?
Good, feels good. Having missed last month was tough for us mentally, and kind of just sitting on the sidelines, it always hurts as a competitor. made this last war harder for ourselves than it needed to be, but a win is a win. We take that.
So, Kronos, you have so much experience going up against ZOOS, right? Over all the years. From all this experience, what have you learned going into this next match? Are you treating this any differently, or you know that there's all this extra added pressure now on you?
In my opinion, there's always pressure. We're world champions now. People are like, oh, surely they'll win. The viewers from the outside anyways, I've talked to friends and family, they're like, oh, but you're the world champion, surely you're going to win. For me, you don't face the team that's on the other side of the war, you face the base that you're going to attack as the player, and it doesn't matter if it's Gaku, if it's, I don't know, whoever, General X, if it's any other name. You play the base, you don't play the opponent, and you just do your job, get the 3-star, prepare on defense, and then see what the outcome is at the end of the day.
We have seen this qualifier compared to the last one, way higher scores now. Why do you think that happens? Because we were kind of going into this, okay, it's going to be, I don't know, 11 to 12 stars average. Now we have seen 14, 13 stars quite often, actually.
Yeah, very good point. I think there's two sides to this coin. I think we've had another month of kind of letting the meta develop aspect. We've seen new strategies come. I don't know if you guys saw it, but in the stage 2, RPG dropped to the lower bracket against this 4 AD snipe, full dragon spam. That leads me on to my second point, which in my opinion is the Duke's jetpack is finally allowed. I think it's extremely strong, and I think there's a lot of new options with throwers. We've seen so many thrower hits today. These dragon hits where they just send the Duke either for an arrow, for the core, or even just for 2 ADs with a Quake, that's already enough. Just adds a layer of depth and just versatility to the game, which I think is healthy, but obviously increases the hit rates, which, let's face it, all the viewers love.
They absolutely do, and I think that they love the speed that we're seeing as well, as opposed to some past years where many attacks ended in time fails, and we wound up having to go to all 3 minutes in a lot of cases. We're now seeing 3-star strikes in like a minute and a half, like very, very rapid and quick. What does that do to the mind of an attacking player when you have to be so just like laser focused in on the speed and, you know, reaction time for whenever a trap pops up or a troop goes the wrong way? It must be nerve-wracking.
Time, if you just say time, all I think about is Town Hall 16. Don't take me back, please. That was the real time grind. I actually think it's fine. I think quick fingers is something you definitely need with these dragon spams that are like sub 2 minutes. But overall, I think we've been through thick and thin, if you will, in regards to this time meta. So nothing out of the blue.
Well, Kronos, we know that you've got a lot more to prepare for going into tomorrow. So good luck on the next match that you've got. Only a few more stand between you and requalification for Worlds. We want to thank you again for joining us and let you have the last word before you head out.
Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you guys for casting. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we'll be seeing Kronos and the rest of the Tribe crew tomorrow, trying to hold their own at the top in the upper bracket. They'll be facing off against ZOOS Esports, a team that's already picked up that golden ticket once. But hey, it could go their way. With 4 teams in the lower bracket, they are going to be up to one more elimination, meaning they get kicked out of the tournament. Itsu, if you could pick any of those 4 teams in the bottom bracket, which one do you think is most likely to make it to the lower bracket final?
For me, it's just Repotted. I mean, they are just super, super strong. Getting those 13 stars against ZOOS, getting 13 stars again in their previous match before that as well. As well, their defense looks overall quite solid. So, yeah, I would go for them for sure.
I think Enosis surprised me. I think that they've done very well in the lower bracket with their 12-8 win over God's Warriors. That was the biggest gap that we saw out of any performance, a 4-star hit. So if that's anything, I think that's something to be proud of, but I'll agree with you that RPG, all 4 teams have got a shot, but RPG probably the best. Let's go ahead and bring back Lexnos for a little bit more of an opportunity to break down with the full lineup here, all arrayed for your enjoyment. Lex, you heard that interview, you've seen the bracket. What are your final thoughts for the day?
I am just really enjoying this meta with all the versatility we have currently in the game compared to the last couple years here in esports. These pros have so many options. The base building is as difficult as it's ever been for some of these base builders, and we're starting to really see that skill gap where certain matches are not often coming down to time or coming down to a tiny detail, but you can really see where the better players are shining consistently and where some other players maybe need to step up their game.
Well, there's a lot of work to be done before any of these teams can claim a golden ticket. We're going to go down the row one more time, and I'll start with you again, Carbon Finn. Any final thoughts you want to share or expectations for what we can look forward to tomorrow?
I just know tomorrow is going to be an epic day. You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you set your clocks. Make sure you're awake. Make sure you're ready to go because it is going to be a fun day to give out the second golden ticket. We've got rematches. We've got the teams from histories are trying to repeat, but ZOOS has been on an incredible run. Can Tribe take them out? Can the Repotted Gaming come for the lower bracket, which they've always been doing so strong? It's just going to be an amazing day.
You're up next. Lower bracket, final thoughts.
The lower bracket reported is just scary. That's for sure. But I just really want to highlight and echo what Lexnar said, is that the variety right now when it comes down to openings, Kronos has said it as well. We have the backpack in different variations where you just snipe out offenses. Sometimes you combine it with the arrow, lightnings. We have Lalo somehow being in the meta again, super bowlers, throwers, dragons, dragon riders with all of different variations. So it's a lot of fun for those pros, and you can see really the big difference in skill between some of those teams.
Take us away, Lex. Give us our final thoughts, and I'll close this out afterwards.
I'm just super excited to see all these teams play again tomorrow. Will ZOOS Esports just cruise through the rest of the upper bracket, win 2 more matches, and that's it? Or will somebody else actually stand a chance at taking them down? We'll have to find out tomorrow. It'll be amazing. Make sure you come over tomorrow. Bring your popcorn because we are going to find out who's winning that next golden ticket.
And if you're logged into event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans, you can get your predictions in as well and earn some loot to build that base up. We hope to see some of you competing in the months to come because the 2026 World Championship has got many more months and lots of golden tickets to hand out, big multi-$1,000 prizes to award, and the best Clash in action that you can find anywhere in the Clash-verse. Thanks very much for tuning in today. We're going to be live again tomorrow at the same time with the same bases and the same teams ready to duke it out for that top spot. You don't want to miss it. So make sure to subscribe, make sure to tune in, make sure to have that alarm set, and we'll see you there tomorrow. Until then, Clash on.
alone talking setback after setback. It took me way too many years just to get back what I lost. Push through whatever the cost, and who knew? You end up becoming the boss, but I'll never quit. They'll try to throw me off, but I'ma get ahead of it. Stay on top when it drops and reap the benefits. Survive the attack, do what I gotta do to stay on track. Cause I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. Never going back. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. Never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back. I'm never going back, yeah. I'm never going back, never going back. I'm feeling good. Feeling great. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. Feeling great. I'm feeling fantastic. I was down on my last ditch. Did some mental gymnastics and I pushed past it. I zig and I zag, I'm elastic. Others fell off, but I lasted. I'm made of steel, not plastic. My measures were drastic, but now I'm relaxing.